courses, they have been blessed by the gods with this. Each person receives their class and the skills that go along with it at the age of 10 through a ceremony. The boy is 10 years old and goes by Arel. Prior to the ceremony of receiving his class, he is very composed. The table is occupied by the family. My dad wants to know what grade Arel will receive. He was so anxious at one point that he was unable to sleep. My mother concurs with what my father said. My sister exclaims that since Arel is her cool little brother, he will receive the best class and everything will be alright. His father observes that many of his fans will visit them, and his mother predicts that her son will become extremely well known in this situation. Stunned, the sister declares that her brother's girlfriend is too young. Arel believes that his family's conversation will never end. The sound of a bell ringing diverts his attention. The entire family follows him as he exits the yard and shuts the gate, yelling at him to remember them. His younger sister calls her brother ugly because she doesn't want to take her older sister, while his parents joyfully dance. Arel casually claims that he is capable of receiving the blessing on his own. The son will be gone by the time they have finished talking about it. The brother asks what else he can do when the sister becomes irate. There is no priest in the rural community of Reunited. He demonstrates to her that the only objects in the area are trees and rocks. He declares that he does not want to miss this ceremony and have to wait another year to receive the class while strolling in total serenity. A priest is dispatched to the temple only once a year to perform the class and skill award ceremony. The girl holds out her hand to the priest, who stands in front of her and tells her that he is about to start the blessing ceremony. There are 10-year-olds in line. From the right side, a man motions for you to move forward. In a nervous reaction, the boy went up to the priest, who then put a finger to his forehead. The man looks into the book and requests permission to see what happens to the boy. The boy responds that he hears a hammer, hears metal grinding, and sees flames. A 10-year-old sees only that. According to the priest, he is a blacksmith. This delighted the young man. Shouting that he could work with his father, he ran to him. After that, his sister told his mother that they were in the same classes. Arel observes this. According to his sister, every child resembles their parents. Classes are significantly influenced by pedigree. The priest called the next child before the younger sister could express her confidence that she would receive a particular grade. Now it's Arel's turn. His relatives are supporting him. His expression is emotionless. There was a whisper behind the young man as he walked toward the priest. According to one man, Leon's son had finally departed. His parents are in higher education. His father, Leon, is a magic king, and his mother, Fara, is a blade princess. The son questions his father about the significance of all of this and why it is being discussed. The father responds that the advanced classes are better than the regular ones, which require a lot of work to obtain. The man tells Arel that both parents attended advanced classes simultaneously as he stands in front of the priest. Since they are gifted, their son will share their traits. The man asks the boy to close his eyes and touches his forehead, claiming that the gods will reveal his class to him. The boy claims he sees nothing while standing with his eyes closed. When the priest notices that the boy is not responding, his expression remains unchanged. The boy has no class, he reports. When the audience finds out that both of his parents are in advanced classes, they are shocked. With the book in his hands, the man ponders how this occurred while the entire country, including Arel's family, is in disbelief and unable to comprehend why it occurred. The gods have blessed us with classes. Being classless is equivalent to the gods forsaking you. Fara assures Arel that everything is fine while pointing his blade. His parents support him, telling him that it's okay if he doesn't because they will both keep working. They advise him to avoid becoming depressed. As he trains with his mother, the boy yells that he has no intention of doing anything wrong, much less supporting himself. The sister believes her brother has lost his temper, so she brings food. She walks up to him and assures him that she will always be there for him, even if he turns into a vegetable. The fact that his sister is also present perplexes Arel. The boy claims that they are all very disappointed that he did not receive a lesson after dipping a piece of lemon into his drink. He goes on to say that he doesn't feel depressed after biting into the citrus. Every member of the family seated at the table questions what he said. The young man had been fencing with his mother since he was a child. He was able to support such a heavy object. He was dubbed a genius by his mother. Even though he wasn't a fencer yet, Other kids talked about him and said that his training had been in vain. Arel was unconcerned. He would learn to fence as a swordsman, and the impact would be instantaneous. They said as much. Training allows the boy to wield a sword even in the absence of a class. It wasn't in vain. He is just as capable as skilled men. Therefore, he doesn't have to be depressed even in the absence of a class or skills. In order to demonstrate to his family that he is not depressed, Arel Chan shared his thoughts in this manner. Hearing this makes the family happy. When the mother notices that her son has a positive and sensible outlook, the father predicts that he will succeed. They started talking about his future together, forgetting about Arel, thinking he would either become one or the other. The boy goes to train because he dislikes this kind of conversation. The boy, a blade fastened to his belt, walked toward the stone arena where the sounds of conversation could be heard. There was a trainee. The two boys were roughly his age. The blonde one caught sight of Arel close to the door. He stepped back from his opponent and went up to Arel, asking him who the classless guy was and why he had come. He had come to train like them, they were told in response. The boys smiled and explained that since they were fencers, they weren't training. He invites Arel to observe their training battle and says he came here only to test his skills. The boy examines them and evaluates their abilities. The fencer first learns basic fencing techniques. Even at the beginning level, he observes that the guys move well. As he observed them, Arel recognized that their abilities could be put to use. He beckoned them to make a suggestion. When they inquired about sparring with him and the shabby boy, they turned to face him. They both turned to face one another without replying. The classless would confront the swordsman, they said, laughing. Arel claimed that he was good enough and did not understand why people were laughing. His mother, the Blade Princess, is incredibly powerful. He is powerless to stop her. When the unidentified young man realizes Arel is challenging him, he becomes agitated. He yelled in agreement, but first he asked the boy if the classless were equally protected by God. Classes begin when the student is 10 years old. But the individual had divine protection from birth. This is yet another divine gift. Arel is just like everyone else in this regard. Invisible armor is similar to divine protection. Although it takes time to regenerate, it lessens damage. It hurts a little and goes away right away after use. The blonde boy decided that if they fought hard, he wouldn't die. Arel advises him to get ready because it will be painful. The young man, annoyed by such a memorable response, yells that it is pointless to attempt to challenge him because he lacks class. He throws himself at Arel. Because of his training, the boy, who has not been blessed by God, parries the first blow with ease. Arel maintains his composure and parries attack after attack while his opponent puffs and pants. The friend of the boy who is attacking yells at him to strike his opponent. He is aware of this, but the fight has one issue. He can't land a single hit because the opponent parries every one of his blows. A dishonest young man yells at his friend to attack him with him and taunts his opponent. Arel knows what he means and doesn't flap his ears. When his dark-haired friend leaps off the boy's back, he detects it and avoids them both. He sat up and smiled as he looked up. He reasoned that he should train with opponents who were on par with him. The fair-haired, shady young man yells to his friend that he can hit his opponent if he attacks from behind. As he sits there and watches them, the boy believes that talent and tactics are not as important as skills. Their advantage is nullified in this situation. With a blade in hand, Arel charged at these quarreling young men. Behind his friend, the blonde boy saw movement. He yelled at his partner to be careful while glancing over his shoulder. The boy with the dark hair looked around to see what had happened. He recalled that the unethical hero who had thrown down the gauntlet had leaped in that direction, but there was no one behind him. He wanted to ask his fair-haired friend where their useless rival had disappeared, but he was confused. The hilt of the sword flew at his chin. The boy struck the hilt and dropped the blade. His friend with the fair hair saw how fast he had come. The second opponent perspires and is convinced of the classless boy's strength as his friend is rendered unconscious by the blow. He stumbled over his dishonest friend just as he was about to attack him, insulting him and threatening to cut him to pieces. Arel gained a significant fighting advantage when the blonde boy stumbled. The opponent was knocked down after he struck him on the back of the head. The boy, standing over the dead bodies, let out a breath without altering his face. Arel declares victory to the boys as he lowers his blade. After clearing his throat, the blonde boy gets to his feet. They both sit up suddenly and yell that it doesn't matter because he attacked when they weren't ready. They also referred to him as a rat. As the boys were arguing vehemently about the rematch, a second young man slipped up to the training area. He shouted for them to give up. After hearing the voice, the three boys turned around and fell silent. When asked what they truly hoped whining would accomplish in a real fight, the boy answers. The child remarks that since they identify as swordsmen, they should stop sulking and embarrassing themselves. Arel believes that it wouldn't harm him to train himself, even though the two people seated on the floor are outraged by the rude man's remarks. When the blonde man asks the newcomer who he believes he is, his friend interrupts, stating that he is a red-haired swordsman. He looks in Arel's direction, showing no interest in these two. Arel turns to face him and inquires as to whether he is the Blade Princess Fara's son. Arel continues to respond to everything coolly. The young man who arrived agreed, saying that he understood that a person can inherit skills from his parents even if they are not of a certain class. He claimed that the two men in front of him were a warm-up. He told Arel that just because he defeated these losers, it didn't mean he was tough. Placing the tip of his blade in front of his opponent, the boy promises to demonstrate the true strength of a swordsman to the uncivilized man who will be his next opponent. The boy yells at Arel to start and stops standing there in a daze while still holding the blade in his face. He issues a duel challenge to the boy. Arel saw that he was seeing his future opponent for the first time, but he couldn't figure out why he already detested him so much. Behind them, they heard murmurs. According to two boys, the red-haired swordsman resembled the police chief's son. They were correct, the swordsman said, turning around. Evans, his father, was the chief of police. Arel recalled him. He was familiar with him since he frequently approached his mother with requests to eradicate monsters. A bearded, short-haired male police chief. He has a scar on his face that extends from his jaw to his forehead, and he is muscular. Evans is well liked for his swordplay abilities, as well as his tenacity and leadership. Arel sees how different he and his opponent, the son of the police chief, are. He is anxious because he thinks this man will become like his father, an old country bumpkin. The boy now gives his father a lot of praise. However, the subject suddenly shifted from Arel's father to his mother. He would never agree with his mother's claim to be the best swordsman. Arel has concluded that his parents are the only reason the red-haired swordsman was bothering him. By yelling that he most likely believes he is the strongest, the opponent silences him. Arel can't brag about his mother's leadership abilities, but he says calmly that she is the strongest person in the world. Children inherit the abilities of their parents. Arel is no match for him because of this, the boy yells. He continues by saying that he kept improving his skills after learning to fence a year ago. Additionally, he was able to master the intermediate fencing skills that typically take 3 years to learn when his father taught him. I won't lose to someone like me, the boy yells. The young man puts a lot of effort into becoming a fencer because he knows how much the boy respects his father. Arel claims that his mother instilled his abilities in him, so he has no intention of losing to the oddball. The boy recalls training with his mother, who was unsure of how to impart this skill to her son. She smiled as she explained that the boy would have to observe and learn since she was unable to verbally explain it to him. Her son was sent flying into the distance with a single blow of the blade. These abilities were literally instilled in him, as Arel stated. The boy declares war and demands that the sword be raised. He attacks Arel with super speed, which even causes him to become tense. This appears to be true, according to the two men. Given his ability to hold his own against formidable opponents, they even managed to cast doubt on the boy's lack of class. Arel is certain that his opponent is unquestionably more powerful than the men he faced on the training field. He allows his anger to control him. If he uses the space between his thoughtless outbursts, as the classless one believes, he can strike. The boy yells that the enemy has already been apprehended and is pointing the blade's tip at him. Seeing this, the swordsman used the double strike skill. It appeared as though he had 2 swords in his hands. Since the swordsman only made 1 swing before the blow from this skill struck him in the side, Arel thought it was a double attack, but it wasn't. He flew again after 1 blow, this time into a concrete wall rather than into the distance. It appeared to be very strong. Looking at the injured boy, the swordsman claims that he missed 1 blow but was able to deter his attacks by maintaining his distance. Arel gripped his side and inquired about the nature of the two-pronged assault. It was an offensive skill, the swordsman explained. Specifically, a technique that delivers 2 strikes in a single motion. The fact that Arel, who lacks skills, is unable to parry it is not surprising. The young man was caught off guard by this guy. The first one he managed to parry. The swordsman then advises giving it another go. Following the transaction, Arel is warned by the police chief's son that he will beat the living daylights out of him. A sunny morning in a modest home. A classless boy is being woken up by someone saying, "Good morning," and insisting that he wake up. When the young man opened his eyes, he saw his sister trying to wake him up while she lay sweetly beside him on the pillow. The boy tells her that lying is not nice as he gets out of bed. She is not charming to him. "Don't worry about it," she says. One day, she hopes to be like that. Squinting, the sister smiles. Arel requests that she be awakened. However, the girl claims that she is already completely awake and does not understand the joke. The younger sister follows the older brother and grumbles as he greets his mother good morning. Breakfast is ready, Fara tells her son as she greets him. Arel says he's going to leave after breakfast, thanks for the food, and gets up from the table. His sister's expression shifts. As the young man's door slams behind him, the girl explains that his brother has been leaving early and coming home late ever since he returned home exhausted. She is concerned. She is reassured by Fara that he will be alright. The mother claims that it makes her think of something, but she realized that she hadn't shown her daughter. Fara took a seat beside the box on the floor as they entered the closet. Inside, the girl noticed rusty swords. Arel-chan had been using these same blades ever since that day, according to her mother. This was a huge number, which surprised my sister. The son was reportedly highly motivated by the mother's assumption that he was fighting with a kid his own age from the nearby yard. From that point on, the girl believed Arel was still practicing with the sword. She sighed, stating that the boy was more active than ever rather than depressed. Fara replied with a nod. My sister inquired about my father's whereabouts. Like Arel, he never wakes up. Although the son is quite similar to his father, he is completely different from his sister. Isolated houses and an empty road. A boy attempts to learn new skills in a dense forest nearby. He is contemplating a double strike while holding a blade. Because he was unable to master this skill, he lost. 2 strikes and 1 swing. The guy believes it's just magic, but it's actually a swordsman's skill. You can perform 2 strikes in the same amount of time as 1. You can execute high-level skills as your physical capabilities improve. Arel will therefore be able to use it even if he lacks swordsmanship if his physical prowess is sufficiently developed to deliver a double cutting blow. The boy recalls the red-haired swordsman's movements. No matter what, he wants to get stronger. To believe that he would eventually be able to apply not just the lessons his mother taught him, but also other abilities. From the forest came a cracking sound. From behind the bushes, the goblins peered at the boy standing close to the tree. They believed they were as covert as they could be. In an attempt to inflict some harm, one of them leaped up from behind with a club. When Arel realized this, he spun around and struck twice. With this ability, he is a serious threat to small creatures like goblins. The other creatures fled. The boy wipes the blade and remarks that the forest is cool, even though it is dangerous, and that he can train for his own enjoyment. The boy stretches, thinking it's time to head home, and puts the sword in its sheath and fastens it to his belt. The boy was frightened when he heard a shrill roar coming from the forest's thicket. His first thought was of a formidable foe. Arel turned and saw that the sound was coming from a child's voice, and that someone was being attacked. To locate the person in danger, the boy ventured farther into the forest to where the screams were coming from. He has his weapon ready. He is sure he can manage it on his own. Arel caught a glimpse of the man he had battled during training peeking out from behind the bushes. He was bruised all over. The young man considered his adversary. He saw a goblin larger than himself hiding behind a bush. The creature was a hobgoblin. You might fly away from one of its blows. The tormented boy is approached by the creature. Before it hits again, Arel plans to destroy it. The boy yells at the goblin to stay away while brandishing his blade, but it doesn't help. He is unable to move or flee. The creature was already swinging its club in front of his eyes, but then something happened. The hooligan was struck twice in the neck. Standing with the blade in his hand, Arel claims that it was simpler than he had anticipated. He glanced at the boy by the tree and gestured to him. The injured young person collapses due to fatigue. Arel saw that his divine protection was compromised and caught him. It had to be fixed as quickly as possible. After defeating the goblin, the boy is asked about his holy water, which he broke during the monster's attack. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a broken bottle. Arel gave the injured boy the holy water he had taken from his pocket. He drank it fast and regained consciousness in front of his eyes. The boy, having regained consciousness, seized his savior by the shoulders and inquired as to the nature of the assault. The man did not believe Arel when he said that it was a double strike, yelling that the young person should not act foolish. The swordsman yells that although learning this skill is challenging, it is impossible if you train regularly. "I train much more than usual to hit like that," the boy says, grabbing his savior by the shoulders. Since it's simple to say but difficult to do, the rescued boy doesn't get it. Arel goes on to say that he detests defeat. He therefore set this goal for himself and accomplished it today in order to ensure that he wins their next meeting. He claims the rematch will start immediately and raises his defense. They can have it whenever they want, Arel says, so don't rush. "I owe a great debt to the savior," the swordsman says, looking directly into his eyes. He requests permission to pay the bill even though he shared holy water with him. According to Arel, the young man has a strong sense of duty and is genuinely a good guy. "What does that really mean?" the swordsman asks impatiently. They simultaneously deliver the same double-cutting blow by crossing the ends of their blades. The following occurs after the swordsman parried both of the blows, excluding the double slash. The young man was unprepared for another blow to the shoulder. He asks his opponent what it was and breaks up the fight. That was the third attack, according to Arel. It is impossible to classify his double slashing attacks as a skill in the traditional sense of the word. Actually, he doesn't require this skill's double-cutting component. When he can attack continuously, he doesn't need to limit himself to 2 strikes. Despite having witnessed it firsthand, the young man disputes this. He yells that a person with a true double strike and the sword class blessing will never lose to Arel in his lifetime. This attack is nothing more than a classless person's imitation, even if he learned it. The swordsman accepted the man's suggestion to see who was stronger. The rescued man's blade flew to the side as they delivered another double blow at the same time. Arel informs the man on the ground that his punch is identical to the one he used previously. It's done a little differently, but it will remain the same. The young man declares that he has won this rematch and walks away from his defeated opponent, who is sprawled on the ground. The young man went back to his house. Fara informs Leon at the table that Bresgia has taken Evan Sand's child. The swordsman is only a year older than Arel, it turns out. The young man inquired about this city from his mother. "This city is for swordsmen," she explained. "The journey takes a week." Their mother worked in this city, his sister yells. Before getting married, Fara joined a guild and practiced swordplay daily, she says with a smile. The boy considered Brescia, the city of the swordsman. He considered going there. Boulders stacked against the wall are passed by the cart as it travels down the road. They are almost at the next stop, the driver tells the guests. They will enter the realm of the swordsman's city of Brescia after passing through the gate in front of them. The shaggy guy is relieved they're coming. He is going in the same direction, which surprises the girl seated next to him. As they conversed, the man discovered that the girl was armed with a sword. Regardless of her gender, she stated that her class was the most crucial factor. She boastfully and proudly declared that her class was the best. Girl robber. He claims to be a gladiator. The thief observes that his class is excellent as well, but the shaggy man appears distressed. "I hate being on the same level as a woman like her," he yells. She simply gives him a disapproving glance. "This is fantastic," the driver remarks, turning to the visitors. "They could demonstrate their strength because their classes are flawless." The man turns to the orcs and requests that they show off their abilities to them. The road was blocked by these monsters. For a moment, neither man nor woman spoke. "It will take a whole group to destroy this group of orcs," the shaggy guy yells. "The goblin is enormous. This species is unknown to humans. The creature is holding a mace in its hands." The single father approached the swordsman and begged him to save them, or at least the kids. He yelled at her to keep away from him. His health is his top priority, he yells. He believes that he will undoubtedly perish if he remains here. Leaping from the cart, the man fled. In an attempt to save her life, the girl in the robber class also made the decision to flee. A man in a hood passed in front of the driver as he was considering getting out. The man yelled at him, telling him to run in the opposite direction. But all of a sudden, he realized that the man beside him was now in the center of this group of adversaries. The cart was stopped by the man. Every visitor watches as the boy fights. The boy's strength is apparent to the driver. According to the child's father, he was unaware of the boy's departure. As he observes the young man's abilities, the driver smiles. Despite his speed, the hooded boy is now encircled by a group of armed adversaries. He turned sharply away from the enemies as they came toward him, skillfully parrying their blows. The boy jumped on the goblin's head and pushed off multiple opponents with a single leap. This surprises both the driver and the guests. The man in the hood appears to be dancing, according to the boy seated in the carriage. The man claims that despite all of the attacks, the dancing boy kept swinging his sword. However, only the Princess of Blades can teach this blade dance. Arel was the man with the hood. A massive orc brandishing a mace was the final adversary remaining. The boy dodged his attacks, not afraid to attack. He shot toward his final foe in a single leap. He leaped on the orc's neck and drove his blade into its head. The guy's victory over the orcs made everyone in the wagon very happy. The driver's eyes are unbelievable. Arel went up to him and motioned for him to go to the next carriage. The driver yelled at him and inquired about the boy's class. Arel claims he has no class while seated in the cart. The man believes he has the strongest and does not understand why he conceals his class. Mom just witnessed her son using double strike 5 years ago. Fara believes it to be a dream. The fact that her Arel-chan lacks class is something she hasn't accepted. The mother broke down in tears and accused herself of being cruel. The young man reassured her that he actually used that double strike and that it wasn't a dream. Although it took him some time, he can now use his own strength to accomplish it again. The boy asks his mother to demonstrate all of her other skills because he wants to do the same with them. Fara gave him a silent look. Fara screams for everyone to hear because she is so happy. Arel-chan, her son, is described by her as a true genius. He simply asks her to demonstrate these abilities for him. They have come from Bresgia, the driver shouts to the young man who is currently sitting in the cart, thinking about something. The boy observes that there are a lot of swordsmen in the city. These are more than just swordsmen, the man realizes. Given that he had correctly identified his skills, the young man then inquired as to what was wrong with the driver. "I'm just a taxi driver," the man said with a laugh. Despite the large number of orcs, he was extremely composed when they appeared. Saying it wasn't his, the man let out a sigh. Being a clerk in the court is not his place. There are too many formalities to keep track of. "Being a taxi driver is more interesting," he says with a smile. He won't stay here because he can meet interesting people, like a boy. Arel observes the man who challenges him to put his best effort forward. The boy envisioned a holy knight, a member of the upper class, or someone who might be employed in the legal profession. A girl approached from behind the boy as he was considering this. She walked slowly over to his back. The boy turned away, almost touching his shoulder. The young lady plummeted to the ground. This boy avoided eye contact with her. She interpreted it as indicating that he was highly skilled. As she rose from the floor, she exclaimed that everything was good and acknowledged that he was new. The girl found out that the man was trying to find a guild. She claims that she is looking to expand their guild's membership. It is not a coincidence, according to Arel. He believes she intentionally nearly bumped into him. She gives him a sheet of paper so he can read the agreement to become a member of her guild. He is asked to accept her by the girl. Arel leaves after rejecting her. She stops him and inquires as to why he was turned down. The girl was too thrilled to search for new recruits, he explains. The boy tells her, observing her, that her guild must be weak and small. The boy asks the girl to learn how to lie after she tries it. She made the decision to give him a unique honor, that is, the privilege of having a one-night stand with her Lily. The man has no interest. Arel assumed there were many different guilds to pick from as he entered the packed square. He sought a powerful and well-liked one. The man is not pleased with the boy's lack of class, which he discovers when reading his letter. Because they don't play games here, he is expelled from one guild after another. I was not even permitted to demonstrate my abilities. He is in a challenging position as he sits in the square. He hardly looked at his application before it was rejected. When Fara found out that her son was leaving for Mom made the decision to write a potentially helpful letter of recommendation. Arel believed his mother was being overly cautious, but she must have anticipated this kind of situation. He had already made up his mind to find out which guild she belonged to. Behind him, Lilia emerged. She saw that the boy was still undecided about who he would join. She follows him and tells him straight out that they don't have enough recruits. Their guild is in danger of going extinct. The girl implores the man to assist them, but he declines. According to Lilia's, the guild was once well known. He suggested that they had an abandoned guild and questioned why they were so lacking in recruits. It is not denied by Lilia. She explains that they are now the weakest guild and that their former star has diminished. Clutching her fist, the girl declares her acceptance of the oath. They will undoubtedly reclaim their former position at the top and proclaim Dragon Fang's invincibility. Arel recalled that his mother had spoken of this guild. A bottle hitting the table was heard. The inebriated man took notice of the new arrival. He was inebriated. The man saw that the right arm of Lilia's father was gone. The newcomer is told to forget about this guild by the man. The girl told the man that her father was a dual sword expert. Before losing his arm, he was a well-known fencer, but he began drinking. She will realize that he won't want to join them after that. Arel says otherwise. He concurs. The girl chooses to complete the application quickly because she is happy. Since they wouldn't hire him anyhow, the man consented. Lilia reads the application while seated on the couches. She thought the joke was unfunny because he lacks class. The man gives him a professional certificate. She yells that either knights or swordsmen are the ones targeted for guild membership. The boy will be useless unless he takes some kind of swordsmanship class, at the very least. Reina, another girl, arrived. All the way to the guild, she could hear Lilia screaming. When she thought she had found someone in the guild for them, the girl yells that he was classless. Reina turned to Arel and recognized him when she heard the word classless. The boy gives her a suspicious look. She was unknown to the young man. She yells that they even engaged in a duel and that they are from the same village. He recognized her expression. The young man says that in confusion, as though he could forget someone as beautiful as her. The boy recalls an altercation with a man who had the same hair color. If he recalls correctly, it was Evan's son, he says. Reina screams that Evan only had a daughter, and that was her, interrupting him. When Arel discovers he was with her, he is shocked. He's sorry he didn't recognize her. The girl claims that during the past 5 years, her hair has grown. The boy told him to forget about it after noticing that it wasn't just the hair. Lilia calls Arel-chan classless and inquires as to whether he is the man she couldn't defeat. The girl is stunned and doesn't think this is actually happening. It was a great time, Reina says, turning to face him. She offered the man a rematch after these 5 years, and they have a training ground in the basement. The young man asked to explain the match's rules after going downstairs. They only have one round, according to Reina. The winner is the one who defeats the opponent. As the referee, Lily shouts for the swordsman to prepare first and then signals for the fight to start. Once more, they employ the double strike technique. The boy observes that the skill hasn't changed in 5 years. His shoulders take a number of blows. Reina said that his defense was broken. She said that she had become much stronger than 5 years ago. The guy noticed that her sword was heavy. Reina, taking out her weapon, said that the sword was 5 times heavier than usual, so it was not that easy to defend against. Continuing the fight. Delivering a strong blow to his chest, Reina joyfully exclaims that she landed a clean blow. His silhouette suddenly disappeared in front of her. The boy attacking from behind says that her defense is also broken. Reina realized the afterimage skill too late. She thinks that it is impossible because it is a top-tier skill. Hitting her in the back with his blade, the girl collapsed to the floor, dropping her sword. Lilia is stunned that Reina is defeated. Lowering her head, the girl does not understand why she lost again. Arel leans down and says that she has indeed become stronger, but he has also become stronger in that time. She looked at him in rage, but her angry face changed to a sad one. Tears began to flow down her cheeks. The tense young man did not understand. She began to cry, despite the fact that he even praised her. With her head down, Reina says that she is definitely not crying and starts to run away from their training ground. The roaring sounds come from above that she has lost again even though she worked so hard for the last 5 years. Lilia welcomes the boy as a new comrade in arms of the Dragon Fang Guild. The young man said that she changed her attitude quite quickly, but she only said that she believed in Arel-san from the very beginning. When the boy came downstairs from the bedroom after stretching and waking up in the morning, Lily greeted him and said, "Good morning." Since they all knew one another, her friend has an announcement to make when Reina confronts them. The young man notices from the girl's appearance that she is still upset about yesterday's fight. According to Lilia, the guild now has 3 members, which is sufficient to compete against other guilds. She declares that next week she will participate in the guild war. Lilia clarified that guild wars are one-on-one contests until only one victor is left, and the guild with no fighters left loses. 10 people is the maximum number of participants. It's going to be 3 against 10 for the Dragon Fang Guild. They must prevail, even though she is aware that she is asking for the impossible. They don't have enough people, as the boys can see. Reina and Lilia made money by finishing quests and winning duels, but they were almost out of the money they needed to keep the guild afloat. Reina wanted to respond, but Lilia persisted in saying that they would now take part. She had no intention of losing her comfortable house. There are 4 categories for the ranks. According to Lilia, there are roughly 500 swordsmen in the city, but only about 20 of them hold a rank. These ranks are separated into 4 groups. After saying that there was very little chance of them fighting the rank, the girl hurried off to find out who their opponents would be. Soon, the matches will begin. Arel yelled at the young woman. The fact that he was just referring to her by name infuriated her. In addition to superhuman strength, the young man inquired about other abilities. According to the girl, there is a hardness that lessens the decline in the strength of divine protection. The man knows. This ability merely makes divine protection stronger. He wants to learn precisely this. Arel asks Reina to strike with the sword in her sheath while holding the girl by the hands and gazing into her eyes. The girl is unwilling to do so. This was an opportunity for them to become closer, but the young man considers asking someone else. After she hits him, Reina is stunned and considers the word, "Get closer." She questions his request. She considers starting with friendly blows, but she is unsure of what kind will make him happy. The man thought there was a major miscommunication. "Give me your sword, Arel." Thinking that he won't be able to lift it, the girl asks what his next course of action is. The boy held the sword in front of her face with one hand. The girl was taken aback because he managed to swing it despite lacking her superhuman strength ability. The man reminds me that he has a double-slashed afterimage in addition to superhuman strength. He was able to replicate it after continuous training. He looks at Reina and asks if she has any thoughts on the idea that a person with class has no chance against a guy who is trying his hardest but has no class. She concurred with his statement. The girl would still be a typical swordsman if the effort was in vain. Reina says she will accompany him to this special training because she understands him. He asks her not to cry in the middle, though, because he knows she will hit. Returning home, Lilia shouts at the boys that she has finally discovered which guild will oppose Dragon Fang. The enemy guild is now on top, she declares as she dashes into the training area. Black Blade is it. According to her memory, there are roughly 8 individuals with a rank. The guild leader will undoubtedly assemble a team to annihilate them because he is as persistent as a snake. Lilia yells that they must put in a lot of training. But she noticed that they started murdering one another as soon as she left. Reina yells that this is a unique lesson while Arel sits all hurt and waits for the man to confirm it. On Guild War Day, a lot of people are gathered close to the arena. Here, several guilds have assembled. A number of people behind Arel are shocked to see the dragon fangs because they believe they were extinct. One of the men wagers on the Black Blade and says they are unlikely to win. An irate Lily is stopped by Reina. The fact that you can wager here at all surprises Arel. For many, this is the reason it exists, according to a friend. According to Lilia, their chances are 20. The girl yells that this shows a lack of faith in their victory, while the boy finds this to be fantastic news. However, this is a fantastic opportunity to make the much-needed money. Lily took all of their money and placed a wager on their victory. The money will last for a long time if they win. A boy with long hair came up to the 3 and praised their appearance. Seeing them here pleased him. Jorg was the boy's name. He had observed Lilia's assiduous efforts to safeguard her father's guild. Additionally, he had learned that Classeless had become a member of the Dragon Fang Guild. Reyna identified the person as the leader of the Black Blade and their adversary, answering the young man's question about who it was. His actions infuriated Lilia, who thought he had come to make fun of them. Jorg claimed he had come to lift their spirits. Seeing former rivals decline so much is disheartening. He has assembled mediocre fighters to oppose them because he wants to assist them. Lily believes that the leader took this action with the knowledge that they would lose as well. The adversary sees this as a fantastic opportunity to profit. He urges them to put their best effort into the battle as he departs. His actions irritate Lilia. She finds it offensive. Arel doesn't believe he can assist them. According to Reyna, Jorg dismantles every guild he encounters. Though he questions Reyna's decision to remain in the guild, the guy recognizes that the girl wants to preserve her father's guild. She claimed that nobody wanted to take her when she arrived in Swordsman City. Everyone was looking for quick fixes. Lilia's father had witnessed her being ejected from places she frequented. He offered her a place in his guild after observing her refusal to compromise. The man believes it is fitting to save him this time because he saved the girl when she was being chased away from everyone. He tells her that he joined at her request and that he owes nothing, but Lilia reminds him that Arel-san was also saved by her guild and discusses his duty. The girl tells the guy that he doesn't need to lie to anyone, but he doesn't know how to control himself at all. He believes it is pointless. The organizers then give a heartfelt thank you to everyone who attended. The main event is about to begin. Dragon Fang vs. Black Blade. The competition's organizers request that all competitors attend the arena. From Gio, the Black Blade's rapier-wielding swordsman. The man is confident in his ability to manage it on his own. The people are stunned when they say that the classless Arel emerges from the dragon's fangs. People call him a moron who doesn't appreciate life when he walks into the arena. The reason the rapier-wielding swordsman must fight in line against the classless is beyond his comprehension. The man asks for a favor and to quickly surrender to him in order to save time after the rapier has been stabbed into his chest a second later. Lilia believes that Shikuchi's ability to move quickly rather than punch signifies the end, but Reyna reminds her to focus on Arel. The fact that his opponent has vanished in front of him does not surprise the boy. Behind him, he notices a silhouette swinging, and claims that after becoming accustomed to the afterimage technique, he retries it and pierces the adversary with a rapier once more, but he vanishes. The guy doesn't care who is real, and there are multiple of them this time. He will eliminate them all at once using Shikuchi. However, there are two afterimages behind him. Suddenly he spins around in panic. It was too late for the man to realize the situation. He claimed that the one in front of him was real and the other three were merely pictures when Arel caught up with him. The rapier-wielding young man did not think the enemy employed 3 afterimages. According to the boy, his mother uses 5 or more. The fact that Classeless defeated rank astounds everyone. Arel calmly turns to the judges and inquires about the opponent that will be up next. Despite his abilities, he defeats them. Because he consistently demands new opponents, people question whether the man lacks class. He ended up being the last person standing after defeating 9 others on his own. Assuming they were childhood friends, Lilia was incensed that Reyna had not previously mentioned their boyfriend's strength. Since she hadn't seen him in 5 years, her friend was surprised by this. Lilia claims avaricious that the guild will be well served if she can retain Arel. She wants to take advantage of this opportunity. For the first time, Reyna encounters a senior Western samurai. Lilia has never heard of such a thing before. He believes it to be their covert weapon. Masamune, master swordsman, the blade of his sword is curved and thin. This seems strange to Arel, who determines that it's a slashing type. The boy is tense. He feels tremendous pressure from his opponent, even though he hasn't drawn his sword yet. It will not go well for him if the boy begins to move carelessly. Masamune thinks the adversary won't move forward at all. The boy intends to use the skill of certain death because he is certain that a straightforward technique will not defeat him. The samurai concluded that Arel was on the verge of defeat even after Masamune disclosed the strategy. The man retorted that it was useless to stand motionless, and that someone had to eventually step forward to assist us. The samurai believed it was impossible for Arel to demonstrate his skill. Observing the samurai, who stayed composed, the man made the snap decision to draw his sword. It became clear that the winner of this battle would be the one who moved the fastest. Masamune believes he has caught the man as he delivers his punch, but he abruptly vanishes. Since the one behind him was unquestionably not an afterimage, Arel was outpacing his blade. The boy claims that although the opponent is the fastest person in the city, he was trained by a faster person. Arel will demonstrate to Masamune how to ensure his mother's death. The boy also employs the ability Piercing Storm right in the back. The Princess of Blades will undoubtedly die from the innumerable blades. The adversary has been vanquished. Arel is proclaimed the winner of the war after the shocked referee is asked to render a decision. Dragonfang defeats the Black Blade. With words of appreciation, Lily wanted to leap into the boy's arms but instead fell to the ground. The boy claims that his older sister is the reason behind his habit of avoiding, which upsets her. Reina extended her arms to embrace Arel, but she later changed her mind, apologized, and cleared her throat. Naturally, the winner didn't mind. Guild of Dragon Fang. When Lilia wins, she drinks joyfully. The girl offers Arel some juice, and Arel is shocked to learn that she is older than Reina. Lily asks the man to marry her while setting the mug on the table. She presses herself against him and tells him not to worry, but he refuses because he doesn't want to. Persistent, Lily offers the man several wishes to fulfill. However, Arel responds that he would rather have a girl like Reina, and she gasped in shock at this statement. To learn how to come up with something more intriguing to refuse, the girl yells at the guy. He is not lying, the young man claims. Reina is saying that she isn't as cute as Lily, acts like a man, and swings a sword all day. She lacks any adorable accessories. Lilia claims that Reina is no match for her because she is rather impolite when it comes to romance. The girl invites Arel-san to unwind in his room in an attempt to woo him with her charm. However, he would prefer that Reina do it. Right now, the man wants to work on his hardness skills. The fact that he only has space in his mind for Reina infuriates Lily. The father asks everyone to stop talking as he leaves the room because his daughter is acting carefree as usual, and he has a headache. According to Lilia, the Black Blade was vanquished. Although there were ranks, Dad believes that the weak fought for them. Arel-san did it alone, despite her claim that they did. They have money because of this. They can restore the guild to its former splendor with Arel. A person with such power would immediately switch to another guild, according to her father, who believes she is naive. The daughter says that since the man will marry her, she shouldn't worry about it. He started a conversation, claiming that he had not made such a promise. The young man claims that although Lilia is too naive, she is still far superior to the man who gave up and did nothing. The words infuriate the father. If the boy gives up so easily, he has no idea what kind of adult he is. He still has the ability to swing a sword, but only with one hand. The girl's father grabs the boy by the collar and yells that the dual blade master lost nearly half of his abilities the instant he lost his dual blades. Arel replies apathetically that he doesn't truly comprehend anything. He is completely untalented. Dad is annoyed by this. He dismisses it and orders everyone to clean the room quickly. Lilia expressed gratitude to the boy for influencing her dad. He would have laughed and disregarded it if Reina or she had said something along those lines. After Arel-san, perhaps my father will recover. Arel didn't dispute Reina's observation that the young man truly loved imparting skills to others, as he was always willing to assist. It fits right in with Lilia. Beneath Bresgia is an enormous subterranean maze. A dungeon full of magical creatures, complete with traps and other items. They would definitely go, Reina said. It was her desire to compete in the Divine Sword Cup. The man didn't know what it was, so he considered it. The man ripped the registration form to pieces when Lily offered to fill it out. Reina believed Arel was unwilling to take part. She was shown that it was a marriage registration sheet by the young man. He was keeping his guard up, and the girl saw it. The girl miraculously discovers that the boys will be entering the labyrinth tomorrow after Jorg asks her about the three of them. Another glass of alcohol is poured by the father. The young man's remarks greatly annoy him because he thinks that everything is decided by his own strength. Walking through the crowded square the following day, Lilia pointed to the labyrinth's gate and said, "They came." Arel-san had anticipated a cave-like setting. "I think the god who created it is wise," Lily said. Many people were present, and Reina announced that the Divine Sword Cup would soon begin. There were long lines to get in even inside. If this was a special training, the young man inquired. Lilia soothes him by explaining that he can travel anywhere and even return to the surface through a magical transition. The man found a convenient solution, but Lily pointed out that one can only go down one level if one hasn't been there. Lily occupied the 12th floor, while Reina occupied the 14th. The magic only allowed Arel to go to the floor he was already on, even though he wanted to begin on the 14th. This annoyed the guy. Before the Divine Sword Cup started, Lilia advised them to give it their all and promised to show them the quickest way. When they finally descended, they were constantly talking loudly. The young men did not receive a warm reception when they opened the doors and saw strong fighters wearing bulky armor. Although the living armor moves quickly for its size, the young man is unmatched by it and cannot be compared to the A rank. Arel was shocked when the enemy attacked despite the damage he had caused after chopping off his head. It was magical armor, fueled by the labyrinth's power. They are not weak or in pain. Although the girls have already defeated their rivals, his adversary is still obstinately attempting to approach the man with his sword. After some time, the living armor will resurrect and launch another attack, Reina explains. She believes that training here is beneficial. For a level 1, Lilia referred to them as pretty tough opponents, but the man claimed she did nothing. She claimed to have given the new hires an opportunity to establish their worth. Certainly not because they moved too quickly. In fact, the girl offered to teach him new skills if he wanted them, and Lily had a swordsman class. In an attempt to recall the higher class, the man discovered that it was the Princess of Blades. Arel saw Lily as useless and called the young man insensitive right away, claiming that she was well versed in using a blade. A cry for assistance was heard at the next level. A wounded man then climbed out, yelling for assistance before collapsing to the ground. Reina rushed toward him. When he went into a new room, he discovered that he had stepped into a trap. He declined the girl's offer to let him out. She is stopped by Lilia, who says that they won't go to assist unless they receive a good reward. She no longer has the right to accuse him of being insensitive, according to Arel. Lilia is furious and advises Reina to move on and leave the boy. However, the injured man mentions a reward for his assistance. Lilia agrees avariciously when he displays a bag of cash because she sees the substantial reward in the shape of a heavy bag. Lilia is pleased that they have made some money and advises them to treat it like a job and give it their all as the fighter shows them to his fellow fighters. Arel speculates that most swordsmen might not be able to fight without protection after observing the boy's bloody footprints. This type of blood loss can be fatal. Arel needed holy water to stay upright, let alone walk, after losing so much blood. The man concluded that these wounds were extremely odd and believed they were being tricked. It would be far more engaging in this situation than simply battling living armor. They followed the injured man to a hidden chamber. However, neither allies nor adversaries were present in the room. Something on the ground caught Lilia's attention. Her friend saw unclaimed money, and Reina saw blood. Lilia went to retrieve the coin close to the blood pool, and beneath them, the portal of displacement was activated, while Reina believes she doesn't understand something in this life. Nobody was able to move their legs. But while the girls were in a panic, Arel remained composed. The man at the wall said he was sorry, but he didn't need to be offended because it was just his job. He looked at the ground and saw that the surface was vanishing. They're actually laughing at him, he yells angrily. After all, magic is the reason the entire room is moving. They all landed in a large open area. No way out could be seen. Reina claimed to have never seen a room like that. This room was deeper than the 14th floor, the girl decided. The loss of the money upset Lilia. At that moment, Reina and Arel noticed a pillar of light, and Lilia, who was annoyed, wanted to know more about the task that was given to the guy. They were to be brought to this room by the injured man. They will be unable to escape alive from this location due to a summoning circle. You can guess where it leads, of course. It's probably the very bottom floor, he says. The Lord of Swords, the highest class with rainbow armor, then emerged. Arel pushed Lilia down when she became frightened of dying and wanted to meet her betrothed. Like a blade, the air vapor swept past them. A column of dust enveloped the girls. Something enormous had flown into them, and they were unable to comprehend what had happened. Reyna and Lilia noticed a massive sword mark above the boy seated to the side. The divine floating strike is a sword master skill. It's a tactic that launches an assault directly at an individual. The sword lord only attacked the man, slicing past the girls as Arel yelled that he was on his way. The young man tossed it aside and declared that this was the pinnacle of divine maneuver. Anywhere in the room could be reached with it. The boy declared that it was his turn while he stood in front of his opponent. He employed the skill of divine maneuver. Arel's ability to battle the Lord on an equal footing is beyond Reyna's comprehension. The creature started using divine command, another skill. It transforms into its own power by weakening the divine defense of all those around it. The gods appear to be punishing them. Furthermore, they have no opportunity to oppose it. Arel remembers his mother saying that although he is not yet able to resist the divine command skill, he will soon be able to do so. In a similar scenario, she showed him how to use the divine break skill. Following the jump, Arel felt the blade pierce the enemy's formidable armor before using a special ability known as infinite rupture. The Lord of Swords fell like shattered glass as the boy sliced him into tiny pieces with a single blow. Reyna came up and inquired about the origin of the Lord of Swords' knowledge. Since Lily had spent her entire life in this city and had never laid eyes on the Lord of Swords, she was also curious about it. The young man acknowledged that the Lord of Swords was, in fact, his mother. The girl acknowledged that she would not have even challenged Arel to a duel if she had known he was the son of the Lord of Swords. However, the guide believed that keeping the secret was appropriate. The young man believed they could leave when Reyna saw the summoning circle, but Lily was scared to venture so boldly into the unfamiliar circle. The person who set them up assumed they would leave him here when Lily called him. Lily claimed that although they never disciplined him, Arel-san only benefited from it, and that they are generally very nice people. Lily's dad enjoys a cup of hot tea while seated at the bar. There's a discussion about easy money behind him. In a bar, 3 men are seated at a table and talk about how they tricked a small crew into falling into a trap. The man knew right away that the guys had broken the law. To settle the dispute, the father came to the table. When the boys realized that this man was the former head of the Dragon Fawn Guild, they stopped one of the boys from objecting. They became afraid as they looked at the young man who had spoken about the guild leader, realizing that he was one of the people who was meant to fall into the trap. The father struck the table with his enraged hand, but the furniture broke under the force and fell apart. Asking what they did to his daughter Lily, the man grabbed the man who wanted to show him by the collar. They had to entice them into a teleport trap, the man acknowledged. When Jorg arrived at the tavern, he recognized Rod right away. The Black Blade Guild leader claimed that after hearing the rumble coming from the store, he made the decision to inquire about the situation. Knowing that Jorg was always setting traps for unpleasant people, the man took him by the collar and told him not to play dumb. The boys can now unwind because they have earned some cash, Lilia says as she enters the tavern. She is followed by Reyna and Arel, who talk about the great food that is served here. Lilia noticed that Jorg and her father were obviously fighting. The fact that they were still alive and unharmed astounded the Black Blade Guild leader. They overcame the adversaries and made a safe return, but he inquired about the trap they had fallen into. Jorg doesn't trust what she says. He realized that Arel, who was consuming a hot and delectable burger behind the counter, was the one fighting, not the girls. Since the location they visited was known as the Underground Labyrinth, Lilia turned back to Jorg and explained that the man who had tricked them had acknowledged carrying out his orders, which is why he was posing as an innocent child. Rod made a vow that he would never forgive Jorg for his intention to take lives, which he correctly recognized. The long-haired man called Rod a drunkard and challenged him, asking what he wanted to do next. Jorg doesn't care that the man yelled that he wouldn't drink anymore. Rod appears to him to be an elderly man who has lost half of his abilities. As the leader passes Arel, he declares that he will participate in the impending conflicts as well and will undoubtedly be the one to bring the young man down from the sky. For a long time, a smile filled the boy's face. He was excited for their next encounter at the cup. Lily eventually takes a seat and holds a piece of paper. Reyna sits on the other side, believing that the debts are being paid off, but it's actually a list of pre-selection groups. Lily and Arel belong to the same group. The fact that there is a selection at the cup surprises the boy. According to Reyna, there are a lot of applicants. The selection group winner will advance. This is the finish line for Lily, and her friend is in a different group. Reina is certain that she will pass this year's selection process. The young man claimed that this would please his father. The girl shouted shyly that she calls him father, not daddy, even though she had happily agreed with him. Lily says she is not giving up even though her chances are slim as she gets up from the couch. The girl recommends making another descent into the labyrinth. When Rod learned that they would be returning there, he advised them to exercise caution and pay closer attention to what he said. Nobody is aware of Jorg's future plans. According to her father, Lilia was constantly concerned about him. He feels that acting like a worried father is not morally acceptable. He says it's time to return to being a swordsman and stop playing around. The one-armed man's attitude pleased Arel. The Holy Sword Cup preliminary round starts. Arel will now take on the opponent Lily lost to. A magic swordsman, according to the opponent, is a regular class. In any event, the strongest would prevail, Arel retorted, and his opponent agreed, saying it would be fantastic. Arel will dance until his strength runs out after the girl attacked him and called him too naive. Though it was only a candle and not a flame in comparison to his father's magic, Arel realized that he was unable to read her movements due to such a powerful attack. Then used Shikuchi to send his opponent to the ground, where she lost consciousness, after striking her in the neck with the handle. The young man was proclaimed the winner of the fourth group as soon as she collapsed. In the meantime, his only thought is to acquire magical abilities. Hovering over her father, Lily instructs them to accompany her to the competition's last round. "My daughter should go alone," Rod responds. When the girl implied that her father was scared of Jorg, he angrily yelled that this would never occur. Rod is not happy. When he held the sword yesterday, he realized that he had lost so much of his skills that he would have a hard time winning the Holy Sword Cup. The audience is excitedly anticipating the tournament's conclusion. Evidently concerned about the fight, Reina is seated in the hallway. Arel approached her and inquired about her emotional state. He frightened her, but the girl's nervous appearance worries the guy. "Thank you for waiting," the hosts say. The first duel's opponents will now be revealed. Sword Emperor Jorg, the former champion, will be the first. The fact that the leader will go first surprises Lily, who hopes Reina won't be there and believes his opponent is unlucky. The classless Arel will be the adversary of the Emperor of the Sword Jorg. The words he heard startled the boy. The leader of the guild emerged as a monster. All that was left of his previous human form was hair. The sight of Arel's opponent startled both father and daughter. The sword radiated dark power, so Rod turned to look at Jorg's hands. The boy is yelled at by the man to keep the enemy away. Of all the weapons, Jorg's is the worst. The sword has a formidable demonic creature lodged within it. Dulgeld is the monster's name, and after all this time, it's time to have fun. Long ago, a malevolent deity called forth this demonic creature. The floor started to split around the magic circle created by slashing the ground with the sword. People began to flee in fear. Dulgeld is having a good time. The best thing in the world, in his opinion, is to make people flee in fear. The boy positioned himself. Even after seeing his magic, the monster was shocked that someone would brandish a sword at him. Arel is certain that he can defeat the creature in combat, so he points his sword at it without fear. The man reminded the monster that the last Lord of Blades had defeated him, so the monster could naturally lose. "This guy would have a chance if he was a Blade Lord," Jorg the monster retorted. However, the memories of Jorg's body indicate that there isn't a Blade Lord in this world. Lilia wanted to share with him something she had previously forgotten to mention. The problem is that Arel's mother is a member of the upper class, and he defeated the Lord of Blades. The man points out that he was mistaken twice while glancing at his opponent. The first error is the existence of a Lord of Blades. Dulgeld's second error is that he will still defeat the monster even if Arel is not him. Because the boy had used Divine Leap, the creature was stunned. This man had just applied Blade Lord's skill. The young man applied the ability Infinite Severance as he got closer to the adversary. Explosions akin to fireworks fill the arena. The boy uses the Sword Lord's skills to attack from all sides without stopping, leaving Dulgeld helpless to defend herself. The boy abruptly rejects these fallacious arguments, making it impossible for the monster to believe that he is the Sword Lord. Arel claims that he is just a seasoned, classless man after he vanquishes the monster with a single blow. Dulgeld, who is helpless, wants to leave because he cannot accept losing. But he needs to get away from Arel and get stronger. He has to subjugate someone else to accomplish this. Arel hears a rumble behind him, so Lilia chats with Reyna, relieved that the boys are safe. The boy yelled that a sword was coming and, snatching Reyna, leaped to the side as he saw the blade streaking toward them like lightning. The father and daughter were in the path of the demonic weapon. Rod shielded Lily from the sword by covering her. The arena's structure was destroyed by a strong explosion. The blade flew to where Lilia was with her father. Lily is told to get up by Rod, who is brandishing the demonic blade. Everyone knows that the old man has been subdued by the monster since the father is powerless to stop it. It is too late for the young man to realize that he should concentrate on the sword rather than York. There was a man in front of him who was very determined and threatened Lily with violence. Arel assures Reyna that the monster won't harm her, despite her fears that something will happen to Lily. When he hears this, Dulgelda yells that he will not spare her and offers to show his apologies after he is finished. Arel is yelled at by Lily to avoid provoking the monster. The demonic creature has halted and is immobile. Rod screams that he will not permit this to occur, as he fights the creature and takes his hand away from his daughter. He questioned Dulgelda about how he even had the devil's right to use the body for his schemes and whether he knew it was his. Reyna observes that the elderly man has begun to move strangely as Lily rushes to the boys. She's wondering what's happening. The boy recognized that his father Lily's skin tone had changed and that he must be having internal struggles. He believes that for the body to regain its former splendor, strength is required. Rod might have agreed with the monster if it had occurred sooner. But the man realized he still had an arm thanks to this guy. This implies that even if Rod lacks skills, he can still wield a sword and can overcome it with more effort. A man can still fight the way he wants to even if he is armless. If Rod puts in the necessary effort, he can regain his previous level of strength. Therefore, he doesn't require a pointless item such as a sword that has a demonic essence infused into it. After defeating the monster, Lily's father hurled the blade in Arel's direction. The boy finds it to be a comfortable position. To permanently expel the creature from this world, he uses his blade to cut the demonic weapon into tiny fragments. The cursed blade splintered in all directions, leaving behind nothing but dust after many slashes. Calmly, the young man let out a breath. Everyone was alive, and the threat had passed. This time, Arel-san hoped Dulgelda would not come back. The guy yells at the other guy to move and attack in his own way, not just by using his skills. He assaults the main character and yells that if he doesn't, he will lose right away. He moans in agony, and the first one kills him by asking where his defensive stance is and stating that it will be more difficult for him to use his skills if he does not confront him directly. He yells that he must be able to parry any blow instantly in addition to having quick reflexes. He yells that he is too naive and that he has enough hardness skills, as there are blows that could literally send him crashing into the wall. This is the true strength of the Dragon Fang leader, and he has significantly underestimated them, as he already defeated Lily's lie and think. The girl concurs, adding that it appears that everyone is eager to learn. Someone says she's not sure she likes what the leader is demanding. He should be pleased because he claims that more new players will join after the tournament. There used to be even more, the girl informs him. It's all because of Arel, who showed her father that he was still valuable, she says dreamily. The boy asks where the teacher is now as he gets to his feet. She asks if the teacher is referring to Arel after wondering who he is. She angrily questions him about his age and the reason he refers to him as a teacher. I owe him my life, he says admiringly. He joyfully informs everyone that everyone wants to see the teacher as soon as possible because so many people wanted to join them after seeing him at the tournament. The girl becomes anxious. She then sobs as she asks why he abandoned her despite his vow of marriage. That guy gives her a startled look. As the hero rides along with the driver, he notices that the temperature is dropping. The driver inquires if his beloved client is truly okay. He turns around and declares that this is the first time the Holy Sword Cup winner has ever left the city in such a fashion. However, there is nothing else to do here, Arel responds. He acknowledges that everyone comes here for this tournament, and he says that it is true. He questions whether he has any business in the quiet village where he was born and what to do there. Arel responds that this is untrue and that he has a single objective in this village. What could it be? Asks the driver. Perhaps now, he responds thoughtfully, he can defeat his mother. After giving it some thought, he tells the man that he says things that are interesting because all mothers are strong. I'm not kidding, the man responds. Fara selects a flower in a village encircled by mountains and a variety of vegetation, remarks that it smells nice, and remembers to place it in a big vase. She assures him affectionately that she will have a present for him when Arel gets back. Arel watches from behind her. He claims that even if he had vanished, he believes she would still have known he was there. Happily, the mother claims that she only became aware of it a short while ago. Based solely on his appearance, Fara claims that her son has grown stronger. Arel asks her if she understands his current thoughts. Of course she knows, his mother responds, because she is still his mother. With consideration, she offers to use these lovely flowers to adorn their home. She accepts Arel's suggestion to visit the training field in the mountains. The sounds here frighten the various traders who go about their business in the village. Someone is calling for them to look at the western forest because there is thunder and lightning, and they are yelling in terror at what is happening. Another exhorts them to notify the police right away, while another speculates that it might be a natural disaster. In another scene, a driver asks his client, a beloved tourist, if she is scared because it looks like there is a war going on. Reina assures him that the flashing lights are merely a harmless form of amusement. She promises to get off and leave herself if he is concerned. After Reina knocks and enters the house, the door opens. She is asked to assist a young girl. The appearance of a small child surprises her. She inquires as to whether Arel is a resident. To Reina's surprise and ire, the young girl scowls, glances at her uniform, and then slams the door after declaring that she does not understand cow language. Arel and his mother come up behind her, and she remains standing thoughtfully in front of the door. After concluding that this is indeed Arel's friend, the mother is pleased. The door then opens, and a young girl rushes to greet her mother and brother as they return. Reina is unable to identify this child. Arel introduces Mila, who is in his arms. How is his conflict with his mother going? Mila asks. Mother joyfully reports that Arel is very tough and that she actually lost. Instead of winning the way he wanted to, Arel believes it was an endurance competition. He appears to have gained a lot of knowledge in the City of Swords, according to his mother. She requests that I fill her in on everything that transpired there. Arel lets Mila go after the mother calls her to her and asks her to give her mother a hug as well. She does not want to hear about weapons, so the mother adds that he should tell her everything, but not about the swords. Arel has nothing else to discuss, so he doesn't understand. Mother makes a reference to Reina when she says she wants to know how their romance started. Mila dislikes love stories, but she does. According to Arel, they reside in the same city and her name is Reina. She screams that she is just a regular guild member in a panic. According to the guy, she neglected to ask a question. Why did you come here? He asks Reina. She claims that the reason she is here is because he abruptly left the guild. I left a letter, he says nonchalantly. People typically say goodbye in person, Reina yells. Unfortunately, Reina informs him that a lot of people abruptly quit the guild for a variety of reasons, including a lack of drive. According to Reina, she believed that something had happened to him. He might have been ill or depressed. Arel claims that he is okay and that he left because he was impressed by the swordsman's abilities. The mother claims that her concern is the only reason she traveled this far. She claims that she most likely loves him. Mila tells her mother that she shouldn't believe Reina. Reina disputes it, claiming that she was also born here. Reina continues by saying he needs to ask Arel's mother, Fara, for a favor. She asks her after giving her a startled look. Mother talks eagerly beforehand. Is she truly interested in learning about all of Arel's preferences? She will be pleased to hear it. She wants to tell him about his favorite soup first. Reina now comprehends Arel's reluctance to speak. The fact that there has been no advancement depresses her. Reina says she wants to learn how to wield a sword. She aspires to be as graceful with her sword as Arel. When she considered the best way to accomplish this, she discovered that there was only one. She asks Fara to become her disciple while bowing to her. His mother, younger sister, and Arel all give her a startled look. Arel concurs when Mila regrettably states that she will now turn her down, stating that his mother dislikes instructing others. Fara keeps her gaze on Reyna, who is awaiting a response. Evans enters and yells at Fara just as she is about to speak. Why the rush? Fara asks. He yells that they witnessed a natural disaster in the western mountains. Do you know anything about it? He asks. The sky is illuminated by fire and thunder rumbles. Fara gives a clumsy smile. Arel believes that's where he and his mother got into a fight. That's why he was going to ask her, Evans says. Then he glances around and sees his daughter Reyna. Fara claims to be Evans' daughter and to resemble her mother exactly. She is asked why she is at Fara's house by Evans. They are unsure of how to respond. The important thing, according to Fara, is that she is now training to become a wife. Evans feels ashamed and covers his mouth with his hand while implying that he understands and that Reyna has matured. This is untrue, and Reyna screams in panic. Reyna keeps saying that she wants to learn more about the swords even after Fara reassures her not to be so anxious. Swords will suffice, Mila tells her mother here as well. Everyone's eyes are on her. Didn't you want this too? Mila asks, glancing at her brother. But Arel isn't with them anymore. They take Reyna with them as they wonder where he went, and someone suggests looking in the forest to the west. Arel knocks on a door at this point and is invited inside. Telling his father that he has come home, he opens the door. His dad gives him kudos for this. Arel begins by stating that Reyna is more than just cute after he claims to have heard Mila's voice outside and to have brought a lovely girl. If this is true, the father wonders, he has to see her right away. In addition, the boy says he wants to discuss something with him. What exactly, he asks? According to the boy, he defeated his mother in a duel today. In addition to congratulating him, his father says he knew he could succeed. Arel claims that he felt as though everything he had worked for had vanished the moment he won. He says, clenching his fists, "Of course, I'm going to keep training, but I don't think I can keep training as hard as I used to because I don't have a goal anymore." He claims that he is not content with taking things half-heartedly, and that he still does not want to rest. His father gives him his full attention. According to Arel, this is the reason he wishes to change his course at this time. Asking if his father can teach him magic, he turns to him. His father gives him a suspicious look. A loud, bewildered scream follows a second later. Mila then tells her father that he will dislocate his jaw in this manner after screaming that she has located her brother. Reyna is told by Arel's mother that she needs to wear something if she is going to instruct her. She gives her some clothing. Reyna believes that specific gear is needed for training with the Princess of Blades. According to her mother, this is the right response, and Reyna concurs. Reyna doesn't understand and gradually becomes irate as she puts on these clothes. "It's an apron!" she yells indignantly. "Now they are the same," Mother says with joy. Mila believes that she and her mother are the only ones who can dress alike. They appear to be cooking, according to Reyna. Indeed, she says, that is precisely what they intend to do. She promises to teach her how to prepare Arel's favorite foods. Reyna's eyes enlarge with shock. She begins by clumsily stating that she wanted her to teach her how to fight with a blade. According to Fara, the forge also has a slightly different blade. Despite her desire to protest, Reyna argues that she was aware Arel had also learned from her. She might benefit from those skills because some swordsmen use knives as weapons. She recalls what Arel said. Abruptly, she yells that she's ready and that she won't give in to him. Mila exclaims, "What a dumb fool she is!" Fara hands the vegetable over and instructs them to chop the cabbage first. She picks up the knife and cabbage with assurance, then slows down to examine the vegetable. Disappointed, Mila remarks that she has never cut vegetables before. Reyna's silence is awkward. Then, in a panic, she yells that it's not a problem, but it's obviously not. Mila gives her a look. "Is it true that she just needs to cut it into pieces?" Reyna asks. She yells that she must literally cut them with all of her strength, as she abruptly lifts the knife. "This is not the proper position for cooking," Mila yells. Reyna makes a loud noise as she presses the knife down on the cabbage. In the library, Arel and his father turn around in shock, wondering what the loud noise was. When they enter the kitchen, the father inquires about their safety. They were merely chopping vegetables, the mother says sweetly as she turns to face them. As his father asks if they actually used bombs to accomplish that, he stands in the background, feeling guilty. Reina is asked if she is aware that she broke Mila's mug in a reproachful manner. Reina apologizes profusely to her. As she watches, the mother recalls how amazing it is to gain new knowledge. Later, while out for a walk with Reina's father, he expresses his sincere gratitude to her for teaching his lovely daughter how to fight. Even without mentioning her sword skills, Evan admits that he has high expectations for her, despite the fact that he knows it's a little arrogant. Fara asks him to provide an example as she turns to face him. He starts off by stating that he promised to do everything in his power to raise Reina well after losing his wife. Reina is strong and honest, according to Fara. Evan claims that he always boasts to her, and that he agrees. However, he is unable to teach her every household task because he is constantly away at work. In addition, he had heard that a single-father family in this city was caring for her, so they must have had a similar lifestyle. She must be a complete failure at being a housewife, according to Evan. If she could learn a lot, that would be fantastic. He worries too much about her, Fara tells him. According to her, they reside in guilds together. It must have taught her something. Now that she says it, it seems like he was worried for nothing, Evan says, expressing surprise. Returning to housework, Fara informs Reina that she believes she must teach her the basics. She objects, stating that she would be content to simply be a swordsman. No, Fara says firmly, that is not acceptable. According to Fara, she must first prepare her body and mind to be in optimal condition if she wishes to master the most potent swordsman techniques. She must be capable of performing the most basic tasks in her day-to-day activities. Sadly, the girl concurs. According to Fara, this is the reason she will be residing and learning here going forward. In the background, her father has gone crazy and tells his wife that she appears to be enjoying herself. Mila is appalled by the news, and Arel merely questions whether he will be living with Reina once more. The kitchen has been restored. The father and Arel himself exhale after a while. According to the father, he wanted to update it anyhow, so he and his son took advantage of the chance. Arel asks his father why he fixed it by hand if he could have fixed it with magic. According to his father, his wife once claimed to enjoy the scent of sawdust. Arel asks what the point is and responds that he remembers. His father is taken aback by his response. "Did you really want to see any magic other than what was described in books?" he asks his son. Arel acknowledges. Although his father had previously told him this, he believed that Arel would benefit more from giving up magic. Typically, people lack magical abilities. Following their talk, Father claims to have read a number of books and discovered no evidence of magic of any kind being practiced by the classless. If that doesn't mean it's impossible, Arel asks his father. Yes, his father replies. Arel informs him that he was a classless man who won the Holy Sword Cup. His father continues by saying that this alone demonstrates that his potential should not be undervalued. However, since they were discussing swords, and swords and magic are two different things, this was made possible, he claims. Telling his son that it is one of the swords he used for practice, he pulls out a weapon that has half of its blade missing. He can hold it even if he is not a skilled swordsman. Therefore, he becomes a swordsman with sufficient practice. But when it comes to magic, he seems to lack the hands necessary to wield a sword, so practice is pointless. In his mind, Arel concurs and believes it must be challenging. Arel explains to his father that he claimed that people lacked magical abilities. How could he have said that? His father looks up, bewildered, and expectantly at him. Arel claims that he used to be able to use magic after being blessed. He claims that he doesn't seem to agree with it after seeing his son. According to Arel, it would be a stretch to claim that he lacks magic based on that. Because he lacks the necessary skills, he was unable to test his magic power. The father gives him a contemplative look. The son claims that he looked through the manuscripts as well and could not find any evidence to the contrary. He assertively states that there is still a possibility that he possesses magical abilities. The terrified father claims that he doesn't see anything similar, but if he does, he ought to be able to use magic at this point. They have very little magical power, and they can't even use it without a blessing. According to his father, this does not rule out the possibility. The fact that he reached such a conclusion still surprises him. He responds that he believes in it because of an experience that happened to him. When his father gives him a startled look, Arel responds that he wants his father to help him figure it out because he has magical abilities and he doesn't know anything about it. He claims that Reina beat him daily in the guild. His father was appalled and inquired as to why, but he recalled. She was a girl with a sunder character, he said, even though he had heard about it. He retorted that it was all for the purpose of teaching him how to be firm. In addition, she was the most sunder of all. He recalls the times at practice when a girl would yell at Arel, "Enough is enough!" while wearing a bow. What on earth was he doing? This would cause their holy water bill to soar. Then he inquired as to whether he had brought the majority of the budget. Then she retorted that they needed to reduce the guild's spending anyhow. After that, she gave him the bag and advised him to use the medications in the storeroom to get better. Then, quite suddenly, Reina became enraged. "After all, what use do they serve?" "Who knows?" she responds. "I think they're delicious." The fact that she was being so casual about it infuriated Reina. In a sense, they will train his hardness skill, Arel says as he opens the bottle. Reina then queries whether he is truly interested in trying them. Since it's not poison, he can drink with confidence after the girls inquire about his well-being. "I feel a little better," he responds. The girl then yells that they can save money together. He later discovered that it was some sort of potion used to restore magical abilities. This story surprises father a lot. It's odd that Arel felt better without power, so he asks. At that point, Arel started to question whether or not people possessed magical abilities. He continued to drink them to see if it was a fluke. Therefore, he felt as though something was being restored inside of him every time. When his father drinks the same potion, he feels the same way, so he shouts that they have a good chance. When the father asks if he can sense it without using potions, the son responds in the affirmative. He responds in the affirmative when the father asks if he can move it inside his body. The father then instructs him to try to extract this force, visualizing it emerging from his hand at a specific location. Arel says he'll try after giving his palm a contemplative glance. Smoke eventually emerges from his hand. "This is definitely magical power," the father exclaims with joy. He asks if he can use magic now and yells that he is already, without a doubt, the best son. Arel informs his dad that he has already done so. He faints, the chair tilts back, and his eyes close. The father cries for his son while standing in horror. "Looks like he's used up all his magic power," he says clumsily as he picks up his son. He will then bring him the potion. He feels like he's woken up from a cold, so Arel asks if he's used it. The father questions his son about what he should know and why they are unable to define magic. According to Arel, it's because they don't have much of it. The father claims that the potion is exactly what he said when he hands it over. As he takes the potion, the father assures his son that he can become the city's best swordsman. However, given his level of magic, it is reasonable to wonder if he has the capacity to become a wizard. According to father, he simply released his magic power and needs to increase its volume 100 times in order to use it. What happened now, he claims, is not magic. "How can I make it louder?" Arel asks his father. Since it is the same as with the sword, he exclaims that he is fortunate. Clutching his fist, he claims that by hardening his body, he will be able to use magic more frequently and acquire more power. With a sigh, Arel says he must resume his daily training regimen. "I can do it again," his father says encouragingly. After declaring that they are finished for the day and that it is time for a drink, the father departs. Arel thinks, "It's really nice to be able to devote myself entirely to something interesting." As he looks up, Arel says he wants to purchase all of his grandmother's mana potions and hands her some cash. Since his father is a busy man, she inquires as to whether it is truly for the restoration of magic power. Arel claims that it is for him and that it is not. After being appalled, Grandma puts her hand on his and assures him that she will always be by his side. She says she'll give him some for free because they've known each other for a long time and she knows he's a good man. Arel claims to have enough money and simply requests that she give him the entire stash. Grandma yells that her parents will be angry if she simply spends the money that was stolen. Arel responds that the money was his own. Granny sobs and says that he must have had a difficult time because he still finds it hard to comprehend that the gods chose to make him a classless person. Arel asserts calmly that anyone can make money, regardless of class. Arel is informed about it when he returns home later. After a lengthy absence, his father asks him in surprise if he visited the closest store. It will take a long time to explain, he says wearily. Later, he is training outside with his father. When Arel extends his hands, a magic ball materializes. After the blessing ceremony, father gives everyone a round of applause and exclaims to Arel, "This is incredible. There is as much magical power here as a beginner magician usually has." According to Arel, that means he will have to start over in 6 months. "It's time to take the potion," he says, taking the bottle. Arel queries his father about the necessity of using magic. "He doesn't have to," his father regretfully responds. That didn't sound very convincing, according to Arel. "There's another annoying problem," his father responds. He gives you a piece of paper and requests that you examine it first. He asks, "Is this a drawing?" as he opens it. "They are referred to as magical writings, according to my father." Father claims that in order to employ magic, he must have the formula, which is a fundamental element of magic, written in these letters. "What is the formula?" Arel asks. The father responds that they discovered a teleportation circle of some sort deep within the underground maze. It was taken from a source formula that was activated under specific conditions. The exception is that he typically conjures up something along those lines in his mind. Mages, according to Arel, don't give it much thought. According to father, they are skilled at this. A mage always has a formula in his mind when he wants to use magic. That sounds very convenient, says Arel. He has no skills, according to his father. Or must therefore always think of the formula in his mind. It does sound like a bothersome issue, according to Arel. The father suggests starting with simpler things and says that he will get used to it with enough practice. They were there because Reina shouted and interrupted him as he was trying to tell his son something. She informs Arel and Leon that she was trying to find them. She is asked what he can do for her by her father. She claims she received a message from Fara informing her that dinner is ready. Then Leon joyfully yells that it's time to return. Humming to himself, he departs, curious to see what she has prepared for the day. Despite the fact that his father did not teach him the magic recipe, Arel is left with an unanswered question. According to Reina, his parents are very close. If her mother were still living, she questions whether her parents would be the same. She thinks his parents are great. As always, Mila tells her mother that her food is delicious and thanks her for the food at the table. Although Fara informs her that Rain prepared the meal for today, the younger sister believes she added the final touches. Mila scowls. Although she ate all of the soup, she proudly tells Reina that the vegetables were difficult to eat. Reina gives her a dissatisfied glance. Reina is informed by Arel that Mila prefers soft things because she is still a child, but he enjoyed everything. "It was delicious," he says. "That's good to hear," Reina says. Reina shouts for everyone to wait as she abruptly turns on and places the dishes on the table. Arel gives her a curious look. Why is Reina only working as a housewife when she claims that she came here to become the best swordsman? Fara assures her that her sword skills will improve as she becomes more proficient at any household tasks. "Why is that?" Reina asks. She responds that it is, at least in part, because she will have more time to focus on Rain's education if she has fewer household tasks to complete. After the girl nods, Reina promises to do her best. Recalling something, Reina claims to have heard that Arel has an older brother or sister. "I am the older sister," she responds. Since she hasn't seen her yet, Reina asks what she is doing at the moment. According to Fara, she promised to build a world in which Arel, who has no class, could live in comfort. Then she walked out of town. Reina questions whether a strong man like Arel really needs to go that far. He can hear her inner voice, Arel thinks to himself. Mila is standing next to Reina while she washes and dries the dishes. When she's done washing the dishes, Fara turns to Reina and asks if they can practice together. Naturally, Reina responds with joy. "I can." In her excitement, she grabs the plate so tightly that she shatters it. Mila watches in dismay. "It was too rough," she yells. According to Fara, she appears to have a lot to teach her. Mila yells at her mother, accusing her of overindulging. Arel is informed by Dad that her mother appears to love Reina. Arel claims to concur with her mother. He begins complimenting her, calling her lovely and amazing. Then Fara appears and asks her husband, "I wonder who he likes more?" with a laid-back expression. Leon claims that it is undoubtedly her, and that she always looks so young, as if she were only 20 years old. Fara claims that even if Mom were still living, he doesn't believe this would happen to them. He yells that she is the only one, and that she comes first. As she observes, Reina is taken aback by the princess's rage. Mila watches in dismay. "Wow," Arel says. Arel later rides in a carriage. It appears to be beginning to rain, so he asks the driver how far they are from the wizard's city. "It depends on the weather," he responds, "and it is 2 or 3 days. He claims that the current road conditions are rather gloomy. He is asked by the boy if he plans to visit the City of Magic as well. "I do," Arel responds. He's asked by the boy if he's too old, and why he didn't do it sooner. The girl calls the boy Kaido and tells him to stop. "You can't laugh at idiots," the girl says, adding that this guy most likely failed the entrance exams multiple times. Although it's more cruel, Arel believes she's attempting to be kind. Kaido queries her Kufu about whether she is even more demeaning to him. She shouts, "I'm not doing anything." They are asked to stop fighting by a young girl. They both shout at Colette, the girl, to stop fighting. Arel believes that they are most likely on the same team at this point. He recalls the times when he had recently received the blessing. There were more veterans than newcomers in Swordsman's City because the majority of the population was already fairly strong. Arel was then informed that they never accepted him because they didn't want a burden in the guild and instead wanted a regular swordsman. Though he believes they are similar, he questions whether the City of Mages is different. Arel is asked by Kaido what kind of magic he is skilled at. He declares that he is in red magic without waiting for a response. Without showing emotion, Arel responds that he is most likely also wearing red. According to Leon's father's lectures, there are 6 different kinds of magic. Darkness is impacted by dark magic. Light is impacted by white magic. Metal or earth are impacted by yellow magic. Green magic has an impact on the weather or atmosphere. Water is impacted by blue magic. Heat has the effect of red magic. "It's worth noting and remembering," says Father. Since he has no limitations or predispositions, they can try all of the skills he knows, which vary depending on the individual. Kaido is informed by Arel that he is classless and therefore lacks any specialization. Kaido looks at the girls who are laughing in the background. Kufa informs Kaido that he is merely making fun of him. A classless person cannot join a magic organization, according to Kaido. The majority of young people want to attend magic school, Arel thinks. Additionally, Kaido informs him that lying is bad. Arel tells him to check his professional certificate and assures him that he wasn't lying. Kufa claims that he is truly classless based on the girl's appearance. Kaido inquires as to whether that is accurate, and he also wants to learn magic. Perhaps there is a problem with his mind. Arel notices and asks himself, has this ever happened before? Additionally, Kaido becomes frightened by the noise. Little Kaido inquires as to whether they heard the sound of a horse when Kufa announces that the carriage has stopped. According to Arel, the voice is that of the Troll King, who apparently chose to attack them from the forest. Kaido panics because he is afraid. Kaido shouts at the driver, telling him to hurry because he is so strong. He claims that after that yell, the horse instantly passed out. "Does that mean they won't be able to escape?" asks Kaido. Kaolette yells that they're going to die. Although he may be king, Kufa tells her to relax because monsters are mortal and trolls are trolls. She claims that because of his large size and slow movements, even their attacks will be able to reach him. They concur with her, and Kaido promises to defeat him with their abilities. They yell in horror that it is too large when a tree-sized troll emerges onto the road. "It doesn't seem like something that novices like them can beat," they yell. They all yell that they will perish. Kufa's skills aren't that strong, so she panics and wonders what they should do. Olette admits that she lacks confidence as well. Kaido stiffens and advances a step. Abruptly, he yells that he will use his magic to burn him to the ground. Kufa trembles with fear and worries. Using all of his magical abilities, Kaido shoots a fireball in the direction of the monster. The troll yells that it was a great hit when the fire strikes his head. Kufa claims that he struck, but that it did no harm, and the troll keeps on moving. Kaido is appalled as well. The monster abruptly finds itself in a massive cloud of fire and vanishes entirely. Given that the troll quickly turned to ashes, Kaido queries what that was. Then Arel remarks that perhaps he ought to have been a little more restrained. After examining it, Kaido concludes that it was unquestionably excessive. In his mind, he questions whether it was truly his fault. Is the explosion one of the most potent red magic spells? Kufa asks. Kaido believes right away that this is one of the strongest spells available to members of the Magic King class. As Arel gets into the carriage, Kaido realizes everything, gets on his knees, and apologizes profusely. He laughs at him and screams in horror, saying he had no idea he was so powerful in magic. He begs for his pardon. He can forget since Arel assures him that everything is okay. Kaido requests to be referred to as Master. He claims that he aspires to be a wizard like him. I'm not such a great man. Arel sighs. He inquires as to whether he would like to view his professional certificate once more. The horse is back on its feet, according to the driver, so they can proceed. Arel claims that he would have used his sword more skillfully if he had known this would occur. Kaido shouts that the certificate must contain an error. According to someone, he is most likely concealing his true abilities for some reason. Fara drinks tea at home in total silence, and declares it to be very tasty. She tells Reina that her tea-making skills have improved significantly. A scream is heard. They approach Mila and inquire about what transpired. Mila is trembling. She claims that when she went to wake up her brother, she discovered this letter stating that he had visited the city of magicians. They're all stunned. The mother comforts her daughter by giving her a hug and stating that although he had expressed interest in the city, it is surprising that he would depart in such a manner. I wonder if my father felt the same way when I left, Reina says. She made the decision to depart early. She said the sooner the better, but her father said she wasn't ready yet. According to Reina, people who are left in such a state often feel very alone afterward. Fara then advises her to stay with them. Since she still has a lot to learn, Reina says she won't be leaving. Mila remarks that Mom is too thrilled about this, even though she doesn't care, as Fara gives her a tight hug. This island in front of them is a city of magicians, Kaftu informs Arel in the meantime. At least it looks interesting, Arel says. Arel is surrounded by Kaido, who claims that this city is exclusively for him, and that the bridge was made using magic. This impudent Kaido is behaving like a puppy, according to Kufa. Kalita watches in disbelief as well. While one believes it must be magic, the other advises her to stay away. They have a terrible misunderstanding, according to Arel. Kaido asks him if he would like to sit for the Red School Academy entrance exam. It's not a long walk, and it indicates its location. Are the academies separated into different types of magic? Arel asks him. Of course they are, he responds, because different forms of magic have different magical text spells and so forth. According to Kufa, she will attend the Blue School of Magic Academy. According to the other girl, she is likely to attend Green School Academy. Colette claims to be extremely anxious, and Kaido warns Kufa that failing the test will result in her expulsion. It will be immediately after, she says. Arel considers the entrance exam. If he could avoid paying in advance, that would be fantastic. He is informed by Kaido that an examination center is located adjacent to them. All of the examinees are being asked to line up by a girl who is standing there. Arel hands over a piece of paper as they get to the point. After studying it, she asks if there are any mistakes when she arrives at class. There are no mistakes, Arel responds. Arel questions whether this will be the only reason he is rejected. After stamping it, the girl declares that there is no issue. She asks him to wait until he is called for the exam and returns the paper, stating that it will be number 12. Arel inquires about her well-being. She responds that everyone has an equal right to take the test, regardless of the class he is in. Arel says that everything is all right as he watches. He believes that the Swordsman City's regulations were simply too onerous. Kaido requests permission to administer the master exam. Kaido is asked by Arel if he is aware of what will be on him. He responds that the mages in the city told him something. He will undoubtedly pass the test if he hits a target that is far ahead of him. As they enter, they witness a young boy hitting a dummy with a fireball. The fact that he hit the mark makes him happy. According to Kaido, the target is this dummy, which is quite distant. Number 11 is the next one, according to the handler. A slightly older boy enters and remarks that there is no originality, and only one fireball. Is this really a high-ranking mage at that age? Asks the curator. Is there anything surprising about this? Arel asks Kaido. He responds that he is a genius and can follow Edith's path if he was bestowed with such a rank after being blessed. Arel says that he can also become a normal old man in the village, recalling his father, who was blessed and given a high rank. Smugly, number 11 asks if it's acceptable if he uses his magic to melt the armor. "I don't mind," the curator responds. Kaido tells Arel that he dislikes him because he is one of those haughty men. Arel concurs, adding that he believes he is not the only person who dislikes him. The dummy will soon be reduced to ashes by number 11. According to Kaido, this pillar of flame is actually a mage. He is taking the test seriously with them, which infuriates the others. Master Arel remains the strongest, but Kaido claims it's better than he anticipated. Number 11 looks at them. He declares right away that he cannot ignore these remarks. He inquires as to whether he is implying that he and his master are equals. "He's even better than him," Kaido responds. Arel tells Kaido to stop after giving him a backhand slap. According to number 11, his master appears to have accurately evaluated their disparity in skill. "A normal mage can't burn armor like that," he says. "I think it would be interesting for him to turn around," Arel tells him. The mannequin is standing there, unharmed, when he turns around. How he failed to melt his target is a mystery to him. "She resisted his outburst," he remarks with surprise. "It must be the ancient mithril armor from their school," according to the curator. The audience debates the type of metal and whether it is particularly hard. Despite his overconfidence, Kaido is happy that he failed. Kaido begins to reiterate that Mast is capable of doing it at this point. Arel then strikes him in the head once more. "Don't bring him into this," he says. The handler then dials number 12, the next one. Number 11 then advises him to demonstrate your power because he is being sarcastic. Thinking that this is his first time working magic on mithril, he approaches the mannequins. Thus, this is a good opportunity. Maybe he should go all out. A certain line strikes the mannequin's head after Arel triggers an eruption. "What was it?" asks number 11. He only caught a glimpse of the tiny pillar of flame. "It's awful," in his opinion. He compares it to a stunt show. At least he enjoyed himself. The dummy then begins to melt. "This can't be happening," he screams. The mannequin loses its shape and melts completely. In shock, number 11 freezes. "I've melted," Kaido yells. Since an eruption cannot melt mithril, number 11 yells that this is some sort of setup. He is correct. Arel informs him that it wasn't truly an eruption. He altered the activation time and flame concentration using the adjustment skill. He questions whether he has been modifying the magic. "Let him look at him." Kaido shouts that he'll try his hardest for him. But Arel goes. Kaido inquires about his destination. "I went to other exams," Arel responds. At this point, Kufa strikes the dummy with a water balloon. Arel congratulates her, and she expresses her happiness at getting in. "What are you doing here?" she asks. In response, Arel says he's taking a test. The curator then summons the following one. Arel's use of Ice Age has a profound impact on the mannequin. Once more, they are appalled by the fact that it is mithril armor. After that, Arel attends the Green School Academy. He remarks, "Maybe she really can't," after noticing a girl crying. He inquires as to what transpired and whether she actually passed the test. She hasn't even arrived at the reception area yet when she begins to scream that her legs are numb from nerves. She begins by stating that she is among those who lose their usefulness when they are anxious. She wants to know how Arel handles it. He claims that, regrettably, he is not particularly anxious, or perhaps he is unaware of this. Startled, she inquires as to whether he is truly uneasy. Arel queries her about the source of her anxiety. She responds that she worries about failing. This fear, she believes, is the primary cause. After giving this some thought, Arel asks if he has any more questions. Because she has never failed in her life, he asks her if she fears failing. Panicked, she responds that it's something entirely different. Yes, she wants to prevent another failure because her life has been filled with them. Arel claims he doesn't comprehend her failures on a regular basis. So why does she fear it so much? She wants to say something after listening. Arel goes on to say that even if she fails, her life won't end because she has already been through them and knows better. She appears taken aback. Arel claims he could understand if she passed away after failing the test, but that is not going to occur. Of course that won't happen. She agrees. She smiles as she says, everything is fine, and even if I fail, I still have a chance. She expresses gratitude to him and promises to do her best. Arel continues the test by using a powerful magical tornado. He threw pieces of armor into the air, Coletta says, startled. It's probably not mithril, Arel says. He goes farther. He believes he has passed the Yellow-White Academy's exams, so only the black one is left. Then a scream reaches his ears. He sees a woman when he turns around. When she turned away for a moment, Gu vanished, so she asks where he is and whether he saw her. Arel decides right away that he should avoid approaching. Somewhere there, I can still hear sounds coming from the box, he says, gesturing with his finger. She tells Gu it's mommy after glancing at the box. She claims that the strange winged creature she removes is a chimera she created. If it's cute, she asks. After that, another one approaches them and claims she won't learn anyhow. Behind Arel, a skeleton shows up and wishes him luck at the Black Academy. The skeleton angrily grabs Arel's head and demands to know why he severed the head of a young girl like her. Arel is startled and instantly cuts off the skeleton's head with his sword. Is it some sort of undead monster? Arel asks. No, her name is Rethalia, the skeleton says, putting its head back on. Arel claims that no matter how he looks at her, she remains a skeleton and that there are only weirdos around. According to Rethalia, she works well in an office. He asks Rethalia if she will drive him to the test. There are no exams at the Black Academy, she responds. Only kids here are interested in learning black magic, she claims. Everyone is welcome. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, Arel says. The woman in the background is still giving the chimera a joyful kiss. Arel reflects that it appears he has no other option. When Kaido finally catches up with him and the girls, they are exhausted and declare that they have finally located them. The guy is shocked by how quickly they have arrived. One of them says blue, and another asks if he will pick red. The third advises him to go with green. What are you talking about? Arel asks. Kaido also inquires about the academy he plans to attend. They claim to be aware that he has received acceptances from 3 academies, but which one will he attend? Arel claims he will be in all 3 and had no intention of choosing just one. That is not permitted, according to Kaido. After saying something about 6, Arel goes on to say that he intends to visit each of the following: red, blue, green, yellow, white, and black. In his hand, Arel counts the cards to 6. According to Kaido, these are each academy's student cards. Everyone is taken aback. Since no one spoke, Kaido queries whether he was actually accepted to all of them at once. According to Arel, there doesn't appear to be any information sharing between the various academies. Arel sits on the steps, and all 3 of them gaze at him interestedly. Arel claims to have received his tickets, examined each one, and believes there won't be any issues. Then his face gets gloomy. Is there something wrong? Asks Kaido. Arel claims that because the lectures are held simultaneously, he forgot about it and that it is not feasible to attend all of them at once. According to Kaido, he also stated that attending every academy simultaneously is not feasible. According to Arel, their exam attendance requirement is roughly 20%, so it appears to be acceptable. Colette informs him that without attending lectures, he will not be able to pass the course. He needs to take notes because, according to her, the information itself is not recorded. I understand, Arel says. After giving it some thought, he asks to borrow their notes. Of course he can, Kaido replies. It's unavoidable, Kufa says, and Colette will be glad to assist. Arel claims that the issue has been resolved. In any case, Arel claims that the Black Magic Academy offers independent study. He described the dark magic curriculum as odd after looking at it. He was informed by Rethalia that there are no lectures. Surprised, Kaido asks, "What kind of crazy academy is this?" Arel claims that the white and yellow ones are still there, and that everything should be alright if he looks after them. That's correct, says Kaido. He should first attend the Red Academy lectures, advises Kaido. They can do it, but they have to go through one academy. Kaido asks Khaled if she heard. Uncomfortably, Khalida claims that they are not Arel. When Kaido shouts for everyone to stand up for the first lecture, they all gladly comply. He says somewhere in the back when Arel and Kaido ask where he wants to sit. Sitting in the audience is that number 11. Abruptly, he gets up and yells that it's him once more. Kaido gives Arel a curious look as he simply passes by. He is yelled at by number 11 to stop ignoring him in that manner. Arel yells angrily that he does not recall losing to Kaido when he informs him that he has lost the entrance exam. Desperately, number 11 claims that he misinterpreted the magician who was defeated by the wizard. He is informed by Arel that he is not a magician. He's told by number 11 that he agrees. It is not surprising that he is already a magician at his age, even though they are both novices. Arel surprises the man by admitting that he is not a magician. The idea that he is even more superior if he is the Wizard King appalled number 11. Arel responds, "I'm not," which is untrue. The instructor now requests that everyone take a seat. The lecture is about to begin, announces a bald-headed instructor. Then they ask him a question right away. When the lecturer asks number 11 what his name is, he responds that it is Royce. "This guy used the eruption in the entrance exam," he says, pointing to Arel. "What grade is he currently in?" Royce and Arel were the only two users of the eruption, according to the lecturer, who examined the list. Arel is classless, according to the lecturer. Royce looks on in horror. Everyone is asked to open their workbooks by the lecturer. Royce remains in his thoughts, where he is. As he passes by, Kaido remarks that perhaps he will adjust. A lecture is being delivered by the lecturer. Kaido claims that there are too many magic symbols and hardly writes it down. "It's hard enough," he says, horrified, "but now there will be formulas and pronunciation." As he sits there, Arel imagines that they are beginning at the beginning. Magic should be instantly available to the mages who receive the class during the ceremony. These magical symbols typically manifest in their minds on their own. He questions whether they will need to learn them once more. The lecturer speculates that some of them might not be able to recall the magic words and symbols. They can use skills without knowing them, he claims, because of their abilities. "I can use the formulas more effectively if they comprehend them." According to him, the majority of skills have a tolerable effect, absorbing magical power at a level that is acceptable to the owner and avoiding bodily harm. Arel knows everything. However, according to the lecturer, one can create amazing effects with simple spells by combining and altering formulas and employing sophisticated techniques. Looking at Arel, Kaido muses that it must have been a sophisticated tactic if that's what he did. Arel recalls that his father used to simply mix them up every day for amusement. He would give him every chance. They go out for a hands-on lesson later. According to Arel, these academies have never existed in other academies, and the Green Academy might be the most intriguing. "This is the first time I've ever experienced the magic of flight," he says, pulling himself up. "Is this true?" asks Colette. Even though he employs high-level magic, she queries whether this is accurate. "I have special circumstances," Arel responds. He recalls that his father advised against levating at home because he has a severe fear of heights. Arel was unwilling to even glance at the formula. Away from one another, Arel states calmly that he will now work on his levitation skills. The instructor instructs them to first visualize themselves straddling and rising, or extending their arms in a bird-like manner. The boys threw their arms wide apart. As soon as he hears it, Arel assumes that this approach is predicated on natural abilities. He believes that he lacks the proper formulas, even if he imagines it. He considers his options. Someone here exclaims, "This is incredible!" Colette screams that she is actually flying at this point, but she falls hard and moans in agony. "It was a hard landing," the others chuckle. She then asserts with assurance that she is alright and that setbacks will no longer deter her. Arel smiles, thinking that she was able to fly after all, and that she will undoubtedly learn to fly with a little practice. Arel believes he should begin practicing immediately. Perhaps he can use the formula for a tornado beneath his feet to visualize an updraft. In fact, he is lifted up by a tornado that appears beneath his feet. However, it eventually falls even further. He claims it was an obvious error, and is covered in bruises and scratches. He gets to his feet, coughs, and Khaled dusts him off. Everyone is told they are losers by the boy. He yells for them to observe, promising to demonstrate the process. Colette shouts that it's incredible as she watches him take off. He claims he won't lose the race because he has been practicing levitation since he became a wizard. Arel inquires about the race because he doesn't understand. According to Colette, it's a levitation-based game. According to her, Green Academy is well known for this. they compete to see who can fly the fastest. The instructor asks them to support one another, stating that they cannot improve by comparing themselves to others until everyone is able to fly normally. Arel enters the race because he thinks it will be enjoyable. This intelligent man asks if he has been hurt at all. "It's a flying race," he says angrily. "So how can I compete if I can't even fly?" According to Arel, he might not be able to do it right now, but he will be able to with enough practice. Asking the teacher when the next race is, he interrupts. "It's in 2 months," she responds. "Learning to glide is easy, but learning to fly properly takes at least 6 months. The man turns to Arel. He yells at him to not even consider running in this race, perhaps next year, and takes off once more. "If he mixes the wind with a similar formula and sets them up like that," Arel says thoughtfully. "Is he really going to try that next year?" asks Colette. "No," he says, adding that he will learn the ropes in a few months. Kaido claims that after dinner, they only needed to go to bed, so he doesn't understand why they returned to the academy. The girls behind him also say they're sorry. "I was scared to go get something I forgot alone," Colette tells him. According to Kaido, it's simple to become disoriented in the dark. He inquires as to whether they will be alright now. According to Colette, Kufa advised inviting him. "Just in case," she says, hiding behind him. Even with these rumors, he believes the more the better, so Kufa asks him if he understands. The girls are appalled, and he has no idea how to explain it. According to Kufa, it has been showing up here nearly every day lately. He asks what is happening as he lets out a horrified scream. Kaido covers his ears and yells that he is not listening as she tries to respond. "Is he really that scared?" she asks. "What's wrong with Kufa?" he asks. "Hasn't she always been hiding behind Kalata?" Kalata requests that they cease their argument. "It might find them if they keep screaming like this," she says. Then, behind her, a silhouette can be seen floating in midair. It's there, outside the window, and they both scream in horror. Arel is here, inquiring as to why they arrived so late. He is asked by Kalata why he is here at this late hour. "Look down," Arel says. Kalata looks down to see Arel levitating through the air. According to Arel, he is here to train for the race. Kufa claims that the fact that he is still hiding behind her indicates that there have been rumors about him. He turns to face his teacher and expresses his desire to begin practicing independently, but he doesn't believe he will ever be able to match his level. He will at least become unique in the magic he can practice, Kaido shouts at him. After concluding their conversation, they all bid each other farewell and good night. Rethalia is visited by Arel. When Rethalia asks him if he truly came to see her, he responds that he had come to obtain authorization to visit the library. Arel says he intends to read all the books he doesn't have at home after accepting the piece of paper that Rethalia hands him. Later on in the lecture, Arel interrupts, asks the lecturer a question, and claims that the third line of this formula is incorrect. The professor claims to be correct and requests permission to revise it. "I'm surprised the master noticed her," Kaido says. Arel claims that he had to commit all of those formulas to memory because he is unable to replicate them in his mind. Arel claims that he only needs to know 30% of the formula to replicate it on the board. "That's interesting," the lecturer says as he turns around. "Can you write the formula on the board?" he asks. He comes out and states that they can make this into this by writing down the formulas. When Lecter looks at this, he is shocked to see that 10 lines have been reduced to 6, and that it can already be activated using them. "I understand," he says. Arel is warned by Lecter that it is not too safe because he could cause an explosion if he becomes confused. He responds that everything will be alright because he has a blessing. Arel is asked by the lecturer if he wants to take the translation test. He inquires further about it. Ache is abruptly asked to wait a minute by Royce, who is standing behind me. Royce requests that he be allowed to take this test as well. Rise and Arel are later informed by the lecturer that the translation exam will soon start. He gestures toward the playground. There is a hole in the long road. "Why is this straight corridor?" Arel asks. At the end, Royce claims to see iron bars. He claims that they have trained magical creatures that are now outside the gates, specifically for these kinds of tests. The lecturer warns them to exercise caution because, although the exam is still simple, if they perform well, they will pass. Royce emerges first. A crazed minotaur appears before him. He is attacked by the Minotaur. The monster moves too quickly for him to use eruption, so he misses. The man freezes in horror as the monster approaches him until its paw is in front of his face. But when the Minotaur vanishes, he sits in terror and queries whether it truly vanished. "This is a school, so they care about safety," the lecturer says with a smile. Arel observes and believes that the instructor enjoys frightening the students. Breathing heavily, Royce exits the hallway, reflecting on how he was unable to get there. "It typically takes years at the academy to reach that point," the lecturer tells a frightened Royce. His progress is demonstrated by the fact that he has already tried. After wiping away his tears, he declares that he has come to terms with the fact that he is nothing more than a weak mage, but he will not give up easily and will keep studying in order to meet his expectations. He has great expectations for him, the lecturer says. Arel goes next, and since it appears much larger and darker, he assumes it is the same species as before. A girl then approaches the teacher and apologizes profusely, stating that it is possible that a high-ranking Minotaur moved with the regular ones for the test. This information appalls him. Arel stretches out his fingers and wields one of the two fire spears. The beast avoids the strikes. The girl yells that he dodged because he saw the trajectory. Arel is told to stop by Lecter so that he can go upstairs. Arel responds that for the time being, everything is alright. He declares with assurance that he will beat him. Saying that these are the spears that Arel just called forth, the girl instructs the teacher to look up. The monster is struck by the spears. The fact that the monster falls after being struck directly astounds them. The girl yells that the Minotaur does not move because they struck it squarely in the legs. He receives congratulations from the lecturer, who also lets him know that he passed the test. Later, Kaido boastfully declares it to be fantastic. Kyufa finds it incomprehensible that he is boasting about it. "A student is always happy when a teacher succeeds," he responds. According to Arel, he is not his pupil. He also intends to take the test at the Blue Academy, but Kufa asks him not to mention this. "Not just at the Blue Academy, but at other academies as well," he responds. "The master can do anything," Kaido yells. Khaled yells that he is going all out as well. Kufa is unable to comprehend their actions. He is asked by the teacher if he is truly interested in taking the test. "What is it that he says?" "The exam is held once a year," she says, turning away. The man claims to be aware. She responds that it's only feasible for exceptionally talented students, but he says it's feasible if the professor concurs. Arel then asks if she would like to witness his blue magic. "After a few more lessons, it's possible," she responds. It's a waste of time, Arel tells her. He wants to stop wasting time on lessons and go on. "What did he just say?" she asks angrily. Angrily, she asks him if he thinks her lessons are pointless. He responds that he simply meant that they are not for his level and didn't mean that. "Why don't you look at his skills to see if he's worthy of the exam if he wants to go that far?" she asks. They eventually reach a room. He enters and remarks that there is a good deal of room. It is merely a training ground, according to the instructor. The instructor advises beginning by adhering to the guidelines of a training fight, no physical assaults, and the winner is the first to breach the other's divine defenses. Arel asks if she will allow him to take the test if he wins. She is merely evaluating him when she asks if he is insane. He claims that he can defeat the instructor. "Perhaps I have a chance to win," he says. After a prolonged period of silence, the teacher breaks into a smile. She chooses to start with something since the teacher says it's fantastic if he's so self-assured. She uses Ice Storm right away. According to the teacher, it appears that he would have become a massive icicle if he hadn't reacted in time. The ice then begins to break. She stares in astonishment as Arel's fist protrudes from the enormous ice. She believes he might have cast Ice Barrier, a protective spell. Arel shakes off the ice and goes outside. The teacher believes that he had prepared this spell beforehand and cast it simultaneously with her. He stopped her attack because of this. Arel then declares that it is his turn. Ice Edge is what he uses. The teacher, who is a very talented man, smiles and explains that there are roughly 15 pieces of ice and that it's a beginner skill. Her limit is 2 pieces, Kufa muses to herself. "Did you really think you could beat her with something like that?" the teacher asks. The edge of the ice is reflected by him. "It's time to double the amount," he says, using the edge of the ice once more. According to the teacher, she simply informed him that it wouldn't work. He claims that the teacher obviously wasn't prepared for this and that there are another 100 behind her. She truly considers everything at once. She then applies the ice shield, although she acknowledges to herself that it is challenging. Even though there are now more of them, each one should be weaker, but they still strike with the same intensity. When his attacks cease, she intends to strike. He shouldn't be able to protect himself with enough magic. Arel says he believes this should be over. From behind her, Arel calls forth an ice spear. The spear swiftly flies directly at her from behind. She still questions whether he is capable of using other forms of magic. She now understands, however, that she is confined. She has been shielded by the barrier above, but she knows deep down that it is about to collapse. She hardly mentions that the student is going to defeat her, and her barrier is broken by the spear. She loses, really. Arel later claims to have received a promotion at the Blue Magic Academy. Then where should he go? How did it go? Kalita asks. According to Kaido, he was eager to see it. Kyufa says with pride that she left in the middle because it was so cold there. He is asked by a different teacher if he is truly interested in taking the Green Magic Academy exam. Unless he has a compelling reason, she believes it is impossible. According to what she can see from the books, there was only one case. She promises to examine the situation. By itself, the book tumbles off the shelf. She obtained it by using the wind. It's convenient magic, Arel believes. The instructor claims to have located and read it. The headmaster personally granted permission to the new recruit because of his stellar grades throughout the academy. Arel considers it. He is informed right away by the teacher that it is not permitted. He hasn't said anything yet, according to Arel. He was going to ask him, wasn't he? She asks. She claims that she cannot allow the director to bother her because he is currently extremely busy. She warns him that he will have to leave this academy if he tries to convince her otherwise. It's okay, I won't do that, he responds. He states that he believes he will have to wait for the actual test. When she asks if he plans to compete in the air race, he replies that he will. She goes on to say that perhaps he could speak with the director. Arel wants to know. She claims that the event must be presented by the director, who also presents the winners in person. Arel acknowledges that if he wins the race, he will have a chance. He needs to win, the teacher says, because she heard it was difficult for him. He promises to demonstrate his abilities to him if he wins the race. Arel thanks her for her assistance and leaves, saying she will complete the task. This guy hasn't been here long, so the teacher believes he's not yet able to fly. Because so many people have gathered, there is a lot of noise at the race's general assembly. According to Kufa, a large crowd attended the air race. Colette is asked by Kaido why she isn't taking part. She responds clumsily that she is still a poor flyer. Arel is yelled at from the stands. You can. Kaido refers to him as Master. After hearing this, someone asks Arel if he referred to him as Master. During his flight magic exercises, the man with the ability to fly asks him if it's because he's an expert at digging the ground. After giving him a quick glance, Arel asks who he is. They attend the same practical classes, and he yells at him in rage to remember him. He claims to be Skyke, the man who will rise to the top of the world's flying magic mastery rankings. He keeps promising to get even better. Arel eventually spots the director on the jury after turning away to search for him. According to Styke, he will win today. Without showing emotion, Arel declares that it will be him. Despite the fact that he is incapable of flying, Kike thinks to himself that this man is as arrogant as he can be. He tells Arel not to make a fool of himself before leaving. The host declares that the renowned Green Academy Air Race, in which they will vie for the semester's first Magic Cup, is about to begin. Today's host will be him, Grid. Additionally, Dan Bull will provide commentary and oversee today's entertainment. Kaido talks passionately about how crazy his fame is. Kalita says Dan Bull has a great voice, and Kufa says he's really cool. Asking Kaido why he doesn't trade places with them, they turn to face him. Kaido asks her if she is aware that he is older and married. They claim that they simply made eye contact and that he undoubtedly looked in this direction, ignoring her. Kaido demands that the master crush Dan Bull. Arel claims he won't be taking part. The contestant is asked to approach the white line by the master. Everybody gets up. Are you ready? The leader asks. Then they begin. the air race starts. A boy panics and flies to an unidentified location after losing his balance during the flight. There is smoke and noise as he collides with the wall. Contestant Marco, according to the host, made the same error last year when he crashed straight into the wall. He won't learn anything, it appears. 1 minute after the beginning, he tells the audience they can already see the group's division. According to one, there are 15 members of the leading group. He sees a lot of new faces, according to another blonde. It appears that the first 2 leaders are new. Arel responds incredulously that he was still slow in some ways when Psyche questions him angrily about how he jumped so quickly. He clarifies during the flight that the race is basically an endurance test. He will lag behind at the end if he expends all of his energy at the beginning. "I know," yells Psyche angrily. Apart from racing, this is where things start to get serious, according to Arel. The leading group will soon arrive at the main gate, the announcer says. The race's first checkpoint for the day is this one. To stay on course, he advises them to turn sharply right after passing the main gate. According to his blonde assistant, they will undoubtedly lag behind if they adopt an excessive angle. Additionally, the centrifugal force will cause them to veer off course if they turn too abruptly. He says it's all about skill, but position in the group is important too. Psyche wants to be in the middle because he believes he won't make it while flying. He intends to maintain his speed and turn sharply after passing through the gate. When the leader notices, he declares, "This is the leading group." They don't slow down as they pass the turn. The leader proclaims, "These are the lucky ones who crashed right into the wall. This happens to them every year." As some of the students take off. According to him, those who survived the turn are now moving on to the next town. "I'll go ahead and greet them," he tells Sensei. The leading group has already arrived in the city, the host announces into the microphone, while another remarks that the newcomers are not far behind. The statue of the goddess will mark a sea change. She goes on to inform them that Dion, the air goddess contestant, is now leading after they witness her charging forward. Sensei claims that she has won for 3 consecutive years, of course. They question whether she will triumph once more. Arel is informed by Psyche that he will not be allowed to advance. Despite the fact that both of their competitors are new, the host yells that they are catching up to Diana. After the 3 talk, Kufa asks who the other one is, and Kaido replies that the master must be one of them. "Arel and Psyche are probably the same," Calette responds. Diana smiles as they fly by, expressing her surprise that 2 novices could compete with her. Psyche shouts from behind him, "Of course, because he'll win." She responds coolly and expresses her curiosity about his longevity. The presenters watch them fly. The announcer yells that Dion, the competitor, has just increased her speed even further and still has more to go. He continues by saying that she is gradually displacing the 2 newcomers. Psyche questions whether she was previously flying at full power. He thinks he is still not serious when he extends his hand to Dion, but if he takes it seriously, he will be able to catch up to her. Dion's outline gradually fades away. He sheds tears that he is unable to stop this time. Contestant Sake appears to have been left behind, according to the host. However, he should be commended for such a performance for a novice, and we can certainly anticipate more from him in the upcoming races. Diana flies beside Arel. "There is one more left," the presenter says. When Diana spots him, she chooses to accelerate. Arel believes that after 2 months of honing his flying techniques, he is no longer able to accelerate. He believes it's time for drastic measures because he can't keep up with her at this rate. Dion is surprised when he catches up to her, and a wind appears beneath his heels. Because Arel's participants suddenly accelerated, even the hosts are baffled by what transpired. Before the acceleration, the presenter claims to have noticed some odd movement. According to Sensei, he is pushing off. He explains that he does this by forming an air cloud that he uses as support, and continuously pushing off from it to accelerate. Sensei is asked by the presenter, who is surprised that starting from the air is possible, if it is possible at all. He responds that it is possible to push the air away and compress it using green magic. Nevertheless, this will have too little of an impact. According to the host, the participant is getting faster and faster. He claims they can't believe it, and that it appears his leg strength must be at its peak. According to Sensei, he believed that such abilities could only be possessed by elite swordsmen. When Arel hears them while flying, he believes he has a general idea. To be more specific, This is the Sky Swordsman's soaring skill. The host exclaims that they have reached the final landing and that the academy can already be seen in the distance. According to him, both competitors are putting their best effort forward, and it appears that they will have a photo finish. Unfortunately, Sensei declares that this is bad. There is another sharp turn before the gate, and they fly back along the exact same path. He claims that they will be harmed because they cannot turn such a corner at their speed. When Dion notices the gate, she decides to slow down because it will be too risky otherwise. Looking back at Arel, she understands that the first person to slow down will lose from this perspective. However, they will eventually fly by if they wait too long. Dion notices that he is still not slowing down as they continue to fly. She lets out a sigh and stops talking. Arel, the contestant, takes the lead but circles the corner so quickly that the host yells that Diana has finally given up first. Arel then punches the air with his outstretched fist. He turns abruptly at the same moment, surprising Dunbull and the host. They yell that he made it through somehow. It appears that he used his hand to push off, much like the cloud did. According to Dunbull, he must possess exceptional hand strength. Arel believes he only needs to return to the beginning and enter the gate. Arel's victory makes all three of them happy. At the finish line, the presenter yells that Arel's rival has taken first place, which is fantastic because a newcomer has won this year. Diana approaches and expresses her surprise. Diana, one of the contestants, will also finish a bit late, according to the host. She says, panting, "I didn't expect to lose like that." "It was a good race," Arel says, shaking her hand. "I won't lose next time," she says with a smile. Then a weary psycho comes up to them. The host announces that Skype, a participant, came in third. He performed exceptionally well in this race for a novice. He faints right away after declaring that he won't lose the next one. Sky tells everyone that he will win the next time, and Diana comes up to encourage him. She smiles and says she will wait for it. Arel receives a medal and a certificate from the principal, who also congratulates him on his accomplishment. He claims that he nearly forgot because of the fascinating race. He says he wants to move to the second year as he turns to face the principal. The director responds that he comprehends and outlines his plan of action. "Where did you learn the magic of flight so well?" he asks. Sincerely, Arel responds that he learned it in lectures. He won't be forced to tell if he truly doesn't want to, the director says as he leaves. Arel doesn't comprehend what he is talking about, and remains in his current location. Arel is told by Kaido that he is fantastic and that he was able to get into the second year of each academy ahead of schedule. According to Arel, he also has yellow and white. Girls are touching and trying on the medal in the background. According to Kufa, yellow and white magic are similar in that they are either attacking or supportive. What sort of exam do they have, she wonders. According to Arel, he has a general notion of yellow. He gives a presentation of his magic research at the Yellow Magic Academy. He will be able to pass the test if he can score well on the presentation. Arel is asked by Kaido if he has been conducting background research. Arel responds that while he was asleep, he continued to practice his flight magic. When Khalida inquires about his topic of choice, he responds that it has to do with golems. Kaido requests permission from Kufa to view the medal. Regarding golems, Khalid claims that they are earthly creations. According to Kufa, the subject is fairly straightforward. "I think something like alchemy would suit me better, and I can do something cool with it," Kaido says. According to Arel, it would necessitate difficult and drawn-out research, and golem construction is a common practice. Therefore, society will accept him if he can create useful golems. According to Kufa, that indicates he wants to do well academically. According to Arel, the presentation is the only thing left to do after he has completed the majority of the development. Khalida is hopeful that all will be well. Kaido has faith that everything will work out. The instructor then informs her that it will be challenging. The registration period is already over, she claims. Arel neglected to sign up. If there is anything he can do, he asks her. "You can't participate without registering," she responds. She requests that he wait for the next presentation because the dates are known in advance, and there are already many people attending. Arel begs, claiming to have already made a new golem. Even if he has, she responds, he cannot test it and cannot decide to change his mind. Someone yells, "What golem?" As it happens, he is being asked if he is truly interested in studying golems. He'll leave it to him because he believes he has good taste. Arel turns around, but he's not sure who it is. If he truly wants to build his golem, the man asks, why doesn't he register it as his research lab assistant? This Rockwell-sensei is informed by that teacher that the first year is treated unfairly. Since Arel is a teacher, he is interested. If he becomes his assistant, Arel asks him if he can show off his golem. Naturally, he responds, and Arel gladly concurs. Rockwell says she's excited for upcoming presentations as she departs with joy. The instructor lets out a sigh. Is that a problem? Asks Arel. Arel claims that although he may not appear to be very talented, he is especially skilled at making golems, and he enjoys giving presentations of his new creations. He's focused on battling the golems, she says. I don't think it's a problem, Arel responds. According to her, he always chooses a student at random to fight and easily defeats them. According to Arel, this won't help him gain popularity. Arel understands that this is the reason he was lingering here in search of someone, and that he was unable to find anyone this time. Arel understands that this is the reason he is here now. He still has the option to decline, she reminds him. He declines and requests to be listed as an assistant. He claims that he has no choice but to present his golem regardless. A presenter yells that it's time to show the teachers his latest advancements. He invites everyone to observe and take in this amazing earthly magic. In front of them are numerous pieces of art. Kufa claims that she was unaware that the earth could be used for such things as the puppet theater and opulent structures. I wanted to see all the new inventions, Khalida says. They wonder where Kaido is as they glance around. After claiming to have seen the alchemy presentations, Khalida claims to have returned. According to Kufa, he appears distressed by what transpired. He responds that he had hoped to see some cool minerals made by magic during the alchemy presentation. He yells that it's too dull because it was only a trustworthy theory. According to Kufa, alchemy is a form of magic in which an ingredient is transformed into another substance. Therefore, it is more crucial to comprehend the process than the final result. Since it will soon be Arel's turn, Kufa says it's a good thing he returned early. With joy, he requests the master's participation. Rockwell exclaims that he wants to show them his amazing battle golems today. People are horrified and accuse him of being a well-known educator who devastates his pupils. He claims that this man has never been close to him. When Kufa hears, she expresses her disapproval. Then, out of nowhere, golems emerge from the earth. According to Kufa, they are not like the golems in the village at all. They are combat golems, according to Kaido. According to the teacher, his golems will now engage in combat with one another. He requests that Arel call forth his golem. He summons the golem to him, naming it Alpha. A massive stone rises, then assumes the form of a man. Rockwell questions whether he had it ready beforehand. The three friends gaze admiringly at Arel's golem as a knight in a cloak emerges, surprising even Rockwell. There is no rule requiring a golem to be made of earth, so the people are furious. Is this a golem made of metal? This is his golem, according to Arel, who made it out of materials he made using alchemy, and used earth magic to make it move. In horror, they inquire as to whether he used alchemy to make it. This red metal is a new type of mineral that they have never seen before. I always show something amazing, Kufa says with disappointment. Kaido declares it to be his master with pride. Rockwell says he can stop making jokes because earth magic cannot move the heavy metal. Feeling the golem, Rockwell remarks, "It must be armor. Someone must be moving it from the inside." Arel affirms that there is nothing there as the golem rips its head off. Rockwell gives him a startled look. Rockwell believes that he sacrificed strength to make the material easier to move and that it is as light as paper. What a shame, sighs Rockwell. Because he worked so hard to get here, but his golem will kill him in a single blow. But he says, don't think that he's going to give up, it's time to fight. He'll show him the world's strongest golem, which he made himself. The Alpha halts Rockwell's golem's attack after it flies up to him. The golem's speed astounds the three, but what about Arel? Kaido claims that the dust prevents him from seeing. Rockwell's golem's arm has fallen off as the Alpha defended himself from the blow, as the smoke clears. Everyone then yells that Sensei's golem lost. Is it truly that powerful? It can't be, says Rockwell. How can such a light metal have such strength? Looks like he needs to get serious now, he says. He strengthens each individual body and fixes any damaged parts. The golems then launch a coordinated attack. Rockwell exclaims that his vast magic power reserve is one of his greatest assets, and that he can easily move all of these golems. Let him see the strength of the world's strongest golem master, as he shouts with confidence that he can't possibly handle all of the golems with his bare hands. According to Arel, it is obvious that he is taking the quantity. Then, he claims, it will be more suitable than using your bare hands. The golem draws a sword from within itself. The golem with swords makes Rockwell laugh because, despite its seeming strength, he doesn't think it will work. He asserts that the golem only moves in accordance with the owner's abilities, and since it is merely a doll, the precise movement cannot be replicated. He yells that he will not prevail if he lacks combat experience and is not proficient with a sword. These golems instantly crumble and fall when Alpha merely spreads his two swords in front of them. Rockwell watches in horror as the spectators yell, "This is incredible!" They don't know what happened, but Rockwell Sensei's golems vanished in a split second. Arel responds that he cut his golems when Rockwell asks him what he just did. "Did you really do it in one motion?" he asks angrily. Wondering if he saw, Arel stands there. "This is impossible," says Rockwell in horror, "because the golem cannot make such precise movements with a sword." "With metal, it is possible," Arel says. According to Arel, the golem is a puppet composed of earth, and it will revert to earth if its magic runs out. But even in the absence of magic, metal armor can hold its shape. In other words, he must concentrate all of his energy on the golem's movements rather than using magic to keep it in its current shape. Arel informs Rockwell that this golem is the product of his research and requires less magic. Logic makes sense, but it should be impossible, according to Rockwell. But there is a glaring example in front of him. Arel asks if this will help him pass the translation test. He is taken aback and inquires as to whether he truly attended the presentation solely for the translation test. He responds that this is the case. He claims that since he is his assistant, it won't work. Arel says he didn't see this coming and it's not good. Rockwell claims that it would be futile to leave him during his first year due to his aptitude for application and alchemy. He says he wouldn't mind discussing a transfer with the director if he joined his research lab. Arel agrees after remarking that it sounds good. Kufa states that she has serious doubts about Arel's claims that he was approved for the transfer and that he is a good teacher. Only the White Academy remains now. When he knocks, the girl invites him inside. Arel says he's happy to meet you and introduces himself. The instructor, Kid, says she is happy to meet him. She will still need to demonstrate his knowledge in the practical exam, even though he is the top student among the freshmen. She recommends that they head straight to their destination. Arel inquires about her well-being. "Do you mean that her eyes are closed?" she asks. She claims she can't see anything at all, but he shouldn't be concerned because she can navigate because she senses a magical force surrounding her. She claims that at least she is able to see beyond what her eyes can see, which allows her to appreciate the enchanted power of individuals such as him. She pauses suddenly and ponders for a while, because she believes that his magical abilities are limitless. She observes that he possesses multiple forms of magical power. She starts to lose her balance and claims that they are still stable in the current circumstance, and that they are able to keep their balance without blowing up because they do not react to one another. She is trembling and says she wishes she could take it back when Arel asks if she is alright. According to her, the test will be held underground close to the White Academy. The deceitful royal family, whose empire was destroyed long ago, is buried in this tomb. Since then, centuries of magical power have gathered here, creating a dungeon that is home to undead. Kid warns Arel to use caution when he lights a torch because the undead will attempt to destroy the light's source. As she stands, she questions whether they are attempting to stop them or if they are simply vanishing one by one. She yells, "He's so fast!" and begs him to wait as Arel uses his holy beam on every monster. When Arel approaches and inquires as to whether they are still far from the correct location, she responds that they are not because he has already completed his assignment, which was to defeat the undead that appear here. She advises returning because she believes he must have expended all of his magic power by now, and she will keep him safe. When he responds that he only used 10%, she complains that she fully understood his abilities. She believes that she has never gone this far before. When Arel points the holy beam in that direction after noticing something, a sound is heard right away. The child remarks, "What a menacing magical force!" The monster begins to question his courage. Kid believes that until Arel attacked, she was completely unaware of her presence. High-ranking undead can conceal their presence, she claims. Despite being struck by the holy beam, she believes he is unharmed. Arel strikes the monster with the holy beam once more as he starts to introduce himself. In any case, it would be courteous to wait until he is done. The monster is furious. What is he doing? Is he not even going to allow him to introduce himself? He begins by asserting that magic of this magnitude is impossible, and that everything is okay. Arel applies the crucifixion to him. Kid lets out a breath as the monster turns to ash. She follows them and calls his name as they ascend the stairs, and Arel signals that it's time to head back. According to her, the creature that just appeared was a high-ranking undead based on its magical abilities. Arel believes that this undead is a little different from the others because he claims that it could speak. According to the child, only highly skilled and extensively trained exorcists are able to use the Holy Cross skill. Is this the same as the Holy Beam? Arel asks, turning away. She claims she won't have any more doubts about him if he is aware of it at his age. Arel arrives and informs the guys that the White Academy has also given him permission to transfer. Kaido exclaims that everyone is delighted for him since he has now perfected the magic of all the academies. Arel is informed by Rethalia of his high level of energy. The skull flies off the skeleton once more as Arel slaps her. She yells once more. How cruel is it? And, why did he cut off her head? It was because she was disturbing me while I was reading, he responds. As she replaces her head, he recalls something. He also inquires as to the purpose of the special room at the rear of the reading room. He saw that although the door was very sturdy, nothing was inside. According to her, you can use any magic that is mentioned in the books here. Although they can practice outside, students from other academies run the risk of endangering other students with their black magic. Arel decides to try the grimoire now after stating that it makes sense. He pulls out magic that turns people into ugly beasts. He finds it strange that there is no author or title for this book. The book suddenly begins to glow. He briefly sensed a mystical force emanating from the book. It was quite a high level of magic, and he looks around, not understanding where she went. He tells the humanoid he sees when he looks up that he did a fantastic job and that Arel helped him escape. Who are you? Arel asks. Even though his appearance suggests otherwise, he tells himself that he looks human. According to Arel, that indicates he is a demon. That's a good guess, he says, adding that he didn't anticipate being sealed for so long. Books are typically not taken from that gloomy location. He joyfully explains that this is the reason he views him as his savior, and promises to try to fulfill any requests he may have. I don't need anything, he says, shaking his head. The demon claims that this is not required since he is aware that he needs his flesh and blood, that is, a catalyst, to return to the demon world. In that case, he will merely assist himself. He assaults Arel. Arel says he doesn't want to die just yet, apologizes, and deflects the blow. He pushes away and uses explosion right away. But his blast was unsuccessful. The formula should have been correct, so Arel is shocked that it didn't activate. Since he is already inside the barrier he created, the demon laughs and declares that it will not work. He claims that since he has outlawed magic, it is the ideal setting for a mage's murder. He yells that he should give up and let him kill him since he is worthless without magic. Then you will have to use this to fight him, Arel says, holding out his wand. He might frighten him for a moment, the demon asks, if he intends to attack him with this wand as a swordsman. But before the demon can finish speaking, Arel abruptly moves forward and takes away his head. He surprises Arel by turning to him alive. Arel claims that he cut him, and he appears to be undead like Rethalia. This shocks the demon himself. Even though he is a magician, he physically attacked him, and he believes that he actually attempted to cut him with a stick, which is impossible. Since Arel currently believes that beheading won't work, another strategy will be used. After asking to wait, the demon reveals that he is a magical swordsman, something he did not anticipate. Arel claims he is classless and that it isn't. He attacks him once more and claims it is pointless because he is not getting hurt. He claims that a cut alone won't kill him. Then Arel tears his head off and puts a stick in his mouth. Arel keeps tearing him even after the living demon reiterates that he is wasting his time. He should already relax, the demon tells him. It appears that demons have a unique kind of structure, Arel states coolly. The demon wastes its magical abilities even though it knows it has no chance of retaliating and may not be able to die. And if this keeps happening, Arel stops, notices something, and discovers that he is getting smaller but has no wounds. Arel continues to hit, saying that this is interesting and that he wants to see how small he can get. The demon tells him to stop right away because if he keeps shrinking, he will vanish forever. Asking him to stop, he threatens to kill him if he doesn't. When Arel thoughtfully asks if he wants this, he yells, "Of course not." After stating that he comprehends, Arel will release him for the time being. With joy, he lifts his head and inquires as to whether he will actually let him go. Arel gestures toward him. He senses something and notices that his stomach has developed some patterns. Arel claims to have always wanted to try domination magic. He yells indignantly, "Why must I become his servant?" He begins to burn at this point, and Arel warns him that resisting will cause him pain. Keep in mind that demons appear to be immune to physical harm. He claims that this is a much better way to do it, and that he did it in order to harm his soul. He yells that he believes he is a greater demon than himself. Arel tells him that his tone bothers him. He calls him master, gets up suddenly, and apologizes profusely. Kaido picks up the small demon that is sitting and inquires as to whether it is his master's familiar. Kaido is asked by the demon if he even recognizes the person he is speaking to. When Kaido lashes out at it, Kufa warns him not to harm Arel's pet in that way. He becomes enraged right away. Who is the pet in this situation? Kufa vigorously massages his ears. Kalita apologizes for the two, takes the demon, and gives it to Arel. Arel says he won't die as a result, so it's alright. Asking if he can purchase some bread at the cafeteria, the demon is referred to as Matty. He shouts that he doesn't run errands and that his name is Mastima. When his soul starts to ache, he surrenders to his master. He assures himself that he will soon be free. He just considered killing him while he was sleeping, but he didn't get any sleep at all. He's flying. He has absolutely no idea who he is. It appears that everyone is present, says Red Academy Director Redra Ackman, who is seated at a circular table inside the building. Everyone can see it, so Blue Academy Principal Bland Aylin tells him to calm down. The principal of Green Academy, Green, orders them both to stop. According to him, everyone must work to find the best solution for the city and the academies. Yalava Kairish, the Yellow Academy's headmaster, believes it's fantastic that the youth are so enthusiastic. According to White Elsherin, he ought to behave more like his age at that point. She inquires as to whether he believed she wouldn't recognize his attempt to disparage her pupil. One person hardly speaks during the argument, saying that they should start right away because her research won't be finished in time. Blajai Rikiro is the Black Academy's director. After acknowledging that there isn't enough time, the mayor suggests that we move on to today's topic. He claims that in order for everyone to see the rate at which the money is being distributed, he will first give them all some documents. According to him, taxes and resident donations cover the budget, or more specifically, the cost of upkeep for the academies. As a result, their expenses are determined by the extent to which they assist the city. The fact that they have grown makes them smile. Everyone says there are no comments when the mayor asks if anyone has any, but Blajai yells that this isn't possible. Blag gets up and inquires as to how and why their costs have decreased by 40%. According to the mayor, he still feels that it is excessive. According to him, the Black Academy's faculty and students hardly affect the city at all, and when you look more closely, they accomplish a tenth of what the other academies do. According to him, this is the reason they had to adjust their budget to more suitable figures. It's not possible, Blajai says in a trembling voice, because he won't be able to continue his research on such a budget. Then, Ryder requests permission to inquire about the nature of his research and whether it involves budgeted magic or something more bizarre. The woman inquires as to whether black magic is prohibited in other nations after Blagi warns against making fun of it. Perhaps they ought to do the same, she says. Do you really mean to say that black magic should be banned? Blajai asks. The mayor coughs. The girl giggles, implying that this is only for the time being, and he responds that they don't currently have any plans to change their minds. The mayor clarifies that this is only a temporary solution and asks if this works for them. The Great Six Tournament, also known as the Six Great Magic Academies Tournament, will determine the final decision. There are no objections, according to everyone. Everyone then departs, declaring that they are finished and that it is time to return. There are only the advantages left. Bresgia looks at the mayor, who tells him that even if he looks at him that way, nothing will change. He claims that although they would be more than happy to alter the budget once more, they will need to demonstrate their performance at the Big Six tournament. The advantages are unaware of the significance of their outcome. The Great Six tournament, according to the mayor, is a competition in which the academies showcase their most advanced magic. It draws a lot of people because it is the biggest event in their city. The tourism industry will benefit greatly if his academy can replace the winner, and they will most likely increase the budget to levels seen the previous year. Desperate, Blag stands where he was, believing that he will receive the same if he prevails. The Black Academy will permanently close if their leadership continues to deteriorate. He finds it incomprehensible that they are treated this way. Maddie, the demon Kaido addresses as Maddie, yells at him to stop referring to him as Mastima. After eating the loaf, Kaido informs him that it isn't the bread he requested. He shouts for him to stop talking and consume the food that was provided. The demon rudely claims that they should thank him because he brought 4 pieces just for them. The demon is abruptly knocked off his feet by Bloggy, and he takes off. Kufa claims that they are merely muttering to themselves, while Kaido claims that they don't even look in their direction. According to Arel, the academy is full of strange senpais. With a sigh, the demon inquires as to whether he truly believes he ought to discuss that. The demon considers the advantages of black magic, which sounded like he was repeating it monotonously. They seem to be experiencing panic, rage, and frustration, and he worries about what might occur if he permits them to use magic. It will be quite a show, he is certain. After reading a book, he discovers something and declares that he is capable of handling this magical formula. He will demonstrate the actual power of black magic, and he is certain that they will all regret mocking it. Humans adorn objects. Arel remarks on the preparations and the apparent popularity of the festival. His response surprises all 3. According to Kufa, the festival is so well known that nobody is unaware of it. I don't know, he tells her. She claims it's unreal, but given how everyone gets ready, I should have guessed. Asking Arel if he is aware of the Big Six, Kaido turns to face him. He claims to be aware. The battle between academies is a magical one. It's the festival's main event, he shouts. He refuses to join in when Kaido asks. He claims that he was instructed to take part in the rookie fight. Kaido shouts, I knew it! Kaido claims that he is eager to witness the master's use of red magic. According to Kufa, the best way to succeed would be to use blue magic. They quarrel, and Kalita yells that no, because flight magic is very common in the nearby villages and people want to watch the summer race winner in action. They're fighting now, the 3 of them. No one has to be chosen, according to Arel. He can take part in all of them. It's a battle of the academies, the demon informs him. Which will he take part in? Arel responds that he believes the directors of the academies will tell him because he was instructed to meet with them. Does the festival begin tomorrow? The demon asks. Given that it's the day's main event, isn't a rookie fight on the first day a little weak? He is asked by Arel if he is more knowledgeable about the festival than he is. Mastima yells that he doesn't care when Arel asks if he is truly waiting for him in that manner. It is impossible to imagine a demon caring about a human festival. At this point, Blagi completes it, declares it finished, and draws a magic circle on the ground. Standing up, he declares that he can use this to demonstrate to these idiots the power of black magic. He extends his hand and calls forth a magical creature from the world of demons. When the monster materializes, Bloggy is thrilled that it was successful. He claims to be the most powerful magical creature. He is terrified when the monster suddenly grabs him and tells him to get up since he is the one who created him. Everyone, including the directors, congregates outside at this point. According to one, someone is missing here. He most likely fled since he had no chance of winning. According to White, the expulsion of the Black Academy appears imminent. According to Green Magic's director, he believes the time has come to invite the first battle's participants. In this manner, he claims, they will be able to exhibit their creations at last. According to him, the Red Academy will start strong and win everything this year. The woman then apologizes for saying this. The director of the Blue Academy promises that her academy will win, and the other elderly man concurs, saying he has great expectations for their Green Academy candidate. After all, according to Director Yellow, his candidate is more powerful than the majority of second-year students. According to White, the fighter she selected has a perfect record. That sounds fantastic, according to the Red Academy's director, because it indicates that all of the academies are confident. Arel approaches them and claims that he appears to have been summoned. Abruptly, he is introduced as the Academy's representative by all of the directors at once. According to the Red Academy's director, he is a man who attended his school. He claims that as soon as he arrived, he passed the transfer exam. He did the same thing at the Blue Academy, but the woman finds it odd. He defeated one of the teachers in combat. According to the elderly man, he attends Green Academy. The summer race was won by him. The other responds that he is a member of the Yellows. He started working on his own golem after joining their research lab. The White teacher claims to be stronger than the teacher in white magic and to have made it all the way to the end of the undead dungeon. Then there is silence. They start to realize that after that, the man studied in all 6 academies and produced unique outcomes everywhere. Suddenly, something explodes behind them as they scream that it's not possible. Diana is yelling that there is an emergency while she stands there. She is yelling that a huge monster has already ingested a number of students after appearing on the flight platform. Arel goes right away to learn everything, and the directors look at one another and say they're sorry. Everything seems to be becoming more interesting, Mastima muses. They pause in midair. Arel's face freezes in shock as the monster attacks the students, and Diana is appalled by what she sees. 2 students stand and attempt to contain the monster after it absorbs everything, realizing that nothing will help. The tentacles of the monster spread. When the monster snatches one, the victim screams, begs to be released, and cries in horror for assistance. The director, who has never seen anything like it, looks and wonders what kind of creature it is and what color and size it is. Dion is instructed to leave the students right away, and he will instruct everyone on what to do. According to Mastima, he never imagined seeing this monster outside of the demon world. He is suddenly grabbed by Arel, who asks him threateningly if he knows what it is. At this point, the Red Academy's director attacks the monster and tries to burn it to death. He confidently asserts that he will turn him into ashes, but he will fail when the woman says that's not bad. According to her, he appears to have stopped being a monster. She boldly requests her blue magic, then applies permafrost. The man remarks that she appears extremely happy, and she promises to totally freeze him. But when the ice melts, the monster resurfaces. He agrees and inquires as to whether he actually possesses magic resistance after the woman says in horror, "He melted the ice." The director attempts to halt the monster's attack by conjuring an ice shield. But gradually, her barrier starts to break. He breaks it so easily that she exclaims in horror that this cannot be true. That's why their defense and attack don't work against him, the man claims. The shield will shatter, they yell. The old man then claims that it was close after another director successfully conjures up an earthen wall. The energy in the great saint's body is roiling, and his white magic is simply astounding. "I don't want them to suffer," White says. They argue that while the earth wall appears to be holding, the ice wall failed. Perhaps yellow magic weakens the creature. "I'm not sure," the elderly man says. He claims that although the earth wall would be more powerful, it wouldn't be able to contain him indefinitely because every magic wall is unique. "What should we do?" the young director asks. "Should we really attack together?" The air magic director rushes up to them and tells them that his skills have changed significantly between the beginning and the present. His skills need to be improved. At this point, Mastima informs Arel that the slime is insatiable. It has the capacity to absorb magic among other things. According to Arel, this implies that food and a magical attack are for him. "Then how can they defeat him?" Arel asks. Mastima responds, "I don't know." The poor demon cries that he truly doesn't know as Arel violently snatches him once more. He clarifies that although he can absorb magic, physical attacks might be effective. Of course, he will consume all of the weapons and become challenging to attack. Arel says he can try after considering physical assaults. Mastima asks if he has observed the teacher's coping mechanisms. According to Arel, they are all attempting self-defense against him, and their amusing sticks are their only weapon. Teachers are drawn to the monster as it pulls them in. Maddie is asked by Arel if he forgot the blade. The monster's tentacles are severed by him. In addition, the man claims to have a multipurpose sword in his hands. It is an insatiable slime, according to Mastema. It has the capacity to absorb magic among other things. Arel instantly believes that physical attacks might be appropriate in this situation if magical attacks prove ineffective. He notices that he has forgotten Joma's sword when he feels his belt. It appears that he will have to return for it. But after assessing the entire situation, he determines that he must maintain control. Then everything from his hands glows once more. Mastema feels afraid. He asks him what he is doing because he doesn't understand. Arel responds that he is making a new sword through alchemy. He claims to have understood that a good sword would be necessary for this slime. Mastema acknowledges his error with thoughtfulness. That means he just had to use his wand to deal with it, he says. He is actually a noble in the demon world. Arel makes a sword, inspects it, and declares it to be flawless. He turns around when he hears someone scream. Despite being ensnared by the monster's tentacles, the directors fiercely defend themselves. The directors are then set free when Arel abruptly shows up and chops off the tentacles. Physical attacks are effective because Arel looks at him and assumes he has cut him. It's great that his sword wasn't eaten when he looks at it. Why he even has a sword is beyond the comprehension of the directors here. He's not a fencer. Since that thing is attacking again, Arel advises them to leave as soon as possible. After helping her up, the man inquires about her well-being. Arel looks down and sees something. He watches as the tentacles start to sway. The severed tentacles can still move, he realizes. They're actually aiming for the body. Arel understands that even with his tentacles severed, he can regenerate and regain his full form. The monster then attacks him out of the blue. If he pierces his body, Arel decides after skillfully avoiding the blows. Even though they are unable to follow him, the directors are taken aback by these movements. According to the director, the man enhanced himself with magic. These movements are inhuman, according to White. Magic for enhancement is not very powerful. Arel simultaneously hears what they have to say and fights. He claims that since it is inhuman, they should stop talking gibberish because he is a regular person. He is not certain about that, according to Mastema, who is beside him. The man dismembered the whole monster. He is awaiting the outcome. But now every component of the monster is on the verge of collapsing once more. Arel realizes how challenging it is that he has barely sustained any damage despite this. Beside him, Mastema claims that this is what he comprehends, true demonic slime. It serves me right, he tells the hero. Arel grabs him and tells him that he is restless, suggesting that he be given this as a form of discipline. This is beyond punishment, he yells. Arel notices that the monster is going to do something else. Mastema responds that he thinks he moves instinctively when Arel asks if this indicates his flesh is different from other demons. Mastema informs him that he hasn't eaten yet because he is here. According to Arel, he appears to have changed his hunting location. If he enters crowded areas, it will be detrimental. The monster strikes. Arel quickly makes use of the earth wall. All of the directors watch as the monster smashes into the wall. An additional elderly man approaches him and claims to have informed him that he can use earth magic to create golems, indicating that he can employ more than just flight magic. In addition to saying that, the woman lets them examine his left shoulder. He has a familiar, she claims, and it's a demon, not just any familiar. When they ask incredulously if he actually made a demon his familiar, she responds that black magic is the only way to accomplish this. They have no idea who he is at all. Arel then climbs up and uses walls to enclose the monster on all sides. Since he will soon be eating this wall as well, Mastema asks him what his plan is. He responds that even if the sword didn't work, magic would still be required to destroy it. Mastema claims that the monster will simply devour her, and that magic won't work. Then, he claims, he will employ magic that is unfit for human consumption. Mastema notices that it is a recipe for red magic and wonders if this is some new kind of magic. Wondering if he truly believes it will work, he smiles. Then he realizes he is employing all 6 forms of magic. Around Arel, enormous seals of all shapes appear. He merely asks him not to reveal that he believes he can defeat him by unleashing all forms of magic at once when Mastema questions him about whether he actually creates them all at once. When Mastema inquires as to whether he understands that it will simply result in a very nutrient-dense meal, he responds that he does, and he will combine them. As Mastema watches in astonishment, Arel throws it to the monster, instructing him to consume the magic, if the magic circles cross. When the monster is hit by this magic, it vanishes. Mastema seeks cover from the wind and considers it odd that there was no explosion or similar event. He observes that there is no sign of slime and that the grass has returned to its original position. Was it really some sort of teleportation magic, he wonders? In response, Arel says it isn't. And because it was extinction magic, he destroyed all the magic there at once because it could recover from even small fragments. Mastema is taken aback by his statement that employing multiple forms of magic simultaneously can be exhausting. He responds that he is a human when he asks his master if he is. The problem is that the person who taught him this was a very good magician. The magic of extinction causes everyone in the vicinity to scream in horror. Since only those who possess the mystic class of the Magic King are capable of using such legendary magic, Arel turns to the directors, and the old man asks him how he was able to use extinction magic. Despite the fact that he is so young, everyone begins to assume that he must be a Magic King. They ask him how to become a king and what he should do to become magical. Starry says he can't let that information slip and apologizes. The other director says he's willing to give him all of his luck, and he'll pay him whatever he wants. When the directors all yell for everything to be taken away, Arel tells them to stop and clarifies that he is not a Magic King. According to Arel, he studied under his father, a Magic King. Everyone is taken aback when they see how much the man resembles Leon. Since Leon was consistently in second place, the director begins yelling that they always made fun of him for it. Leon's departure in his second year was the only reason he was considered for the principal's position. Despite all of his success, the woman claims Leon left. Arel asks the blue magic headmaster if she also remembers. She claims to have learned about such a kohai during her second year. She claims that despite everyone's great expectations, he abruptly left. According to Arel, this indicates that the father attended Green Academy. According to the elderly man, it occurred during his final year. Rumor had it that he was an amazing student, but he abruptly left the academy after starting his second year. The same thing happened at the Yellow Academy, according to another elderly man, who believed he could inherit all of his abilities. But before he could speak to him, he departed. White claims that the White Academy must have experienced the same thing. She claims to have realized why she never saw him. Mastema goes on to explain that this is the reason the director of the White Academy is older than he appears. According to Arel, father most likely attended the Black Academy for that reason. This implies that his father also attended all of the academies, he remarks thoughtfully. Everyone questions why they don't think the boy followed in his father's footsteps. Arel claims to have gone to each of the 6 academies. The principals are all dejected and hang their heads. That's why they picked him, they say. Did they not know that? Arel asks. Of course not, the woman yells angrily. Who would have expected their student to do something so strange? He is serious, just like his father, but he went through the academy sequentially. The director of the Red Academy sighs. He even outperformed his own old man because he studied concurrently. To be honest, Arel recalls his father telling him that he had been taught a lot about magic before coming here. This indicates that he has heard about the process of becoming the king of magic, according to the director. I have definitely heard something about it, Arel responds. All of the directors are thrilled and ask him to train them. Arel queries whether they actually request to practice every magic skill that has the highest ranking across all academies. At least that's how his father became the Magic King, Arel claims, so that's how it ought to be. The headmaster claims that this is the reason he will never become a Magic King since he has only learned one kind of magic. The woman adds that it is impossible for them to find someone with the rank of Magic King because the different forms of magic are divided into academies. According to White, the mayor will visit and congratulate them on a job well done if they eliminate the Black Academy. It looks like there are problems here, but I'm glad they dealt with them, the mayor says with an unsteady smile. He claims that only the Black Academy and the White Academy could make the call, and he does not see the Black Academy's director present. According to the woman, there is still much to talk about regarding the Black Academy. According to White, they must consider the current state of affairs with all academies, not just the Black Academy. As they converse, Arel stealthily departs. Mastema queries his master about their activities. They are following the path the slime came from, he responds. He claims that while he was chopping it, he saw something and had an idea. He claims that the tiny slime he finds fell outside the range of his magic. He declares that he will not flee while picking up the slime. Mastema remarks that it appears he is no longer able to regenerate. Arel claims that he might be able to use enslavement magic on him if he is so weak. Fearfully, Mastema inquires as to whether he truly wishes to make him his familiar. The village street is crowded with people. Also coming are Kaido and the girls. According to Kaido, despite yesterday's panic over the demon, everyone is acting normally today. He is informed by Kufa that it took place a considerable distance from the center. Only a small portion of the population was present. Behind them, an uninterested Khaled agrees with them, stating that there is no threat to the villagers. They come over and place her on a bench. "Are you still in shock?" Kaido asks. She is told to sit down by Kufa, and they will go shopping. A paper bag is handed to her as she sits down. Kaido exclaims with excitement that yesterday was a terrible day for Green Academy. She responds that she can eat when he hands it to her. She accepts it and laments that the demon showed up on the airfield. Every student it consumed is a member of the Green Academy. She claims that this is the reason they were searching the lists and the immediate area for the missing. They never found anyone, she sighs, adding that she tried to get some fresh air in town but to no avail. They give her a pitying glance. According to Kalita, they have gained some knowledge from their search and might discover more by further investigating the area. Kufa asks what she needs to learn because she doesn't understand. "This is where the demon came from," she responds. According to her, there is a small storage room close to the playground where the supplies for the classes were kept. Shocked and appalled, Kaido queries whether he originated in the dungeons. Kufa is afraid. Could he actually be from the school's grounds? In addition to the fact that none of the students could read it, she claims that a magic circle was drawn on the floor. The boys are shocked when she reveals that it was probably black summoning magic. "Why not ask the master if they didn't understand the inscription?" Kaido asks. He claims with assurance that he is a Black Academy student, so he is undoubtedly knowledgeable. Kufa claims that after saying this, he was terrified the book would scream. Books about black magic frequently do this. Although he didn't want to attend the festival with him, Kaido says he might be interested. Perhaps he should show him that storage room. Khaled gives an awkward, guilty smile. When she mentions that the teacher has already spoken with Arel, Kaido smiles and responds that they agreed. She recalls his response to her request, in which he rationalized that it would be better to ask Rethalia because he needed to clean his room. And he turned her down. Thinking carefully, Kaido inquires as to whether the master was always so tidy because he believes it might be of interest to him. Maybe he has other things to do, Kufa says. She guesses what it is that she remembers. Arel is currently sitting in the room holding a number of documents. Arel names the little slime that is eating various papers next to him Rururu and remarks that, as he had assumed, he is actually helpful with cleaning. Despite the fact that both are Mastema's pets, Arel believes Rururu is more beneficial. Mastema calls him derogatory names because he is furious that someone else has a pet. After reading it, Arel asks him if that's all he said. In a panic, he expresses his thoughts. Arel burns it without saying anything. Rururu has grown again, and it's no surprise, Arel says as he sits there. He eats a lot, which is convenient, but if left unattended, can be very problematic. Nothing can be done, he says. They will have to burn half of it with extinction magic. That type of magic frightens Mastema. Arel says, "That's better, the perfect size," as the slime shrinks to the size of a palm. This guy is not quite human, according to the demon. When Arel asks Rururu if he's happy, he makes various noises in response. Mastema has a suspicious expression. When he is treated this way, he questions how he can be happy. When Arel responds that slimes are painless, Mastema states that he does not believe that to be the issue. Mastema then informs him that he has guests when someone knocks on the door. When he tries to open the door, the visitors abruptly open it for him, and he takes off. The three of them enter abruptly and inquire as to whether he truly wishes to leave the academy. The girls appear anxious. "How did you hear the news?" Arel asks. Kufa shouts that they believed Khaled was preparing to leave the academy because he stated he was leaving. When they see everything gone, they yell. Kaido responds that it is untrue and that he simply packed his belongings to enter a private room. Arel responds that he was seriously considering quitting the academy. Kaido is appalled by this knowledge. There is nothing more for him to learn here, according to Arel, who claims to have read every book in the library. This cannot be, Kaido sobs, saying in a trembling voice that he still has a lot to teach him. He is sternly addressed by name by Arel. Arel muses to himself. I don't remember becoming his teacher. As Kaido starts to cry resentfully. He hugs him and places his hand on his head. Arel humbly states that he will pay him a visit if the opportunity arises. I will, Kaido yells. He claims that he will first visit his family, who might have been concerned about his abrupt absence. Then he considers going to the demon city. Kaido queries whether this is the city in the middle of the world where all the demons are gathered, while Kaleta inquires about the demon city. Kufa responds that the name is eerie. He says that he wants to become a monster tamer when Kufa asks him why he is going there. Surprised, Kaleta asks why it's them. He responds that they must be controlled because they have become more frequent in recent years. Kaido responds that this indicates he has another one in addition to Matty. He also shows the slime to the boy. They question whether it is the same slime. The girls compliment him on his cuteness. Kaido is moved and remarks that it fits in his hand, and Kufa tells him she is thinking repulsive thoughts. Kaido claims that he would have remembered him and showered him with affection every day if he had simply given him his name. Mastema informs him that he would have been destroyed daily rather than spoiled. Arel claims that his name is Rororu, and the girls think that's a cute name. The slime is in Kufa's hand. Kaleta concurs as Kufa laments. If only yesterday's demon had been so adorable. Arel gives them a contemplative glance. The irate mayor yells that it isn't possible during the meeting. What are they discussing? Such a talented student cannot be permitted to leave the city. He keeps yelling that he made it to the mystical magic class. They must ask him for knowledge and leave him here. He is told to calm down by the director. They have also verified that he is not a magic king, he informs the mayor. The mayor goes on to say that the rumor that he might become is far more significant, even if he doesn't. According to the woman, they have no authority to stop him because he chose to leave the academy anyway. The mayor inquires as to whether they are not responsible for taking action. The elderly man steps in and affirms the mayor's assertions. Although it would be unfortunate if he left, there is no reason for him to stay here since he cannot learn anything more. Another elderly man claims that although it is painful to acknowledge, it is impossible to restrict his freedom with magic because perhaps not even they can match him. No one can stop me, White says glumly. The mayor claims that's not possible because he wanted to draw a lot of tourists to this location. Bloggy turns to Mayor Null at this point and assures him that there is no need for concern. According to him, the next Magic King will soon be born because all 6 academies will now collaborate. It is easy to say, but difficult to do, the mayor sighs. He asks how long it might take and then freezes after stating tremblingly that the academies must thus create a new curriculum. When he learns that Director Blaggy is also present, he lets out a horrified scream. It appears that he has returned, he says. She's right, one of them yells, and he's not even leaning on the chair. How did that happen? Bloggy assures them that the slime has absorbed his physical body, so they need not worry. The mayor questions whether he will die as a result. Bloggy is excited to see how things work out and says that a specialist like him can return to this world with ease. The mayor gives him a horrified look and acknowledges that he is a little appalled. He then asks the other director if they truly need black magic, to which he responds that Leon stated that they do, so he believes it is required. Has he changed since losing his body? The woman asks. In response, the mayor says he doesn't believe he has improved. Arel is currently standing at a particular gate. Declaring that he now knows everything, he pushes off the ground and claims that flight magic can be used to send him back. With tears in everyone's eyes, he waves goodbye to Kaido and the others as they take off, and they reciprocate. Beside him, Mastema reports that he has been reminded of his family's location. Arel responds that he believes they can make the trip more quickly using the magic of flight, but the trip on horseback will take a week. Mastema says joyfully, "How about letting him go somewhere here? I think he doesn't want to show the demon to his parents." Arel claims that he has never seen this city before and is now intrigued. Mastema requests that he not disregard him. "Don't worry," Arel assures me. "His father is a magic king." The boy responds that his mother is the Princess of Blades when the demon inquires about her. He then cautiously inquires about his siblings. Arel travels to new places after departing from the City of Magicians. Arel admits during the flight that he and his two sisters, as well as the oldest, enjoy fighting. Mastema sighs as he divulges every detail about them, and he declares that he believes his entire family is strange. 3 of the 6 knights standing at the gate are brandishing spears as they approach it. "This is the defense of this city," Arel says impassively as he surveys them. Mastema concurs, stating that they have performed well in spite of their small size. "I think we could stay here," Arel tells him. One of the knights then uses his palm to block his path. He inquires as to whether his claim to be a traveler is accurate. Arel says that maybe he can say so, but he doubtfully agrees. The knight clarifies that in order to proceed, he needs authorization. Arel acknowledges his understanding and inquires about obtaining authorization. At this point, the knight requests that he tell him his class. Arel gives him a curious look and is taken aback by his sudden inquiry about his class, which he had never been asked about in other cities. The knight threatens to deny him entry to the city if he does not respond, while pointing his spear at him. At the same time, it will be illegal to make any false statements. Startled, Arel inquires as to whether that would be a crime. "That's the rule here," he says sternly. Arel speculates that since they appear eager to defend their city, it might be to keep dangerous characters out. Arel requests that the knight simply present his identification. He can do that, the knight assures him. After examining the certificate, the knight declares it to be classless. Arel asks him if he can use this document to obtain a permit. Classless people need permission to enter or exit these gates, the knight informs him. The knight gestures for him to lead him to these gates as Arel gives him a curious look. Arel notices a long line of common people lining up to follow the knight's direction. He is informed right away by Mastema that it will take a long time to defend this line. According to Arel, they can most likely remain in a different city. "It's not a bad idea," the knight says, turning away, because he believes that this city is not the best place for people like him. Arel goes to the line without responding. Mastema queries him about his motivation for joining the line. Arel responds that he now questions the nature of this city because the guard's warning seemed sincere. As soon as the next person passes, the knight asks if he has an ID card. The knight recognizes his lack of class as he hands it over. Giving Arel the card, he grants him permission to stay here for a brief period of time. The rank 6 card will be given to him. He is asked what this rank is by Arel. The knight responds that even after a brief visit, he still receives it because of his social standing in this city. As he passes through this gate, Arel considers their peculiar system while glancing at the map. He moves forward a step. He can see mountains and greenery behind him, and low-rise buildings in front of him. There are 2 women standing and conversing. According to Arel, the city's defenses were at their peak despite the typical cityscape. Mastema informs him that although it may appear normal to him, this location is ideal for demons, who live in a city full of people and their raging desires. A man who is hungry is approached by Arel. He asks if he can see his card, smiles broadly, and sends him well wishes. "Do you want to see this one?" he asks, displaying his card. He scowls right away and declares that he must leave because they serve third-class people. Mastema chuckles aloud and remarks that it's similar to paying in advance before abruptly ceasing to speak as Arel gives him a squeeze. According to him, their rank restricts the venues they can choose from. "I think they'll need to find a venue," he says. Arel eventually strolls down the street and remarks that although there are a lot of businesses here, none of them provide food for the 6th rank. He begins to question whether they are actually present. He notices the sign and concludes that he will most likely have to relocate to a different city if he is turned away here. He approaches the door, thinking that since it's quiet, perhaps they're not at work. He opens the door, enters, and notices a man sitting weary behind the counter wearing an apron. The man awakens here and gives him a drowsy look. He asks him to come in, yawns, and apologizes. He is informed right away by Arel that he is a 6th rank. The man gives him a startled look, and Arel asks if he can have something to eat here. He can, the man replies, and asks him to take a seat somewhere. Relieved that they have at last located food, Arel takes a seat. "This is the dish of the day," the man says, passing him a plate containing 2 cabbage rolls. With admiration, he says, "This is so delicious," after cutting off a piece and putting it in his mouth. He believes he ought to share it with his mother and the others. Thanking him, the man advises him to take his time eating. Although he can observe the situation for himself, the man claims to be certain of what he is cooking. They make delicious food here, so Arel asks him how it is. I mean that I let a rank 6 guy in here, he says. Arel gives the owner a curious look. He requests that he verify that he is not a local. It must have been hard to find his place, Arel says. He tells him that no one has allowed him to enter any other locations and concurs with him. I must have realized by now that this city separates people from rank 1 to rank 6, the man says. He faces more discrimination the lower his rank. As though they were all servants, the man explains that while this city is like heaven for those with high status, it is hell for everyone else. Arel questions the man about why he serves 6 ranks here, pointing out that he would have more clients if he didn't. Gritting his teeth, the man explains regretfully and awkwardly that his daughter is a 6th rank, just like him. He starts by telling her that she is a very talented and nice girl who was well liked by the townspeople and locals in her community until she was 10 years old. However, after being blessed, she lost her sense of class and began to be treated differently by everyone. The man laments that he can only provide food for the 6 rags because he wants to save his daughter. He is then asked by the man if he has any knowledge of Japan. He responds that it's the first time he's heard of it and that he doesn't know. He claims that although this nation only recently emerged, it is progressively enslaving more and more nations, much like a colonial empire. He claims that regardless of his class, they are treated fairly there and are even willing to defend him. Although the 6th ranks are not permitted to leave the city, he would like to go there immediately if at all possible. Mastima believes that this explains the guards' actions, which ultimately result in the city being cordoned off from the inside. According to the man, he heard a rumor that Japan was planning to attack the city, and he fervently hopes that they will do so now. Recalling that he had asked his daughter to go shopping in the square, the man says. Although she typically returns without any problems, he expresses concern that there are only a few stores where people with rank 6 can purchase anything. Why don't you look for her? Arel asks. He says he wants to see the city's steel district and the square. As they step outside, they hear a voice repeatedly saying, I'm very sorry. The man recognizes it as his daughter Maria's voice. This won't do, the man with the whip tells her. He must definitely teach her a lesson for the future. After calling Maria, the father covers her with his body to keep her safe. He inquires about his plans for his daughter. She is actually rank 6, despite this aristocrat's claim that she stepped on the shoes he recently purchased. The man begs for his daughter's forgiveness. Arel is easily stopped by the blow, but he claims he can't as he swings his whip. After that, he strikes him squarely in the face, causing blood to splatter out and fly a good distance away. Arel goes to the store where the man struck him. He tells him to wake up after noticing that he is unconscious. Mastima informs Arel that he will undoubtedly kill him because his divine protection has been broken. Arel claims that when he struck him, he held back. After what he did, the man begins to curse and warn him not to think he can get away with it so easily. The knights then arrive and inquire about the source of the noise. Claiming to be peacekeeping forces, they yell, "The man who attacked the senior official is where?" Pointing to Arel, the man claims that he, rank 6, struck rank 2, who is himself. They all tell him not to move and threaten to take him to the feudal lord while brandishing their guns at him. Since it occurred, Arel claims to understand that it makes sense. Arel was arrested right away, and while traveling to the lord, the youngster observed that everything in his immediate vicinity was composed of marble. The common people's stone-paved homes were a far cry from this. After Arel was imprisoned, the guards told him to wait for the feudal lord to make a decision about his future. The boy was taken aback by the frivolity of the guards, as they failed to even tie his hands and feet. The guards essentially ignored the prisoner, presumably concluding that a man without class posed no threat. It was also odd that only Arel was taken into custody, though it was fortunate that the father and daughter were unharmed. The man Arel struck in the face apparently forgot all about his filthy boot. "It's a waste of time to try to find a way out of here because there aren't even windows," the man beside the cell explained. However, leaving this place would be impossible even if there was another way. According to his cellmate, Lord Feudal was the only person in the city with the first rank and acted as its great lord, making decisions and issuing decrees. Arel came to the conclusion that this man probably knew how to manipulate the locals. The prisoner attested to this and described Lord Feudal's power of absolute command, which enables him to compel anyone to follow his wishes. Given that most of the city's residents were extremely low-ranking, riots were a real possibility if discrimination of any kind suddenly surfaced. However, because of this power, Lord Feudal is in charge and nothing happens. The locals must still follow orders and refrain from expressing dissatisfaction. With his extraordinary power, he prepared an invitation for the defendant to accept. The Lord was a chubby man who exuded hatred and was instantly recognized as a 6th-level individual. Ultimately, Lord Feudal commanded that the victim's remains be consumed by birds and that the death sentence be executed. The fact that a fat man had ordered his murder confused the man, who was shocked by what was happening in this city. The guards grabbed their victim right away, but Arel knocked the soldier's hand off, demonstrating his strength and will to live. The man went on to say that although he had intended to abide by the city's laws, he no longer saw the need to risk his life and obey these absurd directives. Ultimately, this city is worthless and utterly corrupt, waiting for human life. The victim's behavior astounded the guard because no one ever permits themselves to act in such a manner. The guard told them to stop talking right away and to follow His Majesty Lord Feudal's instructions. They were reminded by the guards that they were not elite combatants, but Arel abruptly vanished from the warriors' line of sight. The fact that their captive had actually vanished from their grasp baffled the seasoned fighters. The Lord became enraged when Arel arrived at the door a few seconds later, seemingly unafraid. Despite the danger posed by the guards, the fat ruler of these lands promptly ordered the offender's arrest, but the man persisted in leaving. Naturally, Arel realized that this was an expression of absolute order and that a despicable ruler is more complicated than they appear. The guards obeyed the order and attempted to apprehend the violator right away. Naturally opposed to it, Arel displayed his strength against the Lord's faithful warriors, sending the men reeling. The stranger's amazing skills and the helplessness of his soldiers astound Lord Feudal. Since his master was now using white magic and needed to tend to his true personality, the demon assistant suggested that he change to a different personality. However, Arel objected to it, and he and the demon argued over the personality shift. Arel attempted to soothe the demon, but Mastema insisted that it be taken more seriously. Lord Feudal realized that his ability, which had never failed before, had failed this time while the demon was arguing with the boy. The Lord found this unbelievable and could not accept it. Feudal gave the order for the guards to take Arel away after realizing how helpless he was. The man understood that since the Lord was in charge of the guards, he had to first approach him. Arel hurried over to the Lord and frightened the fat man, who then struck the Lord with a blow that left the ruler of these lands stunned. All of the guards were taken aback when the all-powerful Lord collapsed to the ground and instantly passed out. Because Arel had attacked their Lord, the soldiers were immediately incensed and vowed to cut him to pieces. However, Arel claimed that their chances of success were slim and that, based on their posture, they were far less skilled than elite swordsmen. As a result, all of the fighters probably forgot about training and paid no attention to it after they were promoted to a high rank. Nevertheless, the soldiers persisted in their attempts to attack, and after a few minutes, Arel vanquished them all and departed the room. Arel made the decision that he had nothing else to do in this castle and that he wanted to jump from the balcony in spite of the remaining soldiers pursuing him. The guards were taken aback when the man used flight magic to escape the city as soon as possible. Nevertheless, the guards promptly dispatched wyverns and dragon knights to pursue. Since no one had ever escaped his pursuit before, the knight was fully confident in his abilities, and the wyverns handled the air battle expertly. Lord Feudal, meanwhile, found it incomprehensible that his power to manipulate others did not work on a regular man. The Lord feared that word of this incident would get out among the locals. A guard suddenly entered the room and announced yet another issue that the Lord had not anticipated. Feudal was very concerned that his ability to manipulate people had failed, so he made an effort to act as though none of this bothered him. However, the guard was able to report that their city was being taken by soldiers from the land of the rising sun before he died. Elena, one of the 8th generals of the land of the rising sun, was identified by the woman who killed the soldier. The Lord was taken aback, but Elena clarified that she had come to seize control of this city because of an order from Her Majesty. Elena was determined to overthrow this city's ruler, but Feudal did not know where his guards had disappeared to. Immediately after introducing himself, the Lord Feudal offered to get to work. Elena suggested right away that he should continue to serve as Lord while eventually learning the precise roles he should play. However, Elena insisted that she still wished to oversee the shared cause in spite of her influence. The feudal lord was adamant about keeping his title and privileges because he did not want to cede his position as ruler of his city. Elena was accused of being foolish by Lord Feudal, who also offered to pit her strength against his. Elena acknowledged that she sincerely hoped the lord would be sensible enough to comprehend his predicament, but he still fell short of her expectations. Elena was asked to resign her position as general by the lord, who also promised to show her his love. However, the girl did not want this intimacy and took it as an insult. Elena made the lord angry by reminding him of his desire to rule over everyone, but she was unable to permit this. The lord relied on his ability to control people and, fully confident in his abilities, gave Elena the order to undress immediately. Elena was ordered to obey by Lord Feudal, who was fully confident in his ability to give orders. Although Elena had no suspicions about any kingdom, it was a grave mistake to invade its borders. The girl made the decision to wish His Majesty well after having a good time with this fat bastard. However, Lord Feudal should only bow down in this situation. Elena put her foot firmly on the chubby, confident man's groin. When Lord Feudal screamed in agony and horror, Elena told her to stop talking right away because she had no intention of listening to a fat pig squeal. Lord Feudal was shocked that Elena had not responded to his strict command. The girl clarified that she was well aware of the capabilities of the Absolute Order, and that it was naive to believe she could function without reconnaissance. Therefore, it was not worth emerging from the shadows without being aware of the enemy's capability, and consequently, the meeting. Lord Feudal was still incredulous because, after all, it is an absolute order. How can you be ready to defy it? Elena kicked the fat guy hard in the face because she couldn't stand the chatter. According to Elena, their ruler belongs to the Empress class. The lord was taken aback by this since such a class was far superior to that of some common feudal lords. Elena declared that the heavenly command would not change her absolute command from such a filthy pig as long as she was under the influence of the Empress's ability. Elena consequently took on the role of temporary lord, and you made the decision to do away with the ranking system entirely. All those who sat, did nothing, and relied solely on their rank must also be eliminated. Elena suggested that all citizens be granted the right rights and distribution. At that moment, a delighted maid came in and announced that she had discovered a fascinating card. It turned out to be a pass for people who were just in town for a short time, but what was most odd was the person's name and class. The name Arel was written on the piece of paper, which had a classless status. The maid said right away that she had discovered the card in the palace's banquet hall. Elena gave the order to quickly ask everyone in the palace what had happened to this man. To the girl's surprise, there was a trace of Arel right here. Elena recognized the urgency of notifying Her Majesty of this discovery as soon as possible. Arel would be able to unwind in a roomy bath regardless of the hotel he stayed at because the girl told him about so many hot springs. The opportunity to take a bath in the absence of class division piqued the man's interest, which led him to seek healing here. Given how well known her mother's cooking is in the city, the rowdy girl recommended a fantastic spot to sleep. Arel was persuaded to stop right here by the girl's arguments. The young woman, who was actually the same age as the man, was happy with the client that she had attracted. Sakura saw Arela, and thanks to Kureha's guidance, she found the man in no time. In order to learn more about the guy's name and class, the girl made the snap decision to go to the hotel, where she was greeted by a friendly girl right away. Sakura asked the innkeeper's daughter right away if any of the guests were named Arel. This was immediately confirmed by the sweet girl, who kept smiling joyfully. Sakura was primarily interested in the class of the enigmatic boy and whether or not a spare room could be rented. Getting another lodger made the enterprising little girl very happy. Sakura was swiftly escorted inside the hotel by the girl, who also told her mother about the new customer. Arel and Mestama took an outdoor bath in the evening. It might have been a mixed bath, so Mestama was sorry there were no attractive girls around. Arel only got annoyed by the cacophonous demon because he preferred to be alone. Sakura abruptly joined in the bathing and expressed regret for disturbing them. Naturally, Arel had nothing against it because he enjoyed the company of a pretty girl. The hot water was fantastic, and Sakura started asking the boy why he was there. It wasn't the primary goal. Arel had only learned about the hot baths today. Sakura clarified that although she lives in Carrion City, she occasionally visits this place to have a hot bath. Arel thought of the city's name instantly. Arela was instantly overcome by unpleasant memories of the worldly lord and the city where classes were separated. The boy did not share his thoughts, but he acknowledged that he had visited that city yesterday. Given that a horse-drawn carriage ride typically takes 3 days, Sakura was shocked to learn that Arel arrived here in a single day. However, he clarified that it was all because of the ability to fly. When Sakura questioned whether Arel was truly a wizard, he acknowledged that he lacked class. After giving it some thought, Sakura concluded that if Arel had disclosed his status, it was accurate. Nevertheless, Sakura suspected Arel of lying to her about the flight. Since Sakura was curious to find out more about this enigmatic man, who undoubtedly possesses some sort of talent that he is attempting to conceal, she thanked Kureha. Sakura inquired as to whether Kureha would visit the city in person. The girl instantly affirmed her wish to be the focal point of attention. Arel noticed Kureha was staring at him oddly when he first saw her. The girl then questioned whether he was truly a classless individual. Arel responded dubiously that he was. Kureha clarified that Arel was to follow her because she was one of the 8 generals of the land of the rising sun, as directed by Her Majesty the Empress. However, the boy refused to agree. Kureha attempted to explain that because the Empress's heavenly command was absolute, the boy could not refuse it. With utter disregard, however, Arel clarified that he had no business dealing with the Empress and had no interest in what they desired from him. Kureha clarified that there was no need to worry because the Empress would not do anything wrong because this mission was of the utmost importance, and His Majesty the Empress had always been searching for the classless Arel. However, the boy refused to follow the girl again because he had already been wronged by sending these people after her. Given the gravity of the situation, Kureha made the decision to take Arel by force. It wasn't that simple, though, and Arel skillfully sidestepped the blow and hit his opponent with his foot in retaliation. Sensing the man's strength, Kureha flew far to the side. It was then that Arel saw the 10 opponents still standing and beckoned them away. Since many warriors employed the skill of stealth mastery, no one was certain how the young man could have detected their covert presence. Even if someone tries to hide, their presence cannot be totally eliminated, and when 10 people are present, it is undoubtedly felt, Arel told the strangers. Arel indicated a particular girl, saying that she particularly caught his eye because she had been observing him since yesterday. Her presence was always felt close by, and she also stayed at the same hotel as him. Sakura was shocked and ashamed when she removed her mask because Arel had long since deduced her scheme. The man clarified that she stood out in a unique way because of her presence. The girl understood that her ability didn't work against Arel, but Kureha advised delaying consideration until later. At this point, it was time to go hunting. Kureha's appearance startled Sakura, but the filthy girl acted as though nothing was wrong. Even though this warrior girl had been hit hard by his attack, Arel saw that her divine protection had only been slightly weakened. All of this suggested that she was the group's strongest member. Arel got ready for combat, and Kureha cautioned her aides that since they were up against a formidable foe, they must attack simultaneously. Another group of girls, meanwhile, were racing to track down Arela and seize the man. After all, they also desired to share in the success and renown. Kurek was caught off guard by yet another detachment, and Tilga was furious and baffled by the idea of concealing the Empress's target. As part of the detachment pursuing Kurek, one of the assistants asked Tilga if she understood correctly. However, it proved sufficient to verify her whereabouts. Since many members of Kureka's squad were already unconscious, the entire situation was unclear and explanations were required. The squad's black uniform and masks made it obvious that they belonged to Kureha, but it was unclear who could take down so many seasoned fighters. Kureka's squad was clearly wiped out, and the only thing left to do was figure out who did it. When Arel unexpectedly showed up beside the girls, Tilga questioned whether he was the one who had actually done that to the squad. However, the man casually replied that if it were so. The girls hurried to assist the awakened Kureha after realizing that this man was the primary target. The injured girl clarified that she lost the altercation with the man after attempting to advance to seize him first. Tilga found it incomprehensible that a man with no sense of style could act in such a manner. Arel verified his status. Tilga didn't believe it though, as it seemed like a bunch of bullshit. Arel affirmed his lack of class once more and stopped arguing with the girls. In the meantime, a group of warlike adversaries surrounded him once more and attempted to capture him. Arel concluded that since fighting was so exhausting, he had to do it again. People-animals interactions are a fairly uncommon occurrence, according to Mastema, and they are fascinating to observe. Arel concluded that these animals had to be extremely powerful in combat. One of the girls was taken aback by this assessment, but she also questioned whether this was all that was known about their race. Arel saw the change in her hand as she vowed to demonstrate her power right away. It was an impressive sight, and the long-range strike was so powerful that it broke the enormous trunk of an old tree. In the end, the girl used a stone to smash the tree and showed off her animal fixation skills. This function boosts a person's strength in combat while decreasing their intelligence. Furthermore, dealing with such creatures is difficult when they undergo complete transformations. Arel believed that he could destroy half the houses in the city if he engaged in combat with such creatures, so he needed to consider ways to minimize losses. The guy had to leap high to dodge the blow when the girl attempted to attack Arela. When the girl realized that a strange hand had grabbed her leg from beneath the ground, she became enraged and determined to punish him. Everything appeared to be yellow magic, which is used to make golems. Tilga was enraged by this and exerted all of her strength. Even though Arel was already far above the ground, he could still hear the girl's irate screams, urging him to come back and fight her right away. Since there wasn't much of a distance, the man chose to go straight to his house. But all of a sudden, Arela was being pursued by something that looked like a dragon. The girl identified herself as the princess of the dragons of Duel, one of the 8 generals of the kingdom of the rising sun of dragons. Since he had never met her, and had not done anything in the kingdom of the rising sun, Arel had no idea who this girl was or what she wanted from him. Dola understood that since the 2 generals had not succeeded in capturing Arela, she would need to be more tenacious in her quest. After telling the enemy to get ready for an attack, the girl gave her dragon the order to breathe. The boy was unprepared for the lightning strike, and it appeared that Dola wanted to neutralize him as much as possible before bringing him to the proper location. Arel instantly blocked the lightning's influence with Ruru. Since he was successful in protecting himself with the royal slime, Dola commended him for his resourcefulness. However, he was unable to hold Nilba's dragon breath in this manner for very long. However, it turned out that this was a peculiar slug, and it grew bigger and bigger every second until it was close to the dragon. However, the dragon was well trained and managed to evade the slug's assault. Arel even considered getting himself the exact same dragon at that precise moment. Arel then made the decision to carry on with his journey after returning the slug Ruru to the demon world. Mastema concluded that they had at last escaped their assailants, but Arel was no longer so certain. It was clear that his pursuers could have anticipated his route and taken action if Arel had been walking. The opponents can still pursue him even though he is now flying, and they shouldn't be able to tell which way he is going. Mastema concluded that his opponents are aware of their destination if he thinks logically. The opponents can already anticipate Arel's homecoming if this is indeed the case. Arel remained resolute despite Mastema's suggestion to take the family hostage. Mastema did not realize right away that they were now flying to the Empress when the man made the decision to go straight. Kureha and Tilga attempted to regain consciousness in the meantime, and talked about their powerful opponent and high ranks. As usual, Fara and Leon were having fun while strolling together. The next time they were sightseeing, Fara pointed out the defeated squad and told them it was safer to stick to the city routes. Fara concluded that this was incorrect because they lived a far happier life here than in the kingdom of the rising sun. Then Fara explained that she needed to punish someone, but she wouldn't have to be away from her cherished husband for very long. Although Fara had already made up her mind and promised to come back soon, Leon was not overly thrilled about this. The fact that no one had been able to bring Arel to her yet infuriated the Empress. The assistant expressed regret and said they had done their best. However, since the 3 generals had not succeeded, the Empress had ordered everyone to search. The assistant reminded them that in this scenario, the castle would not be protected, but a man with one eye suddenly came in and said there were serious issues. A young man named Arel appeared, according to the boy. Arel originally refused to come here, so the Empress was taken aback by this news. However, since the man's card showed that he had no class, it was all true. However, Arel himself just then walked into the room, and the ecstatic Empress hurried over to greet the visitor. Arel's leg slapped the Empress in the face of the girl's sincere attempt to kiss him. Her assistants were taken aback by the guest's actions as the girl crashed to the ground. They hurried to assist, but the Empress bemoaned her heartbreak, wondering how she could have met her affectionate older sister in such a rude manner. The assistant to the Empress was utterly perplexed, as they were unaware that the unfamiliar visitor was the brother of their mistress. As soon as the Empress started to clarify that this was, in fact, her uncivilized younger brother, the assistants realized their error in trying to compel Arel to come. Such a relationship with the Empress shocked the man himself. Why did the Empress start to reveal that she just couldn't, and that she wanted to make the announcement as soon as possible that her promise would be fulfilled? It turned out that the older sister had made a vow to establish a world where her younger, classless brother could live in freedom and comfort, but she had apparently forgotten to remind him of this or even to tell him about it. The girl joyfully stated that there is no class distinction or difference between the rich and the poor in her nation. As a result, everyone in this nation enjoys equal rights and living conditions. Arel was unhappy with this state of affairs because it no longer mattered how hard a person worked because he would still not be granted any privileges or benefits. However, the Empress assured that this would not be an issue and that there was no need to worry because she would be able to personally force people to work even in the absence of compensation thanks to her Empress class and heavenly command skill. Arel disagreed with this, however, as everyone should receive regular compensation for their labor. However, the Empress offered to live with her in this world because she was certain that she had made Arel's living space perfect. But since he didn't like all of this, the man declined without hesitation. Since he would no longer have to work needlessly, and no one would make fun of him, the Empress truly did not understand. He could now just live a happy and joyful life. However, Arel clarified that he did not enjoy such a life because it was extremely boring. Arel said he didn't need such a country anyhow and that it was time to move on as he left. He was ordered to stop by the enraged Empress. Because it was impossible to defy her divine command, the self-assured Empress was certain that Arel would not be able to depart out of the blue. All Arel needed to do was marry her, and she would take care of him from now on. Before she could say anything more, however, the Empress's voice abruptly stopped. Arel clarified that the heavenly command's biggest flaw is that it won't work if her voice doesn't get through to the person she is speaking to. He was able to make the Empress's voice miss him entirely because of this. He only needed to eliminate the girl's environment and render her talent ineffective. Arel clarified that he was only able to accomplish this with the aid of green magic in response to his assistant's shocked inquiries. The use of magic, however, shocked everyone in attendance even more. Arel was supposed to be a classless individual, so the Empress's one-eyed assistant was confused. However, Arel clarified that self-training was the source of his magic skills. Although she was unable to express it, the Empress merely believed that she did not believe it. Arel claimed to be a classless man, but does his resistance to the Empress seem to be in vain given how easily he can overcome her? To everyone in attendance, the man explained that he truly enjoyed working hard throughout the day, which is why he didn't want to stay here and had to leave. However, because Her Majesty did not want this, the Empress's assistant stated that they would not permit him to depart. Arel understood that the Empress's divine decree was not the reason these girls were attempting to behave. However, it turned out that they were acting freely and that they owed the Empress their lives. Arel must thus battle and defeat them both if he wishes to leave this room. The man vowed not to hold back and was prepared for this. Arel had already left the room without incident a few minutes later. The Empress was surprised at how easily this man defeated her 8 best generals. Since they weren't as strong as they ought to have been, the assistant girls had changed. Nevertheless, the Empress commanded that Arel be taken back. Since they would only be wasting their time and effort, and the heavenly command did not work on this man, it seemed foolish. The Empress ordered the pursuit of Arela after concluding that this was a simple error. At that moment, Fara showed up and told her daughter that her desires had gone too far. Her cries reverberated throughout the palace as the pampered girl soon received a well-earned punishment from her strict mother. Despite Fara's insistence that the Empress never again pursue Arela, the girl persisted, and the ass-beating went on. Nevertheless, the heavenly command was ineffective. Fara clarified that some foolish abilities could not restrict her genuine maternal love. Since they all appeared to be a crazy family, the assistant and Hao could not comprehend why they were all related. However, the only thing the girls want for themselves is to avoid upsetting anyone in this family. Arel, meanwhile, came home to be welcomed by his devoted father. Since Rihanna was training in a nearby dungeon and Fara had gone to her personal business, it turned out that he was the only one who stayed at home. Leon claimed that Rihanna had vowed to confront Arel as soon as he got home because she had grown significantly stronger as a result of her mother's training. Arel was eager to meet him and was intrigued by such a proposal. After finding out that Mila was in her room, Arel made the decision to pay her a visit. Leon reminded his son that his mother ignored him despite their frequent arguments. Arel assured him that he and his father would undoubtedly engage in a training duel. When Arel knocked on Mila's door and got no response, he decided to go inside without her consent and discovered the girl on his bed. Infuriated, Mila referred to the man as a fool. Arel acknowledged his error and made an effort to make amends with the girl, telling her that his decision to leave without asking was a mistake. However, Mila eventually gave in to her emotions and gave Arel a hug. Because Mila genuinely thought that Arel was the cause of her outrage, she started to complain. At this point, the owner was being repeatedly provoked by the little demon until the man seized him and told him to stop talking. Arel then declared to everyone that he wanted to visit Istark. His parents urged him not to make a snap decision, reminding him that all he wanted was to return home. However, Arel stated that he was determined to tame monsters as quickly as possible. Given that he had Medi and Ruru, Fara questioned her son about whether his own monsters weren't sufficient. However, the boy clarified that his goal was to train powerful monsters. Since he undoubtedly thought of himself as strong, the demon became indignant at once. Arel clarified that he would be able to reach his full potential in the city he was heading to, which was referred to as the City of Monsters. At first, Arel assumed he would wind up in a dungeon of some sort because of his aggressive name. However, it turned out that this City of Monsters had even more buildings than the City of Magicians. Medi said he felt something and gestured toward a big building. Arel recognized right away that this structure resembled a battle arena and that they most likely used it for fighting monsters. The assumption proved to be accurate, and regular guys talked about training and team betting. Arel instantly recalled the swordsman's city, where he also came across wagers. Maddie then questioned the owner about his plans. Like in the City of Swordsmen, the boy first made the decision to join a guild. The two monsters were obviously offended when the guild administrator unexpectedly burst out laughing upon seeing the small demon and the feeble slime. According to the girl, Arel's monsters couldn't even defeat a homeless puppy, so it was impossible for him to join the guild. Arel attempted to explain the slime's efficacy, but Maddie wanted to immediately grab the bold girl's hair. However, the girl paid no attention, particularly not to a shabby guy. At last, the administrator acknowledged that she had encountered individuals who were able to communicate effectively with monsters despite lacking the necessary abilities. However, because of this, these individuals still think they can tame actual monsters. Arel acknowledged that he lacked the requisite abilities, but he was skilled in alchemy and management. The girl referred to it all as a huge coincidence, and refused to listen. Furthermore, Arel would not be able to take part in combat even if he joined the guild. Arel discovered that he needed to manage at least 5 monsters after leaving the Monster Tamer Guild, and he now needed to locate a market where he could purchase them. Arel was frightened when he unexpectedly encountered a real monster of enormous size on the street. However, since he had already been subdued and was merely obeying his master, there was no reason for concern. In the meantime, Medi recommended examining what lay beyond the 3 enormous walls in front of them. As it happened, there were a lot of people with kids, and the scene looked like a typical zoo. It would be helpful to know the monster's category, and each cage included a description of the creature. Although a member of the Tamer class can theoretically control any monster, the more specialized the monster type, the higher the rank. This made it simpler to locate the monster you were looking for. The owner responded with insults when Medi asked what category he was aiming for. All the monsters here were getting too excited, and Arel knew it, but he didn't care. Extreme discomfort was felt, and then the man noticed a store with a long line of customers. It turned out that a legendary class monster, Fenrir, was present. The exorbitant cost further validated this monster's status. Medi acknowledged that he had witnessed similar creatures in his demon world in the past, and they were essentially uncontrollable. It is now hard to imagine this creature sitting in a cage. Because the monster grew up in a city with lots of people around it, the seller explained all of this. It turns out that these monsters are bred locally and then sold once they reach adulthood. The Fenrir is trainable as a result. Arel felt that all of this was a great loss for the wildlife. Generally speaking, he aimed to create a powerful monster that thrived in its native environment. The guy asked if he could tame wild monsters when he returned to the Tamers Guild, and the girl gave it some serious thought. The administrator then inquired as to how frequently Arela was referred to as a careless individual. The girl clarified that this was not a social assistance center, and that it was important to know, but the guy had no idea what was being discussed. In the end, it was safe to capture wild monsters, but there was a risk that they would attack their master. And only a professional tamer is capable of engaging in such dangerous activities. And a classless guy in this city is unlikely to get assistance. But perhaps Arel will find something for himself if you put your ad on the board. After thanking him for the information, the man proceeded to the location where advertisements were posted, but there were simply too many of them. Announcements about capturing a monster here were made, along with pleas for escort and protection. Since it would be much simpler for them to move around, Mehdi made the decision to try to locate a map of the area on this notice board. The city was shown in blue and the surrounding area in green on a map that was soon discovered. The danger level was apparently indicated in this way, with the farther an area was from the city center, the redder it became. Arel's attention was immediately drawn to a dark red circle that was clearly visible to the north of the city. This area, known as the Great Plains of Betshuda, was apparently home to the most dangerous monsters. Without hesitation, Arel made the decision to go there, and because he could fly, he soon found himself in the proper area. There was a massive stone in the middle of the red territory, but no monsters were present. There was nothing like the stone anywhere in the area, which made it odd. It was deep in the red zone, and Mehdi could see a settlement nearby. It turned out that people had lived here for a very long time and that there were even livestock in the area. Arel made the decision to speak with the locals right away, and Mehdi had a negative hunch. There were tents all over the place, but the streets were deserted, and it took a while before Arel could locate someone inside one of the tents. "Have you come for the monsters that roam the plains?" the girl asked the stranger. Arel asked why people had chosen to settle in such an odd location, not denying the obvious. The guy recalled the map that showed this location as the most dangerous, and the girl saw Arela's surprise. "And why don't monsters come here then?" It turns out that the monsters in this region don't leave their zones, they live there. Many adventurers come here for that reason. Additionally, this settlement resembles a central marketplace. The girl exclaimed with pride that since her family had constructed a restaurant nearby, Arel could eat there, especially since the hunters would be returning soon and it would be quite noisy. Arel chose not to say no. It turned out that guests could enter the restaurant with their familiars, despite the unexpectedly large entrance. Many of the tents, Mehdi guessed, were hunters' tents. As soon as the girl suggested it, Arel was anticipating the selected meat plate. Arel eventually asked what strange stone he had seen in the very center of these lands after requesting permission to ask a question. The girl responded unsurely after realizing instantly that they were discussing a cursed stone. It turned out that nobody from the neighborhood visited him, and it's possible that the stone is a monster. It turns out that the path to the cursed stone is paved with formidable monsters, and some people assert that the stone itself is what draws them in. The cursed stone was barely reached by foot. Such a strange tale piqued Arel's interest. Arel clarified his fascination with powerful monsters, but the girl concluded that she was interacting with a researcher. Additionally, he had to locate powerful monsters and turn them into familiars. The girl was taken aback by this since she could not even believe that a man devoid of monsters was a tamer. The girl did not notice Mehdi right away, but Arel showed her right away. The man described the demon's secrecy as normal exhaustion. The girl wasn't impressed by the demon's diminutive size, and she didn't see the point of such a familiar or how Arel was going to catch monsters. The girl then concluded that Arel had his own group of people who would eventually join him. However, the man responded that he was, in fact, by himself. Even now, a group of high-ranking individuals is making their way to the cursed stone, but it took months and numerous retreats, which Ashia described as sheer insanity. The girl merely snorted in annoyance when a loud guy soon showed up. To make it even more annoying, Ashia clarified that it was a frequent customer who consistently displayed signs of attention. The girl acknowledged that she only likes attractive men, but sadly, not many of them choose to be around her. The loud guy boasted about his extremely rare monster bear, which he had managed to acquire today. The spacious entrance was well utilized by the docile grizzly. The man also shared his adventures. Still uncertain, Ashia concluded that the bear was not yet completely subdued. Even so, the man continued to brag about his accomplishments and reassured her otherwise. However, things got out of hand, and the bear used one blow to smash a large table. When Ashia insisted on removing the monster, the man lost all control over the bear. However, Arel stepped in right away and stopped the wild beast's enormous paw. The bear genuinely listened to the man's advice and stopped destroying everything when he said that if the monster was that hungry, he should order food first. Everyone was in disbelief, and Arel started to push the enormous monster out into the street with amazing force. Since the monster had no power over Arel, everything appeared to be fantastic. Mehdi was naturally offended when Ashia said that Arel never uses his demon. Arel told the noisy man to keep a closer eye on his familiars after he had dealt with the bear. The cook and the girl started thanking the man for saving their restaurant after he quickly left with his bear without arguing. However, as it happened, Arila's dish burned while the monster situation was being handled, and the man realized that lunch would take a while. But the expectations were fulfilled, and Ashia soon showed up carrying a tray of aromatic food. Distressed, the girl resolved to monitor guests and their monsters more closely going forward. Ultimately, as a thank you for the rescue, the establishment offered a delectable meat dish at their expense. Arel expressed gratitude for the meal and requested assistance finding a place to spend the night. As it turned out, Ashia's promise to personally take him to a good place was very close. Arel left the following morning. Why they were walking rather than flying baffled Mehdi. However, the boy was eager to locate the formidable creatures he had heard about the day before. Furthermore, there is no assurance that strong people will be in the vicinity of the cursed stone, even if monsters are drawn to it. It was odd that Mehdi felt no monsters close by as she looked around. The little demon then described the people who were pursuing them and offered to get rid of them, but Arel declined because they refused to harm them. People decided that Arel was the master of the Red Book after giving him a close examination. But all of a sudden, a massive wyvern emerged. Arel swiftly chased the flying monster away and startled everyone by igniting the non-burning wyvern. People were searching for someone with magic, so they were even more perplexed when they discovered that this man actually had a sword. He might be able to use fire with his familiar, but that would require him to have a B-rank demon. While the others talked about Arila, who had gone in pursuit of strong monsters, one of the boys listened to the ground. Then there was a loud cry to back off. According to the man, there was some movement below ground, and a giant, lethal mole emerged a short while later. The guys below were baffled by how someone who used red magic was now flying, and Arel was taken aback by the size of the underground monster. The deadly mole lost its enormous claws as soon as it attacked Arila. The force of the blow produced a strong wind flow. The enormous claws of the mole then dropped to the floor. The boys were shocked by this because the mole's skull and claws were known for their exceptional strength. Although no one witnessed Arel drawing his blade, the wounds were unquestionably caused by a sword. Eventually, one of the men suggested that they include Arel in their group so they could reach the cursed stone. His partner, however, retorted that they would fail. It turned out that Arel had already stepped far enough away from the detachment that his footsteps were no longer audible. In the meantime, one of the 4 highest-ranking individuals arrived at the step's center. This trip lasted them 6 months. To the team's surprise, the cursed stone was surprisingly soft to the touch despite its enormous size. A real rain of stones started after a few minutes, along with other odd noises. Then the damn stone began to move, and everything began to feel like an earthquake. The rock was a sleeping hippopotamus, as it turned out. The team chose to leave because they were unprepared for this. However, the massive hippopotamus reduced visibility and caused a sandstorm with a single movement. In addition to being struck by the size of the living cursed stone, Arel heard loud noises. According to Mehdi, this was a legendary class monster and a true behemoth. However, it might even belong to a mythical monster class. There is only one behemoth on Earth, despite the fact that there are many people and demons. When Arel saw how hard it would be to tame such a rare monster, he became interested in it. Arel nevertheless made the decision to capture such a unique creature, but Mehdi was unsure of the endeavor's viability, and concluded that he would be set free if the owner passed away. The four-man squad, meanwhile, was unable to control the powerful wind currents that blinded them and made movement difficult. Everyone knew that the enormous monster would just crush them if they were unable to flee. One of the men proposed attempting to speak with the hippo. There was hope that the behemoth would be able to communicate with humans, as high-ranking demons had no trouble doing so. One of the men summoned the bravery to approach the monster and request that he refrain from killing them. The only response from the hippopotamus was that he had not disturbed anyone and was sleeping. They expressed regret and pledged to vacate the area right away. People could hear the hippopotamus's irritated voice when he spoke through telepathy. However, because it would not pardon anyone, the enormous monster then attacked the populace. Arel was about to use a divine strike through space at that precise moment. The hippopotamus was hurt by several of the blade's blows, which allowed the people to flee. The hippo was taken aback because he had not experienced pain in a long time, and his skin was robust. The monster attempted to identify this man-shaped creature. However, Arel clarified that he was just a regular individual. The boy explained that he wanted to become a monster tamer, but the hippo did not believe him. Arel then proposed to make the hippo his familiar. The strange man's offer was considered by the hippopotamus. However, because it was unnecessary, the enormous monster refused to become familiar to any human. According to Behemoth, there are still a variety of monsters in the world, and you can consider any of them to be familiar. Behemoth would be the ideal choice because Arel acknowledged that he doesn't care who he takes from as long as it's a powerful monster. The man considered his options after realizing he couldn't persuade this monster. He could use taming magic after weakening the monsters, just like he did with Medi and Pururu. However, it was challenging, so the man, hoping to gain the hippo's favor, offered to feed him. Since it is improbable that a mythical creature can be tamed with food, Medi was incensed by this action. In fact, the hippopotamus responded that it is entirely independent. Arel offered to scratch the hippopotamus in this instance. The man apologized for attacking the hippo, which proved to be an extremely stubborn animal. Then, Arel offered to use white magic to mend the monster's wounds, but this offer was also turned down. After stepping on the man with its paw, a massive hippopotamus declared him dead. However, Arel actually used earth magic to kill him. The huge monster attempted to crush the impudent man with both paws at once, acknowledging that he was having trouble handling him. In this instance, the monster chose to move swiftly, causing the ground to move as though in waves under its powerful blows. Arel was forced to just flee a little due to the mythical creature's amazing power, as it was hard to defend against the hippopotamus. Behemoth requested that he be left alone and hidden from view. After deflecting the blows, Arel sensed that his divine shield was evaporating and that he would now have to take action from a distance. The enormous hippopotamus was hard to handle, and even though the man used a magical blast, nothing worked on him. The hippopotamus decided to get rid of the man in a different way after calling him too annoying. Abruptly, the massive hippo started to take in air and sucked in Arela. Medi was now free and realized right away that his master would be moving out. As the small demon started to give thanks to the hippo, there was a sudden sound of blows. In horror, Medi realized that his master had most likely drawn a sword and was attempting to escape. A massive hippopotamus suddenly passed out, and Arel then showed up. The man acknowledged that he was initially afraid but later understood that internal attacks would work. Arel made a joke about the futility of mourning Medi's distress. Finding out if the hippo was still alive was the only thing left to do. Arel made the decision to attempt taming magic because the enormous creature was in agony and felt extremely weak. The man told the monster that he had enchanted it from the inside out, and that it was now subdued. Despite the fact that the hippopotamus's size was a major issue, Arel applied the treatment, and was pleased to have such a powerful creature. The next time, Medi said, consider your options before taming a monster. The hippopotamus, however, stated that its size was not an issue and that it could get smaller. The enormous creature changed into a man in a matter of seconds. The owner was taken aback because the woman standing in front of him was quite normal, despite her slight height. The only issue was her lack of clothing. After all, she must wear something if she is a human. If he brought a nude girl into town on a chain, it would look even worse. They would call the man a real devil, Medi agreed. A group of people suddenly came out of hiding and were shocked to learn that the hippopotamus, or rather, the cursed stone, had vanished. The realization that the girl in front of them was that same enormous hippopotamus, however, shocked everyone even more. Nobody ever considered the possibility of creating a familiar out of a mythical creature. However, Arel thanked them for the clothes and told it like it was. Many questioned Arel's decision to move to the city, where he could purchase regular clothing. The hippopotamus was not exactly a common monster that people could stroll around the city with, after all. Arel asked the team to accompany him, but they all wanted to avoid the enormous hippo because they were so afraid. The man calmly went to the city, where there were plenty of places to unwind and eat lunch, without questioning why these people didn't want to go together. However, the village ended up being nearly entirely destroyed. After some monster, everything appeared to be in ruins. Arel heard about a horrible earthquake and storm from a girl he met at a restaurant. The man realized right away what had caused it. The cursed stone eventually vanished after a horrible fire that occurred far away, according to locals. People attempted to restore everything because they were both excited and agitated by the events. Then, a strange girl who was very tall caught Arel's attention, and he called her Bifai, his friend. The name sounded very strange, and Arel clarified that a hippopotamus had to call itself by a human name because it was preferable for it to conceal its true identity. The man then inquired as to the location of the closest clothes store. Ashia saw that the tall girl's clothes were too shabby and promised to take her to the proper store. When he found himself in the room for the night in the evening, Arel concluded that he had accomplished his goal and had successfully subdued a formidable monster. 2 more monsters were required to take part in the battles, Mehdi reminded them. Arel asked Bifai if she was aware of any other powerful creatures in the area. Arel clarified that he needed a few more monsters, better than mythical ones, for a very important matter. The girl clarified that she needed to go to the sea in order to confront another monster that was just as strong as she was. Arel soon discovered himself close to the sea, which astounded him with its vastness when he first saw it. Bifai clarified that she was unsure of the precise location of the enormous monster, and that it was foolish to search for it at random. Arel sought assistance from a local and inquired if he was aware of any dreadful creatures. The local man immediately responded that it was probably a leviathan, a snake-like monster. Even when the leviathan floats close to the boat, it makes enormous waves, so the fisherman advised against Arel's search for this creature. Arel was even more eager to see the legendary monster that this so obviously suggested. No one goes to sea in these parts because of this. Arel clarified that he wanted to use magic to battle the monster and inquired as to Leviathan's precise location. There is no guarantee that the monster is always in one place, the local man clarified. Consequently, it was impossible to gather any crucial information. Consequently, an effort to learn more about the sunken ships was required. I soon met a kind man who chose to speak with someone who wanted to know more about the sea monster. The stranger went on to say that the monster had been sighted in the South Sea a few days prior by a number of sailors. Arel was pleased with the man's offer to use his ship to get there. This was a wise choice because there were no resting spots over the Burim, making it challenging to use flight magic. The hippopotamus was also incapable of swimming or flying. The stranger then proposed that they meet up on the beach the next morning before embarking on their adventure. Mehdi mistrusted the courteous man after noticing something odd about him. In fact, there was a ship on the shore the following morning, and Quila, the ship's captain, met the travelers there. It turned out that Rizef had already told him about the passengers. The wind was favorable, and the weather was superb. The captain stated that there were only 3 days remaining to reach the destination. Quila then invited everyone to check their rooms by going down into the hold. The ship was extremely small and dark, and the captain eventually took the girl and the man to an unfamiliar location that Arel didn't like. Arel couldn't understand why there were other people behind the bars. However, the captain clarified that these were merely goods and not people. The captain disputed Arel's reminder that human trafficking was prohibited because the laws only applied within the nation and they were now at sea. One of the young prisoners started to object and demand his immediate release. He also reminded them that his family would soon begin searching for him. However, the captain did not release anyone and only responded to such threats with laughter. Quila pledged to sell all of the prisoners to other nations as slaves. Mehdi declared the captives doomed as Arel watched the events calmly. Arel surmised that he was specifically lured onto this ship and that the entire tale of the sea monster was a work of fiction. After giving the man a curious glance, the captain vowed to send him to the mines. Then he noticed a tall, blonde woman. Although the girl had a very attractive face, the captain, who was knowledgeable about the slave trade and knew how much demand there was for the goods, was suspicious of her height. Quila pledged to locate customers with unique needs. Ultimately, there are plenty of people who enjoy gathering representatives of various races. Quila was openly pleased with his accomplishments and relished his position of authority. Arel was then forced into the cage with the other prisoners by the disgusting captain. However, the boy's reply was so forceful that the captain flew through the closed doors into another room. The captain felt the full force of the blow this time, and not even his holy protection could help him. All of the crew's tales about the monster proved to be false, so Arel turned to them calmly and requested that they take him back to shore. However, the ship's crew proved to be very hostile, threatening to either hang the criminal or cast him overboard. Arel was aware that his opponents were not particularly formidable, but there was still the issue of eliminating them since no one would be left to steer the big ship. One of the malevolent pirates started brandishing a gun at Beth. The enigmatic girl chose to discipline the impudent man because she was not afraid. With a single wave of her hand, the hippopotamus girl slammed the pirate into the ceiling, frightening the other team members. Arel recognized that the team's lives were now in jeopardy since the hippopotamus was unable to control himself. However, the tall blonde abruptly declared that she was exhausted and fell asleep. Even the enslaved slaves who begged not to touch Befy were frightened. Actually, the only thing the hippopotamus saw was a little pile of rugs that he could rest on. Ignoring everything that was going on, the tall blonde broke the bars effortlessly and fell asleep. The restrained captain, meanwhile, expressed regret for what he had done and acknowledged that he had lied about the sea monster. Arel made the decision to head to the port right away because this was all he wanted to know. One of the prisoners praised the stranger as a very courageous and strong man and thanked him for saving him. The children in captivity were overjoyed because they would no longer be held as slaves. Arel understood that these defenseless kids would have been sold into slavery if he hadn't been on this ship. A powerful jolt was felt along the ship's bottom at that very moment. The seasoned captain recognized right away that water alone could not have caused this. One of the sailors then reported issues after hearing shouts. In fact, a giant octopus kraken attacked the ship a few seconds later. In order to prevent the ship from sinking, the captain ordered that it be untied and that the monster's tentacles be severed. The terrified team was even more shocked when Arel responded that he could manage it on his own. The assistant to the captain saw that the octopus was enormous and that the tentacles were flying in their direction. The ship would soon drag them under the water. But with a single sword swing, Arel miraculously severed the enormous tentacle and vanished. Then the crew saw Arel chopping at a massive tentacle while hanging in midair. A similar attempt was made by the captain's assistant as well, but the tentacle proved to be extremely difficult. Because Arel was undoubtedly incapable of fighting underwater, it was foolish to chase after the enormous octopus as it fled underwater. While the team talked about the amazing rescue and the weird guy who did it, Arel kept thinking about fighting underwater and concluded that it was possible in theory. The same kraken that attacked the ship was at the top of a massive fountain of seawater that appeared out of nowhere. It turned out that the kraken was merely a little snack for the same leviathan. From this, the ship's crew lost their calm and did not know what to do. The enormous sea monster then turned to face the hippopotamus and said that he sensed its enchanted power and that everything would be resolved this time. After fighting the leviathan hundreds of years ago, the tall blonde greeted him. The crew made the decision to remain silent and avoid interfering with these odd passengers. Since Leviathan had no chance of winning in the sea, he was wondering why the hippopotamus was here. Naturally, Befy did not want to fight and clarified that she was only serving as Arel's guide. The boy clarified that they were here because he wanted Leviathan to be his familiar. The insolence of a common man astounded Leviathan, who vowed to stay on the seabed with his ship. This response infuriated Arel, who understood that if this kept up, the ship would just disintegrate into tiny fragments. The boy then divided the waves and lessened the force on the ship by using magic. Although Arel couldn't do it all the time, Leviathan valued this ability. The man surprised the Leviathan by offering to lift the bat into the air and soaring above the ship. Arel promised to surprise Leviathan with his skills because he had been training for a very long time, but Leviathan explained that he could eat the little man like a small bird. Many observed the events with curiosity and speculated about the owner's potential behavior this time. Arel made the decision to try using his sword because, at first glance, the Leviathan appeared to have less stamina and defense than the behemoth. However, it was risky to strike an opponent who was moving too quickly because Leviathan would immediately attack the man with his enormous tail. Arel recognized that he had initially seen what a hippopotamus looked like, but it was unclear in this instance. Most of Leviathan's body was underwater, and it was difficult to predict which part of it would strike next. Arel also realized that he needed to attack first because this enormous monster would only need to strike once to penetrate and protect him. It wasn't that simple, though, as a shock wave struck Arel and miraculously missed its target. The man concluded that he would have to be inside the enormous monster once more as the enormous mouth started to move quickly toward him. After a few minutes, the massive Leviathan started to violently shake its head. Mehdi made the decision to approach and learn the truth. The little demon concluded that this time it was a draw because Leviathan had no signs of life and the owner was nowhere to be seen. However, a few minutes later, he heard the sound of dominance magic, which he had heard before. Since Arel hadn't been seen in a while and only the crafty captain was pleased about this, the situation was genuinely unclear. The fact that the captain had escaped was a surprise to all. In response, the captain gave the order to herd the slaves back into the cage and to resume their prior path. Unfortunately for the captain, however, a tall girl with extraordinary strength was still present on deck. The crew was terrified, but the captain knew who he was playing with. This girl, after all, was boundless and even worse. The captain did not understand the reason behind the crew's refusal to obey his orders. The little boy begged Bfi for assistance, explaining that they would never see their parents again after being sold into slavery. However, the children realized they were saved when Arel emerged from the water. All the boy wanted to do was dry things, and he was considering the best kind of magic to use. Seeing his savior alive made the young child very happy. Everyone then noticed an odd stench, and it turned out that Arel had erred in his magic order, which is why Leviathan apparently died. Arel promised to tie himself up after spotting the disgusting captain, who was already trembling with terror. Since he had climbed out of the water, Arel questioned whether he actually stank that much. However, as soon as the foot of the changed Leviathan entered the ship, it acknowledged its defeat and bowed its head to its master. Since Leviathan took the shape of a young girl, his form was nearly identical to that of a hippopotamus. In this human form, he occasionally explored cities and received free candy. The guy then reminded her whose stomach he had just visited when the girl asked why Arela smelled so bad. "What happened to you?" Leviathan asked the giant. With Bfi's admission of defeat, Arel's strength was now fully appreciated. Leviathan concluded by saying that he had no other option in this situation, particularly since he had been bored recently, and was prepared to be the guy's familiar for a while. Arel was taken aback by this, but Leviathan reminded him right away of how long he had been here. The young children who had been abducted as slaves were soon returned to their parents as the ship sailed to shore. And to receive the just punishment they were due, the disgusting captain and his cronies went to the police. For Arel, this was a fantastic outcome of the sea voyage. While Behemoth and Leviathan were enjoying themselves, Arel gave his ancient monster the name Levi and presented them to the other members of his subordinates. Levi responded that there was no use in being hostile if the hippopotamus and Leviathan were now both familiar with the same person, although Mehdi was taken aback by their friendliness. Some of Arel's friends were very strong and enjoyed fighting. Levi blamed her old rival for her problems, while Bfi reminded them that she didn't like fighting because it was so exhausting. Arel rewords his query to inquire as to whether any other creatures can be compared to the Leviathan giants. The girls respond that while they haven't seen the monster in 1,000 years, it does exist. The guy had to overcome another element to gain possession of the mythical creature, which turned out to be an air monster. Although the sea was large and Leviathan discovered it on his own, the sky was obviously very large, and the hippopotamus's presence was the only thing that allowed the sea monster to be subdued. However, it turned out that the unidentified creature does not always reside in the sky. Occasionally, it makes its home in a nest high in the mountains. Although the nest's last location was reported several hundred years ago, it is unlikely that it stayed there. However, Arel ultimately made the decision to seek out the legendary creature, or more accurately, the nest where he occasionally resided. Arel was taken aback by the volcano's activity when he saw the smoke up ahead, and these mountains were also very different from the ones he usually saw. Levi clarified that the nest they were searching for was actually the crater from which the smoke was emanating. The man chose to accelerate and take off, but the girls were obviously unable to follow suit. The hippo turned down Levi's request to carry her. Arel moved slowly toward the crater of the legendary creature while the girls stayed behind and kept arguing about their flaws. Abruptly, however, Befi was seized by the head by a massive flying monster. The hippopotamus kicked the enormous creature behind the closest mountains after knocking it down with a single motion of her hand, which was extremely unpleasant. Befi handled it like a fly, even though it turned out to be a fierce red dragon. It was immediately apparent that the power of these legendary creatures was entirely different. Arel made an ice wall close to the right mountain, but it melted instantly. The next step was to determine the best route along the hot surface to reach the crater itself. The crater was so large that it could not be compared to a typical geyser. Arel questioned whether a creature could actually reside inside this awful element. However, the Leviathan acknowledged that she had only heard about it and had never actually seen it. The girl's attempt to call into the actual crater appeared incredibly foolish and was unlikely to be helpful. When Arel heard wings fluttering, he looked up at the sky and saw a massive bird that was entirely engulfed in flames. It was indeed the legendary creature Phoenix, and there was no error. Since they had never walked together in the past, the firebird was taken aback when the hippopotamus or Leviathan appeared. According to Lev, they are together because of a brief truce they had. Arel clarified that he wanted to talk to Phoenix after he showed interest in a regular person. The man made the quick decision to come clean and said he wanted to have a Phoenix as a familiar. Phoenix guessed right away that the Leviathan and hippopotamus had become familiar, which seemed unexpected. Arel clarified that he was able to tame them by just trying hard. The girls, however, argued that they were being coerced into serving. Even though Phoenix surmised that this individual was out of the ordinary, he refused to be among the familiars. Arel snatched up the blade and vowed to complete the task swiftly and painlessly. The impudent man was immediately hit by Phoenix's fire shower, which would have destroyed anyone else but this courageous man. The area where Arel stood was literally burned out due to the extreme heat during this attack. In this battle, Behemoth and Leviathan did not demand them. Arel saw that the girls were strong because none of them were harmed by the blow. Mehdi was the most outraged and managed to avoid the fireballs because of his size. Even though Phoenix was impressed by the man's quick reflexes, it would be suicide to fight him in such a heated environment. The man moved outside the fireball's radius and avoided each one, surprising Phoenix with his strategy. Phoenix realized that this appeared to be divine steps and that a normal person could not fly so quickly. Arel tried to attack the Phoenix as soon as they were within striking distance. However, even with blue magic, the man was startled by the intense heat he experienced. The Phoenix would just burn, though it was obvious that it could not be reached. Arel was surprised by how much heat the Phoenix's body produced. However, the firebird itself was taken aback by the man's perseverance in getting so close to it. Ultimately, the two chose not to launch a remote attack. Phoenix believed he could hit the shot with his attack, but Arel used Divine Floating Strike. The firebird's flame was somewhat extinguished because, as it turned out, the Phoenix's power was not greater than the Divine Strikes. Arel ultimately made the decision to launch another assault, and he succeeded in stunning Phoenix with a series of additional divine blows before he collapsed to the ground, his body smoking. As it happened, Phoenix quickly recovered his strength with the aid of flaming magma, and his fire started to burn even more intensely. Arel of this bird, as he will always be revived after passing away. However, Phoenix chose to become acquainted with such a powerful individual, which shocked Arela and caused him to reflect. The man clarified that he had to use subjugation magic and put in a lot of effort to defeat the previous two legendary monsters. However, it was surprising that Phoenix voluntarily agreed to become a familiar face. Phoenix changed into an elderly man and described how lonely he felt on this mountain. As a result, he has long missed communication and would be happy to join everyone. Leviathan did not understand Phoenix because he recalled that he was not lonely because he got along well with the sea creatures. However, the Phoenix clarified that no one could accompany him due to his fiery body, and even monsters and other creatures shunned him after spotting the frail human form. Arel questioned why Phoenix didn't simply approach the city's residents, but the lonesome old man was actually frightened by the mere notion. Phoenix acknowledged that Arel was a very strong individual who was terrified to be in the city for fear of being called upon. Phoenix was extremely anxious and lacked communication skills. Arel came to the realization that he was simply an elderly, lonely introvert. Phoenix clarified that the only reason he was conversing with the man normally now was because he had brought along familiar creatures. After a millennium of isolation, social interaction was extremely challenging. Arel had never had to deal with such issues or realized how challenging it was. These words infuriated the little demon, who was always left out of such discussions. According to Medi, everyone in the area was acting, so it was pointless to pay attention to them. Phoenix requested that he be made familiar in order to prevent him from feeling alone. Naturally, Arel concurred and gave Phoenix's human form the name Faney. Arel had 5 familiars to join the Tamer's Guild after the entire company soon found itself in the City of Monsters. Medi made the decision to question the owner about his intention to use mythical creatures to aid in the battle of monsters. Since that was what he was aiming for, Arel was unable to identify the issue. Medi clarified that the plan would wipe out at least half the city in a single attack if such monsters were to engage in combat. However, the demon then chose not to give it any thought. Since he brought the necessary number of creatures this time, Arel reminded him of her wish to join the guild and take part in monster fights. The guy pointed to his familiars, who were standing behind, but the girl only saw slime. The man clarified that they appeared to be regular people because they were only utilizing human form. The guild administrator was well aware that only legendary monsters possessed this power, and the man considered revealing the creatures' actual forms. A brilliant flash of fire burst into the room as Arel asked Phoenix to demonstrate his abilities a bit. Since the entire guild would burn, Faney did not take the chance of displaying more fire. The girl pledged to join the guild and even take on the role of head after being impressed by the demonstration. The girl promised to assist and resolve this issue, but it turned out that the applications for the upcoming tournament had already been finished. Kolya kicked off the competition for the tamed monsters, which had a cup from the king himself as the main prize. 5-on-5 duels were also held in this arena, which was considerably bigger than the one in the Land of the Sword. The performance line was nearing the end, so Behemoth dozed off as usual. Arel waited impatiently for his chance, and this moment finally came. The tallest monsters from the Atlas race were brought by one of the participants, the giant Tamer Bresgia. The host was taken aback by the familiar name on the list and attempted to make a firm announcement about the next S-class participant. Due to the arena's limited size, Arel made sure his name was called. The small demon reminded him that one mythical monster would be able to emerge in human form during the battle. Because no one had anticipated this, many were amused when only a tall blonde entered the arena, while others were confused. Finding out what Arel had specifically prepared against the magnificent giants was the only thing left to do. Incredibly, it started to crack a few seconds later, and the young girl transformed into a massive hippopotamus. The audience was thrilled to see a real mythical creature, and the presenter was taken aback. The Titan Master was disheartened and unsure of how to combat such a creature. With a single blow, the Behemoth destroyed the 5 giants, and they took off from the city. Behemoth successfully finished his first arena appearance, and started to change back into his human form. The fastest victory, which took just 1 minute, was declared by the tournament host. This time, the hippopotamus had already changed into a dress girl, which pleased Arel. The unidentified Tamer was now vying for the win. Arel believed that his power had grown too great for such a competition. The demon simply told his master to think before acting and laughed at him. The following day, nobody knew where the tall, blonde Faney had disappeared to, even though he was actually sitting on her. When it came time for the next battle, the hippo had to be roused, but Arel chose not to do so because he was already very strong. It was time to enter the arena as the host was already announcing the start of the second match. Sarah, a dragon tamer and member of the S-Class Guild, was another tournament favorite. Here, Arel used a mythical creature for the first time, and this girl was meant to fight him. Arel said right away that he was going to use another monster today. No one paid any attention to the young girl when Levi entered the arena this time. Sarah also concluded that she didn't need to worry about the hippo. Sarah believed that she had a chance of winning because she was certain that it was impossible to control 2 mythical creatures simultaneously. However, Leviathan swiftly assumed his natural form and thwarted Sarah's schemes. Since no one anticipated Arel's strength, the appearance of such a massive creature was an incredible event. Leviathan made the hasty decision to eliminate the dragons. Given that Leviathan's element is the ocean, Sarah made the decision to fight the legendary creature rather than run away. Leviathan, however, disagreed and chose to ambush his opponent. Leviathan used his power to turn the tide of events in his favor by creating water for himself. Leviathan was prepared for any conflict and felt completely at home. After a few minutes, a terrified Sarah gave up because the dragons were useless in the water. As a result, Arel advanced to the third round and attracted a large following. In this instance, Phoenix even made space for depression. Fanny was concerned about his lack of popularity because other monsters from mythology had already appeared. However, because there were so many people present, the Phoenix was also scared to take part in the fight. However, Levi and Biff claimed that they had already made an attempt. Fanny appeared unsure and appeared to be just shaving and wanting to flee. The opponent proved to be a powerful and self-assured man who belonged to the S-rank guild and was known as Gargan, the muscle tamer. Since worms were made entirely of muscle, it turned out that this man had control over 5 of them. Last time, Gargan had discussed his advantages, but nobody thought he would use that tactic again. Gargan had used a centaur, an ogre, and a minotaur in the last battle. However, these worms appeared unusual. Behemoth thought it was a gift for her and wanted to eat them right away. However, the worms soon dug into the ground as Gargan started to execute his plan. On their master's orders, the worms were apparently supposed to emerge from underground and attack the enemy. Fanny was aware that he needed to take action, but he struggled with social interaction. Since no one could attack his worms while they were underground, Gargan was totally sure of his strategy. Arel realized that he was facing an odd opponent who was well-versed in the tournament's regulations. There was a time limit of 30 minutes for each match. In this instance, the person with the most monsters in the arena wins, so all you have to do is wait until the allotted time is up. All of this was inane but successful. Gargan will undoubtedly win without a fight if you take into account his prior accomplishments. All of this is a shady tactic that Gargan chose. Gargan was accused of inaction by the enraged crowd, but he didn't care because winning was the most important thing. It would be exhausting for everyone to watch 30 minutes of inaction, so the tournament host hoped that Arel would respond in some way. At last, Phoenix pulled himself together and made the decision to take action. After a few minutes, Fanny was consumed by flames and started to change into a monster. Applause greeted the legendary Phoenix, which the host referred to as another of the tamed Arel's trump cards. Since the fire would not spread to the ground, Gargan concluded that he was safe. The extreme heat, which compelled the worms to ascend to the surface, was the saving factor rather than the fire. The worms instantly found themselves in a flaming hell after rising to the surface. Fanny rushed away from people as Arel won another battle. It was time to discover who the next opponent would be after Arel displayed all of his strongest familiars. When the tournament finally came around, everyone was excitedly anticipating the winner. Following Arel's announcement, the well-liked man was greeted by the stands. Austin, who lost in the previous tournament's finals, was the more reserved opponent he had to face. Everyone was taken aback when the rivals finally met in person because Austin was free of monsters. Austin clarified that his pet was close to the entrance and had grown significantly. It turned out that the creature was a silver slime Matachi. No one had ever seen such creatures, and Austin's monster proved to be genuinely enormous in size. Austin allowed the slime to devour all the other monsters, which is how he got so big. The slime also ingested numerous other monsters. Austin chose to employ an unusual method after realizing that he couldn't defeat the legendary creature with his monsters. Only formidable adversaries can be defeated, after all. The silver slug had surpassed Austin's expectations, and he concluded that his plan had been fully justified. Despite many's approval of this choice, Austin's cruelty startled the audience. Since monsters were constantly being hunted, Arel also understood this strategy. The host encouraged the opponents to begin the duel as soon as possible and expressed gratitude for their communication. Additionally, it was discovered to be a metal slime that was unaffected by physical contact. Arel considered the issue because he thought that mythical monsters could not be resisted. Finally, the tiny slime Garura made his way into the arena. Nobody anticipated Arila's choice. Because the slimes varied greatly in size, the presenter was amused by what he saw. Nevertheless, Garura took a firm stance against the metal slime. The audience started to demand that Arel refrain from offering the small slug as a sacrifice because they felt sorry for him. Levi started to realize she had to do something. However, Arel advised waiting because Rururu is a slime, and even demons fear slime. Medi was sure of the slime's power, too. Austin became aware that his metal slime was deteriorating and that the tiny slime was poisoning him. Austin's slime spat out its prey, but as its enormous body darkened, it started to twitch in pain. Arel became aware that Garura was attempting to consume his opponent from the inside out as something truly odd was taking place. Austin's gorgeous metal slime changed completely, and he let out a dejected scream. Austin was frightened because his commands were no longer effective when the slime attacked its own master. Arel told Rururu to stop because he would swallow the unfortunate Tamer Austin if he continued. It was all over for Austin, who gazed in horror at the creature that had ingested his magnificent creation. This demonstrated to everyone the strength of Arel's influence once more. Arel chose to use lighting to correct Garura's new dimensions because he didn't like them. Following a furious outburst, Garura reverted to his former condition. Since Tamers typically couldn't use magic, this was an amazing event for everyone. Since Arel's magic was entirely unfathomable, the girl was unable to comprehend how this could have happened. It might even have been divine magic. Everyone was astonished by the tournament victory because no one had ever possessed such strong monsters. And it might have been the best duel ever. As it happened, Arel still had to face the frontrunner for the King Tamer's Cup in a final battle. Arel was regarded as the frontrunner since he had already attained considerable notoriety in this arena and among his local audience. Arel has already shown his strength against formidable monsters and came out of nowhere, but he still has one more test to complete. The greatest Tamer king in history, who has won this cup for the past 10 years, will be the final opponent. A shabby old man who was unable to frighten the legendary monsters entered the arena, but it was unclear who owned him. His monsters emerged into the arena a few minutes later, looking eerily unnatural. They were all from the demon world, Medi explained. It became clear that this old man had spent his entire life in the arena, using only demons. None of his familiars are weaker than monsters of the mythical class, and they are all demon monsters that are extremely challenging to train. The elderly man merely chuckled, oblivious to the fact that his demons far outstrip legendary beings. He is rightfully referred to as the King of Tamers if we also consider his personal skill as the greatest tamer. As soon as the old man struck the ground lightly with his cane, the monster's appearance changed, and they became angry. The elderly man employed a familiar enhancer and a skill. His demons can defeat any demon, including a court demon, because of this enhancement. His familiars are therefore better than any opponents they might face. The hosts were thrilled with the intense situation because they now had to determine who would win this amazing battle, the young, bold candidate for the title or the seasoned King of Tamers. Only one girl remained in the arena, and she proposed to start a fight to show off her strength. Outraged, the demon insisted on fighting her. Arel indicated that Medi would be the next opponent and promised a good fight. The demoness girl was offended by this decision because she didn't want to fight and thought the little demon was a weak foe. However, Arel claimed that it was a reasonable decision because it would be fascinating to watch a demon battle another demon. The host of the tournament was ecstatic and started promoting the bout. Medi was already sick of limiting himself, so he was thrilled to have the chance to display his actual form and get rid of any limitations. The old man's familiars started to feel a strong pressure that they had never felt before when Medi suggested that they start. Medi became a court monster by perfecting the art of strengthening skills. He could now hold the rank of Viscount, or even Baron. Medi experienced a surge of strength that made all other demons seem insignificant in comparison to him. The old man's familiars were terrified by the Duke's rank and all bowed their heads in front of Medi. This was the highest rank of the court demons, it turned out. The old man's reputation was being ruined by his familiars, which shocked him. Not even anticipating that his familiars would turn away from the main champion, the host let out a scream of delight. The elderly man, however, remained optimistic and chose to play the trump card. The angry old man ordered an attack on Medi using the King of Tamers' power. Once more, the familiars were on their feet and prepared to obey commands. This ability reminded Arel of the heavenly command his sister used, he realized. At the same moment, the demons actually started attacking Medi. However, Medi was completely composed and realized that he was far stronger than any other demon. All of the old man's familiars just vanished, and the fight was over in a matter of seconds. The old man was astonished because he had been leading this tournament for 10 years because of his demons. The host went on to say something as the stands erupted in cheers. The stands erupted in applauding cries when Arel was proclaimed the new king of the Tamers. Medi persisted in taking the shape of a court demon and questioned his master about his discontent with his triumph. However, Arel told Medi to calm down because his tone was defiant. Arel surmised that the magic of submission had been destroyed because the demon no longer desired to transform into a baby. Since he felt liberated and his new ability could negate any magic, Medi was overjoyed. Since it was an accident the last time, Medi pledged that he would not become a familiar face again. Medi clarified that he would have killed Arel in a different situation, but he didn't want to battle so many legendary creatures. After saying his goodbyes, Medi made the decision to go back to the demon world, but he was unsuccessful. Medi experienced an amazing pullback when Arel summoned the demon. The demon did not comprehend what had happened and fell to the ground a few seconds later. Arel clarified that he used a second layer of subjugation magic on the demons because he had anticipated this course of events. The demon will be unable to escape its master as a result, and its power will once more need to be constrained. Arel met his opponent at the neighborhood tavern following the conclusion of the tournament. Since they were merely competitors in the arena and not enemies in real life, the elderly man proposed that they have a drink together. Arel did not decline, and the only option was to select an item from the bartender's menu. Abruptly, however, the grin-wearing bartender produced a dagger and thrust it against the man's neck. Arel had no idea what this was about, and maybe the old man was just insulted by his loss. Since he was actually the king of the Tamers, the old man clarified, his name had become well known throughout the city over the years, which is why he was unable to leave things as they were. After all, the cozy world he had built for so many years was now ruined. The elderly man described how, for many years, he personally eliminated any competitors who might have merited the title. These preventative actions contributed to the extension of his fame and magnificence. Arel concluded that the old man was the worst he had ever encountered. The bartender expressed regret for his behavior and clarified that he preferred interacting with the elderly man. However, the blow was ineffective because Arel vanished in a matter of seconds. The bartender was struck hard in the head because he was unaware that the man was already upstairs. Everyone in the tavern agreed that Arel was just a regular bandit who had chosen to start a fight and needed to be subdued. The elderly man clarified that he owned everyone in the room. The group had a great appearance, and many of the men were skilled swordsmen. After a few seconds, all of the bandits were already unconscious, despite the old man's orders to kill the man and his promise to take all of his belongings. The elderly man concluded that Arel had brought a monster with him after being horrified by the frailty of his staff. However, the man clarified that he was able to handle such slackers himself. All that remained, however, was to deal with the elderly man, who chose to pay off out of fear. Since that was all he needed in this life, the elderly man sobbed and demanded that he be restored to his position as the tamed king. For this status alone, the elderly man even pledged to pay half of his lifetime earnings. The disgusting old man's actions shocked Arel, and following the abortive assassination attempt, he now chose to engage in negotiations. The man claimed that he didn't require any cash and that the elderly man could reclaim his title, but only under one restriction. The elderly man was required to swear from that day on not to commit heinous murders or attack anyone who claimed his title. Naturally, the elderly man consented, as he had no other option. An old man with severe back pain was strolling through his garden. Future grandchildren and still desired to see them. However, his young daughter was preoccupied with other matters and would not marry. She dreamed of adventures, but her father, an elderly gardener, wished to see his daughter as a true lady. Because of this, parents frequently don't get what they want from their kids. But then all of a sudden there was an earthquake. When the man saw a massive stone approaching him, he concluded that it might be a monstrous creature that could make its way to the village. Fara, meanwhile, reflected on her son, who never came home. Reyna's return home after passing the underground castle was the mother's only solace. An argument started as soon as the younger sister said that Arel would not be returning because of the foolish Reina. A terrified man soon reached the settlement, gasping for air and reporting that something enormous was approaching. Already used to a quiet and peaceful life, Arel's parents were taken aback by the massive mountain, or rather, the approach of an amazing monster. The old man became even more alarmed when Leon revealed that it was a hippopotamus monster, deciding that the entire village would now be destroyed. Even though the village was still a long way off, Arel urged the hippo to stop because if he continued, the earth's tremors would destroy the homes of the locals. The hippopotamus then reported on the people who were approaching and inquired as to whether they should be trampled. Arel requested that this not be done. It turned out to be the parents of the boy and Reina. To get to this location as fast as possible and learn what was going on, they apparently employed magical abilities. The way that everyone behaved, so keen to see one another and to do so as soon as possible, delighted Fanny. While they were debating whether they could even defeat the dreadful hippopotamus, Arel made the decision to welcome his family. Arel's parents were thrilled to see him again and were astonished to see him. However, it wasn't just any return, rather, it was a return accompanied by the most formidable creatures. Startled, Reina inquired what the enormous creature beside Arel was. It was one of his familiars, he explained. Arel questioned the girl about her belief that getting a familiar was impossible. However, the monster's size infuriated Reina because it was excessively large. When the man clarified that the hippopotamus could shrink, Reina declared that she no longer cared about its size. Fara was certain that this was a unique mythical hippo. It was also highly unusual. Arel then made the decision to present the remaining monsters, and Leviathan made an appearance that was startling in its size. Fara wasn't entirely certain that this legendary creature was Leviathan, but Leon was certain that he recognized it. Leon pointed out that the legendary creature was larger than any water snake. The phoenix in its most basic form appeared next. The parents were delighted at the sight of the mythical and legendary creature that was created from immortal flame. There are no ordinary firebirds, Leon explained as Fara joked with her husband once more, referring to Phoenix as an ordinary bird. Nevertheless, the parents were taken aback by their son. After more arguments between the parents, Arel made the decision to show them Rururu and Medi. Arel was at ease when he was at home, but his father was quite anxious. Leon was worried about mythical monsters that could transform into people, because they seemed dangerous. Fara, on the other hand, was delighted to have visitors and fed them well. It was also good that the monsters were now just regular people. In agreement with his spouse, Leon pledged to treat the legendary creatures as merely guests. Then Leon saw how strangely tense Phoenix was. Fanny was doing his best not to cry over his ignorance, so it was true. Since Mila enjoys delicious treats, Arel questioned why she didn't accompany them. At that moment, Mila showed up and wished her brother a happy return. During the time Arel had been away, the girl had become notably larger. Arel happily accepted Mila's suggestion that the boy take a hot bath, which she had prepared. But since she had been wanting to take a bath for a while, Mila proposed that they do so. Reina, who was close by, insisted on not hurrying, but Arel was not opposed. The sisters started debating whether it was appropriate to bathe together. Mila was also reminded by Reina of the blessings she would be getting the following month. Reina advised Mila to take a bath by herself since she was already an adult. Arel merely believed that Mila had matured too quickly and refrained from participating in the dispute. Arel clarified that it had always been this way and that there was no need to meddle with the girls, despite the little demon's advice to step in and settle the argument. In a very impolite manner, Reina started to insist that Arel fight her. The girl recalled how much she had learned during her training with Fara in the past. This made Arila's mother very happy because everything was done to get the wedding planned as quickly as possible. Reina merely wanted to get stronger and didn't even comprehend the full gimmick of what was going on. The girl exclaimed that she had received intense swordsmanship training in order to achieve her goal of defeating Arela. The guy assumed that the girl just didn't know how to lose with dignity because he couldn't even recall how many years had gone by since the last duel. Arel concluded that he had no justification for turning down the girl's challenge, so he accepted it in order to satiate her desire. They went deeper into the forest because no one else could organize this nonsense in the middle of the city. The girl prohibited her opponent from using magic during the discussion of the terms. The girl wanted a standard sword duel, and Arel was not permitted to use monsters. Since he had no intention of using magic at first, the man was merely kidding. Arel obviously had doubts about Reyna's abilities, but she was overconfident and genuinely wanted to win. Reyna vowed to end this battle swiftly and, should she prevail, Arel would have to obey her orders, regardless of how absurd they might seem. The man consented since he was certain that a girl with confidence would always defeat him. After achieving her goal, Reyna grabbed her sword's hilt and readied herself for combat. The girl immediately boasted about her legendary sword, which she had acquired after escaping a perilous dungeon in the city of swordsmen. The fact that not everyone made it to the final floor shocked the man, but it made no difference to Arel. But all of a sudden, the man felt as though his body was immobile, which was odd because the rival was unable to use magic. Reyna claimed that her sword has a very respectable ability for a mythical blade. When she draws it, it totally stops the enemy's movement. It didn't appear very fair, according to Arel, but Reyna lost control of her movements and chose to initiate the altercation. Arel, however, gave the girl a two-pronged slap. Reyna did not understand what had happened and flew back. He didn't attack her until she got to his kill zone, Arel clarified. Since they had agreed, the girl accused him of using magic. Arel clarified that it was a typical swordsman attack and that there was no magic involved. Although Reyna was certain that Arel was totally immobilized, it was surprising to learn that the man could attack even when he was motionless. Arel clarified that this was an image attack and that all he had to do was consider his options. It will be extremely challenging to deal with someone who does not develop the ability to create images in order to detach himself from his body. Reyna grew even angrier because she did not comprehend any of this. Reyna believed that using her imagination to create such things was completely pointless and didn't want to be distracted. She wanted to fight in person, after all. The girl finally used up all of her blessings and strength, and she was shocked to lose to a stationary opponent. Her years of training had now been in vain. Unable to accept his loss, Reyna began to cry. Arel recognized that this girl had a serious issue because she clearly did not know how to lose. The guy started to comfort the girl after she sobbed so much that he felt bad for her. Reyna shouldn't be upset because, according to Arel, he was willing to comply with any request even after winning. The girl stopped crying after hearing these words, and she pondered. After blushing and feeling embarrassed right away, Reyna made the decision that she needed to mentally get ready. The idea that the girl would want to ask for his glasses was unthinkable to Arel. When Reyna finally said, "I would really like to have Arel marry me," she was ecstatic. The man concurred and advised them to inform their parents. Although Reyna was taken aback by the speed of the agreement, Arel reminded him of his pledge and urged him to keep it. Arel clarified that despite the fact that asking for marriage is a perfectly normal desire, he noticed how much the girl hesitated and could not even imagine what she would ask for. After a few days, everything was ready, and Reyna, who was still quite young, wore her first wedding gown. Together with the priest Rosette, Fara was planning the wedding as the newlyweds' fathers talked about it and sobbed with joy. The priest was extremely honored because a new family was being formed today. It seemed too quick, and Reyna was still ashamed that only a few days had gone by. Arel clarified that they were extremely fortunate to meet the priest, who was in town for a blessing ceremony. Meanwhile, Rosette proposed that everyone enter the church so that the wedding ceremony could start. The newlyweds were asked to swear loyalty and unwavering love by the priest as he opened the solemn ceremony. Without hesitation, Arel swore, and Reyna instantly followed suit. As the ceremony came to an end, the priest offered the groom a kiss, but the enraged empress suddenly stormed into the church and ordered the ceremony to end. The girl was furious that she had not been invited to this ceremony, but they told her about the wedding because everyone knew that the empress would only meddle and ruin everything. The empress insisted that she refrain from stealing her beloved and switching places with her right away. The empress chose not to follow her mother's instructions this time, despite Fara's promise of another punishment for her disobedient daughter. The empress decided that you would not halt this wedding and that you would finally accomplish your desired goal, so she brought her best generals with her this time. With so many generals, the empress was certain that no one could defeat her. However, Elena abruptly grabbed her and apologized for her actions beforehand. Elena explained that they shouldn't disturb everyone in the church as she started to noisily carry the empress out. The Empress, however, persisted in her cries and demands that this ceremony be halted. The young Empress was baffled by the failure of her divine command. However, it turned out that Elena anticipated such behavior and provided earplugs to everyone. The Empress made the decision to order the bride to turn down the groom because her orders did not work with her own generals. However, Reina had just lost consciousness from the first kiss of her life and was barely able to hear anything. Following the ceremony, the offended girls talked about how awful Arel ended up being while drinking alcohol to drown their sorrows. They concluded that he just lacked manners and needed to learn how to treat women, and that he would undoubtedly come to regret his foolish decision in due time. Since no one else could assist, the girls most likely came together in their shared sorrow and started to comprehend one another's emotions. As the girls continued to get to know one another over drinks, Arel came to the conclusion that the world's worst couple had finally found one another, and that perhaps they could now relax. After Pavel made the decision to ignore the two inebriated girls, we inquired about Mila's current location. It turned out that she had fled the ceremony somewhere in the middle and had not been greeted. She might have been concerned about the fact that her blessing ceremony was scheduled for a few days from now. Fara emphasized that receiving one's class has a profound impact on one's life. Perhaps Mila is not at peace because she is simultaneously filled with anticipation and uncertainty. When Fara saw a similarity in Reina's eyes, she inquired about her emotions. However, the girl reminded her that nothing was likely to change because she had lived with this family for a long time. However, Fara clarified that the girl's life would be altered since she would now have to spend the night with her husband. Reina blushed instantly and dropped the glass from such candor. Fara chuckled and insisted that the newlyweds have 3 or even 5 grandchildren. Because no one will bother them, there is no reason to hold back when in love. Such requests startled Reina, and Arel couldn't figure out why she was so upset. Reina insisted on purchasing a separate home right away, one that would be significantly bigger than this one. The man must have been taken aback by the sheer number of children his wife desired. Reina, however, was referring to the familiars, who also required a place to call home. Throughout the night, Arel's parents worried about the class their daughter Mila would be placed in. Arel had no idea it would be so significant. Reina disagreed, but Arel knew that a lot could be accomplished without a class. Then, since it was time for them to depart, Fara requested that Mila be called. Mila wasn't in her room or even in the house, as Arel quickly discovered. The fact that Mila had gone alone upset Mom, who was shocked. However, Bifai attested to it and clarified that the girl had left for the city half an hour prior. Fara discovered that her father had called her crazy after her daughter had attended church. "Calm down and follow her," Arel advised. Reina remained at home with her family. Everyone was excited when Arel and his parents arrived at church, indicating that something had happened. The priest called for Leon at the same moment that he appeared very pale and was very sick. The priest, however, requested that you leave him and worry about Mila. She had already gotten her level, as it happened. Since these kinds of activities are typically carried out in groups, Arel did not understand why Mila handled everything by herself. Meanwhile, the priest called for help to save Mila. No one knew exactly what had happened, but it was probably related to Mila's class, and the priest was getting worse. Everyone hurried to find young Mila, but their efforts were in vain. Since there was hardly anywhere to burn and get lost, Arel concluded that this village was too small. Although it was unlikely, Mila had no choice but to leave the boundaries of her hometown. Arel learned at the stables that a 10-year-old girl had just boarded a horse-drawn carriage and was traveling north. At the same time, everything appeared incredibly odd. It had already been a while since all of this occurred in the morning. Arel concluded that Mila should be safe because there had to be a blessing in the cart. Arel didn't understand Mila's motivations because, if she had made the decision to leave her family, why couldn't she have informed him beforehand? Arel went to look without wasting any more time. As it turned out, the girl's clever scheme was the reason behind everything that occurred, and it was all done to make Arela leave his hometown. Despite their continued nervousness, the conspirators remained resolute because they had a year to master their class. You must thus make use of the family's trust during this time and take every precaution to keep Arela away from Mila. As a result, you must make every effort to remove any obstacles. The girl wrote all of her thoughts and desires in the diary, so when the older sister claimed to know all the secrets, it appalled her. However, the sister ultimately pledged not to divulge the diary's secrets, and it was necessary to consider alternative options. After all, it will be difficult and problematic to swerve a monster like Arel. Arel, meanwhile, arrived at the closest northern settlement but had yet to discover anything. In order to continue the search in the morning, Mehdi recommended lodging at a hotel. Additionally, no one had seen Mila at the hotel, and citywide searches had turned up nothing. Of the women, only one reluctantly reported seeing someone like him. Despite Mehdi's reminder that maybe Mila herself did not want this, Arel remained optimistic and made the decision to locate his sister as soon as possible. Arel, however, was curious as to why this occurred. According to the old couple, a girl like that had moved west as far as they could recall. Arel made the decision to see his sister as soon as possible after realizing he had to move on. Arel hurried to the west, but Mehdi concluded that there was more going on because a young girl could not have been so adept at hiding. The man chose to get in touch with the local guild after finding himself in a huge city where it was extremely difficult to find anyone. Guild members, who are familiar with the city, could be of assistance. Information gathering was the only thing left to do after the local adventurers guild was swiftly located. When the amiable girl inquired about how she could assist the visitors, Arel replied that he had to find someone immediately. The girl was very perplexed by Arel's explanation of all the missing sister's symptoms, but she chose not to voice her worries. Since she was his sister, and he was quite concerned about her, the man asked her to tell him everything she knew. However, the girl retorted that she had not seen Mila at all. However, after reviewing the documents, the girl discovered that Mila, a girl, had applied to become an adventurer a few days prior. It was odd because Mila had just received her class, and registration calls for strong abilities and talents. Arel made the decision to double-check everything and see what class Mila had specified in the guild. However, the girl administrator stated that she was not allowed to share private information, and that if Arel was her brother, he should be aware of this in general. Arel was unsure of how to demonstrate his kinship. Furthermore, Mehdi had no idea what adventurers did or what was going on during registration. According to the administrator, this city has the biggest dungeon, and anyone who wants to test themselves must pay 1,000 coins. Given that Mila is still a young child and that this is a risky adventure, Arel was taken aback. Arel now recognized his younger sister's motivations, which indicates that she made the independent decision to investigate the perilous dungeon and establish a point. Since there was no other way to locate his sister, Arel also made the decision to enter this dungeon. It didn't take long to register for the guild, as the administrator advised. Arel proposed fighting someone, but the administrator advised him to take a test to see how well he could do it. The girl recommended taking a test after completing a questionnaire. All these formalities could take 3 days, which shocked Arel. The girl responded that she was unable to make an exception when the man reminded her about his sister, who might be in danger. The administrator emphasized that new members are initially placed on the first floors and that the next dispatch will only occur in 3 days. The guild does not send new members to hazardous locations. Furthermore, if Mila passed the initial exam, there is no need for concern. Arel decided to complete a pointless questionnaire after growing weary of arguing. Ultimately, the administrator verified the registration and recommended that the member return to the guild within 3 days. The girl was taken aback by Arel's lack of style. The promised test, which was actually broken up into 3 sections, started 3 days later. Additionally, you won't be allowed to proceed if you fail at least one section. Candidates were chosen rigorously, and everyone involved was asked to pay close attention to the terms. The examiner recommended taking a stroll through the city while sporting specialized backpacks. To make up for the applicant's own size, the backpacks came in 2 different weights, 50 and 30 kilograms. Additionally, nothing could be taken from them. The administrator was rewarded for enticing Arel into the dungeon at that very moment. She actually never saw Mila and only chose to earn a good living. Even so, it was odd that they had to spend so much money to entice just one person into the dungeon. However, the girl didn't care because she was so happy with the amount. Only 15 candidates remained after the first exam stage. The examiner saw that the man was unusually strong, and everyone but Arel was exhausted. The fact that Arel was actually toting 2 bulky backpacks startled the examiner. Since he was given 2 and left, the boy was unaware of the issue. However, The examiner began to clarify that he only had to bring one. The examiner was ultimately so impressed by this that Arel was permitted to pass the test entirely at this point. However, the stunning girl reminded everyone that there could be no exceptions and did not permit this to occur. Alice was tasked with carrying out the second phase of testing at the subterranean location. Eliminating the monster Alice had tamed was the test. The candidates were frightened by a massive wild boar. This monster could even tear down the castle walls because of its extraordinary strength and stamina. Alice clarified that the beast would not kill anyone, but no one knew how to combat such a massive creature. The candidates became alarmed after the first man took a severe blow. Arel made an effort to clarify that ignoring the monster will only make matters worse. Arel made the decision to use his blade to defuse the situation and struck the boar hard. Everyone was shocked when the dead boar hit the ground with a loud thud. As a result, Arel finished the test's second phase swiftly. Alice was enraged and yelled that her boar was merely feigning an attack and had not threatened anyone. The girl demanded money from Arel after accusing her of killing a special animal. There was no issue because, as Arel reminded him, he had to kill the monster, and he did. However, after hearing Alice's cries, the man came to the conclusion that nobody ought to have passed this test. Arel even considered healing the monster, but it all seemed too cruel. Arel chose to use the perfect healing even though Alice had no idea how to treat a dead creature. The dead boar came back to life a few seconds later and started to run. The boar tried to flee as soon as possible because he was afraid of his killer, and Alice was unable to handle him. Arel was only considering how to swiftly locate little Mila when Alice became enraged and told everyone to leave. Arel soon discovered that even 6 people had passed the entrance exam this time, and he was duly granted an adventurer's card. Arel was relieved that he could now descend into the dungeon to look for his sister because the 5 individuals were so exhausted and afraid that they had no desire for any more adventures. The other guild members were taken aback by Arel's hasty decision and couldn't comprehend how he could vanish so rapidly. Arel decided he needed a map of this dungeon, which showed everything up to the 10th floor, after he found himself in front of a massive gate that was heavily guarded. After purchasing the map, Arel had already started looking through it when it became necessary to visit a specific building. Finding the shortest route to the 10th floor was necessary because each floor appeared to be enormous. He wasn't interested in any of this, so he moved in spite of the monsters attempting to attack. Arel eventually made it to the 10th floor, but he never saw Mila. The man made the decision to either go back and thoroughly inspect each floor that came before it or move to the very bottom floor. However, a group of adventurers were running from a horde of fierce monsters when screams were heard. Using a divinely soaring cut, Arel saved the day and instantly destroyed the entire group of enormous monsters. A group of girls started thanking the stranger for his assistance after being astounded by his strength. Arel was then informed that one of their allies was stuck with stones, and based on the girl's level of magical ability, she could be pulled quite far into the dungeon. Furthermore, due to their strength and experience, they themselves will be unable to go there. Arel considered offering assistance, but he had to find his sister first, not save strangers. Then one of the girls called out a name that sounded a lot like his sister's. Naturally, Arel concluded that this was his sister and started paying close attention to the terrified girl's account of their slim chances of surviving in the dungeon's depths. Arel chose not to waste time because he was so shocked to get such a hint. The man claimed that this girl was his younger sister and that they ought to inform him of everything that transpired right away. After learning the proper way, Arel hurried forward without hesitation, shocking the girls, who concluded that they had encountered a non-human individual. However, after they had deftly posed as her allies, one of the girls thanked the others for their assistance. The 2 girls did not know what they were being paid for, but they were rewarded handsomely for their role within a minute. Kureha's request to hold Arel in this dark and hazardous dungeon for as long as possible was thus granted. Arel would spend a lot of time searching for his sister because this dungeon was so large that it was nearly impossible to navigate on his own. Arel had already reached the 11th floor and was closely examining the map. We had to go blind because, as it turned out, the map only included information about 10 floors. Due to the complete ineffectiveness of this research approach, alternative search options had to be found. Additionally, Kureha probably has special search tattoos and was dressed like a secret messenger. The girls ultimately made the decision to go back. However, Arel suddenly showed up close by and made the decision to explain something to the group of terrified girls. The guys were only interested in these search skills, so the girls decided right away that their deceit was exposed. Uncertain, the girl clarified that she can only search for 50 meters. Consequently, the girl didn't even have time to express her desire before she went with Arel. On the way, the man explained that he would need the girl's assistance because he didn't have a map of the lower floors. Arel confessed, hurrying at breakneck speed, that he was Mila's brother and that he was trying to locate her. The extremely terrified girl was unable to break free from the two fast guys' embrace and was only able to say her name, Hira. The guy asked Hira to start looking right away after he found himself on the 11th floor, but the girl suggested that it would be better if she stood up. After a while, the girl continued on Arel's back and indicated where the traps and treasures were, but in truth, she didn't want to be here because she knew there was no girl here. Naturally, Arel wanted to speed up and keep looking. They ended up back at the beginning of this level because the girl was unable to acknowledge her deceit, even though none of this made sense. Arel was able to eliminate numerous monsters during the course of more than 2 hours. The girl was taken aback by everything, but she was also afraid because she was unsure of what to do. The monsters moved so fast that Hiru, who was sitting on Arel's back, didn't even have time to notice when he was killing them. Arel believed that he had really looked for a long time without finding anything. Furthermore, the absence of teleportation circles in this dungeon set it apart from the one in the city of swordsmen. In these circumstances, the traveler's return trip took longer the further they went into the dungeon. Arel knew he had to track down his sister while she was still strong enough to hide. Since time was the primary enemy in this situation, the man ultimately made the decision to alter his strategy. Since there was no other way to keep his sister safe, Arel made the decision to go straight to the bottom of the dungeon and destroy the core itself. Astonished by this notion, Hiru declared the plan impossible. In addition to the fact that this dungeon has more than 70 floors, the monsters get stronger the lower you go. However, Mila will be saved regardless if the core is destroyed because the dungeon will vanish and all adventurers will be brought to the surface. Although the girl thought this was pure insanity, Arel was certain that this was the quickest way to save his sister. Despite any barriers, Arel and Hiru were already sprinting toward the center of the dungeon a few minutes later. They eventually came to a narrow passageway, which turned out to be a staircase leading downward. Hiru gave her partner kudos for being able to figure out the right path on his own. Arel clarified that he is able to distinguish between the correct and incorrect paths. Additionally, the roads leading to the stairs frequently begin to perplex adventurers. All of this needs to be considered when exploring. Hiru concluded that the man's extensive experience was the reason he knew all of this. Arel discovered that a monster was lurking around the corner of one of the rooms. Arel clarified that experience is not the most crucial factor in this case, as he made this assumption based on the flow of magical energy and vibrations in the atmosphere. Hiru understood that Kureha was telling the truth about this man because he is truly amazing. The man's skills gradually increased, and Hiru concluded that he would soon be able to use clairvoyance. Only the god of stealth is capable of using the unique, superior ability of clairvoyance. It makes it possible to see far away and through objects. Arel would not mind learning this skill because it is highly necessary, and he was surprised to learn about its usefulness. Hiru hadn't anticipated meeting someone like that, but after their trip together, she felt more assured of his skills. Strangely, none of the monsters attacked them, so they were able to move on to the next floor very quickly. The girl even believed that her ability had stopped working because there were no hidden enemies or traps. Despite the significant changes to the local landscape, Arel also felt nothing. The floor might have produced more repulsive creatures in return for clearing the traps, and the traveler soon came upon a mass of monster corpses that had been slain by a very powerful person. Given that dungeon monsters typically do not engage in combat, and that it is quite possible that another adventurer has already visited, it all seemed pointless. However, the bodies were lacerated, and ordinary weapons wouldn't do that. The dead monsters were in appalling condition and had probably just passed away. The man decided to have lunch because he thought that perhaps this monster did not live in this dungeon. Hiru did not want to meet the monster because she was afraid. We soon encountered a repulsive creature that was consuming the remains of a corpse while perched atop it. The monster was startled to see people close by and felt extraordinarily powerful. The monster chose to eat the unexpected visitors because human meat was delicious, of excellent quality, and possessed magical abilities. Arel, however, opposed it. The man clarified that this monster was extremely powerful and could not be defeated in the conventional manner. Hiru didn't even comprehend how the repulsive creature was destroyed, so they carried on. They found themselves on what appeared to be the deepest floor because it was so dissimilar from the others. This level of the dungeon had only one door-equipped passage, no monsters, and no wind. The girl was even more terrified than before when the door opened on its own and she sensed the presence of a horrible monster. A mysterious demon sat on a chair in a large room and said that it had been 500 years since anyone had visited this location, and in that time, his memory had already started to deteriorate. Arel was taken aback by the human-looking monster since it was a mythical creature. The monster chose to reward the man by revealing his true appearance after praising him for his knowledge. The demon assured the person who ventured to his lair that this would be the last thing they saw. Arel, however, had no intention of disintegrating, and he instantly severed the monster's head with a blow from his blade. With a thud, the horn head hit the ground, and the monster, who was only halfway through his metamorphosis, started to grumble. Arel clarified that he didn't care who he met and didn't want to wait for the procedure to be finished. Arel claimed that in order to save his dear sister, he simply had to get rid of this dungeon. The man quickly discovered a gem inside the chair, which was the center of the dungeon, and released a tremendous amount of magical energy. Teleportation magic was triggered as soon as the gem was destroyed, and a tremendous amount of magical energy was felt by all. The mythical monster's severed head was furious because, after years of loneliness, he had been hoping for an exciting battle. But when Arel surfaced, he saw that many of the adventurers had come back. Arel hurried to find his sister because nobody knew exactly what had happened. Kureha also recognized the total failure of her plan. Hiru expressed regret for the failure, stating that she had not anticipated Arel's strength, and that she was unable to get in touch with him because he had taken her to the dungeon. All of these efforts had been in vain, as it turned out that Arel had lost virtually no time while in the dungeon. Arel's ability to join the guild and finish destroying a dangerous dungeon in 5 days astounded Kureha. In any case, it was vital to keep leading the man down a false trail because all of this was very similar to Arel and Kurek. Arel was still searching for his sister at this point. Arel was aware that only the surviving adventurers returned when the dungeon vanished. However, the boy refused to accept the possibility of his sister's death. The girls had to see her sister, so they were in the dungeon when Arel met them. After returning to the surface yesterday, these girls claimed to have seen Mila. Arel acknowledged that he had simply missed his sister and was appreciative of the information. The girls said Mila made the decision to leave town as far as she could. Mila also asked me to let you know that she is still alive, that everything is good with her, and that you don't need to search for her at all. Arel concluded that his sister wanted to avoid her family and was, for some reason, avoiding the meeting. Maybe it was worthwhile to honor her decision and stop troubling her. Mila allegedly went to the south, where it was extremely dangerous, according to the girl who attempted to guide the man down a challenging trail. Furthermore, Mila would not have disclosed the direction of her movement if she had not wanted to meet. Hiru kept implying that Arel ought to go on his quest to find his sister. The boy ultimately made the decision to continue his journey and headed south, and Hiru once more finished her assignment. Because it was too risky, the elderly taxi driver asked his passenger to stay in the carriage. However, the hooded traveler disregarded the cautions and continued on toward the city. Since this city served as Helgio's prison, Arela was undoubtedly confronted by dubious individuals. The young woman shouldn't have come to this dangerous place, the menacing fellows declared. However, the traveler was not at all bothered by this. The most dangerous criminals were housed in this city, which was turned into a haven for various repeat offenders after the inmates took control of it. The robbers were taken aback by this information and made the decision to rob the traveler using their strength. The guys felt strong and powerful here, so they wanted to get everything they could because they were certain that a girl was in front of them. Apparently, the traveler only needed to enter, so he asked not to waste his time. The bandits, however, were merely having a good time and offered to personally give a tour. The bandits had never seen anything like it, so they were shocked when the man in the hood just vanished. The other bandits did not comprehend how a weak girl could do such a thing, and a few seconds later, one of them was already unconscious on the peg. The man in the hood expertly shifted positions, making it hard to comprehend where he was at the time, making everything seem too surreal. Since this girl was able to evade detection even under close observation, one of the bandits realized that even a high-ranking murderer was incapable of such deeds. The girl claimed to be a princess, but the bandits concluded that they were up against the queen of killers. The bold and self-assured men were taken aback by this and obviously did not anticipate facing such a foe. Mila claimed that she came here to try her abilities because she was unable to perform such a task while her family was around. Once more, Mila insisted that she be allowed to pass until she used all of her strength to murder the bandits. The girl threatened to kill everyone in the room if the guys began to waste her time. This is what ultimately transpired. 2 enormous bandits were gravely wounded and were unable to comprehend the fervor for murder they did not experience. Mila, meanwhile, kept moving forward. The city was filled with a foul stench, heaps of trash were scattered everywhere, and there was the sound of evil laughter. I met another nasty man on the way who was happy to meet a very attractive stranger and offered to help. The man with the rope threatened to harm the girl severely if she disobeyed him because he was the authority in this place. It was a great opportunity for Mila to practice her killing skills, so she was happy to meet such a bastard. Because people kept going missing in the vast forest for no apparent reason, it was known as the Forest of the Lost. A powerful stream of magical energy emanated from this forest, according to Arel. It was also odd that Mila visited such a hazardous location. According to recent events, the owner's sister enjoys creating a path through hazardous areas, Medi reminded them. His sister could be troublesome, Arel agreed. Since they had been pursuing the elusive sister for a month, and she even had witnesses, Medi kept thinking about everything that had happened, assuming that the girl had just been abducted. Arel asked his demon to go ahead and search for signs because he naturally assumed that his sister could have left this forest a long time ago. The search was made more difficult by the fact that there was essentially no path in this forest. Ultimately, the worst option was to use magic to burn a path through the forest, allowing advancement. After a few minutes, a lovely road emerged, and they would quickly find it if Mila ran out onto it. An old man, however, emerged onto the road in place of the girl and angrily demanded to know who had set the forest on fire. He commended the young man after realizing that he was the one who had done it. The old man became concerned and wanted to assist the boy when I told him about the hunt for his missing younger sister. The elderly man clarified that he had lived in this forest for a long time and was familiar with every inch of it. In the end, this old man was unable to leave the forest because he was unable to locate the exit. If he couldn't even locate the exit, Arel couldn't see how this man could aid him in his search. Even though his clothing was in terrible shape, the old man appeared to be in good health at the same time. The old man absorbed the magical energy from the dense forest for many years, growing stronger as a result. Given his ability to navigate this forest, the elderly man assured her that he would locate the missing girl with ease. The old man deserved praise for his ability to destroy numerous trees in his path with a single fist blow. Arel concluded that this man is probably a fist fighter if he uses his fists as a weapon. After learning how to fight with his fists, Arel found that he was barely able to handle this powerful man. A monster suddenly leaped from the trees. Arel used fire magic to attack the monster in response to the threat. The old man commended the man for a great blow, and the monster immediately burned. On his way, the elderly man kept smashing trees and confessed that he had always thought of those who used magic as being extremely weak, but that he had since changed his mind. The man always thought of himself as a swordsman. The old man said that even the forest's ruler, who turned out to be a very powerful monster, might be killed by Arel. Apparently it was a monster from mythology. Strong tree branches suddenly started to encircle Arel and his friend at that precise moment. Arel immediately released the grip by using magical fire. The man had never experienced anything like this before, so he was taken aback by the tree's attack. It turned out that the forest's ruler was a real giant treant. The old man was swallowed by this hideous wooden creature, which then turned to stare at Arel. Arel discovered that these trees' digestive systems resemble those of carnivorous plants, so the elderly man also doesn't walk for very long. The man hurried to attack in an attempt to save the elderly man. Arel attempted to freeze the enormous wooden monster, but to no avail. Fire was obviously far more effective, but the old man would suffer in that scenario. Arel made the decision to try to destroy Trent by freezing the roots. The release of the toxin caused the boy's body to suddenly become weaker. The wooden opponent had suffered a great deal as a result of the defensive response to the damage. Arel made the decision that in order to approach the enemy, he had to eliminate the toxin as quickly as possible. Suddenly, however, insect monsters showed up and started defending the tree. The insects were not harmed in any way by the toxin, it only affected humans. Furthermore, the old man's chances of dying grew with every second that went by. However, the elderly man persevered, delivered the most powerful blows, and managed to battle his way to freedom. Arel made the decision that he could not wait and ruin the tree because the old man was already free. However, surprisingly, on the way, a tiny fairy showed up and begged to stop. The old man clarified that the flying girl was a forest spirit that hardly ever appears in front of humans, despite the fact that she did not appear to be a monster. The man made the decision to pay attention to the fairy and learn her desires. For many years, Trent and the girl, who dubbed herself the spirit of the tree triad, have been defending this vast forest. According to the girl, this enormous wooden monster is not particularly evil. He merely wished to defend the forest and his friends. The elderly man vowed not to touch anyone and went on. After the girl thanked him for his comprehension, Arel made the decision to ask the forest spirit to clarify something. The man described the features of his sister and inquired about her. However, the flying girl acknowledged that she had never met Mila in person and chose to inquire with other forest inhabitants. There had never been a girl like her in this forest, the flying fairy explained when she eventually reappeared. Despite his displeasure with this news, Arel made the decision to move on with his journey. Only the fact that it was now certain that his sister had not become lost in this forest was a comfort. Arel considered the conflicting facts because, based on the information that had been provided thus far, his sister had undoubtedly entered this forest. Mila had never been in this forest, however, according to the forest spirit. At that precise moment, the small demon reappeared and informed them that a few days prior, a girl who resembled Mila had visited them, according to the people of the closest town. The man was taken aback by this news, but Mehdi explained that the city dwellers remembered Mila well because she had hired a crew for the additional trip. According to the elderly man, they were now certain that the forest spirit was correct and that the sister had never been in this forest. It is possible that Mila had not planned to enter here from the start, having already sensed the forest spirit's desire. The boy's sister was commended by the elderly man for making such a choice. Arel ultimately made the decision to carry on his search and invited the elderly man to accompany him if he wished to leave the forest. However, the enigmatic elderly man vanished as soon as the man turned around. When Mehdi inquired as to who it was, the man merely replied that it was an elderly man who was lost in the woods. Since he had never encountered a worthy opponent, the old man was now considering his class as a divine fist fighter and recognized him in the young man. It was unexpected to encounter Arel in this forest, and the old man realized he couldn't defeat him. The old man who was still in the forest startled the forest spirit. After a while, Arel ended up close to a horrible location known as the prison city. There are no laws here that prohibit visiting this city. Arel didn't see why a regular person should feel unsafe in a prison. According to Mehdi, he was informed that the inmates had rebelled and seized control of the city. The city is extremely dangerous because it has become more of a haven for criminals who have nowhere else to go. Numerous criminal gangs are also formed in this city. Arel was taken aback since he couldn't comprehend why his younger sister had gone to such a horrible place. Nevertheless, Arel made the decision to enter this perilous city, where he was immediately confronted by a large group of irate criminals. Despite this, the man continued on. The prison room smelled awful, and it looked like the home of some horrible monster. In a typical dungeon, magic would have been used to clear it, but in this one, everything was dreadful and repulsive. The boy made the decision to locate his younger sister as soon as possible because this city was not the right place for her to be. The man soon discovered an odd door with a passageway leading downward. It was probably a prison cell. But the door should be hard to open because it's a prison. There was a trap, though, and Arel opened the doors with ease. Knowing his sister well, the man concluded that she took the riskiest route. This place was filled with scary people, guns, drugs, and irate screams. It was worse than a typical dungeon. It was challenging to get out of this prison because there were so many doors in this room. It appears that the criminals broke through the wall. Although there was no guarantee of success, Arel considered his options because this location was hard to find and it would be beneficial to employ the search skill. Since most of the doors in this area were locked, the only thing left to do was open the incredibly heavy door. They were concerned about their safety, regardless of how foolish the criminals were. Arel made the decision to employ yellow magic in the hopes of producing a universal master key that would work with all locks. Arel found a man when he opened the door, but he quickly apologized and chose to shut it. Abruptly, someone knocked on the door and demanded that he be let out. Since the man who set fire to half the forest now uses a regular master key, Mehdi thought this was all very funny. Arel clarified that since his younger sister might be harmed, he cannot demolish this location. The smell and appearance of the next door were foul. The man was disgusted by what he saw when he opened this awful door. He had previously come across this monstrous creature in the dungeon's lower levels, but now it was consuming humans. Since the monster's presence would result in even more victims, Arel made the decision to eradicate it. However, the monster chose to flee as soon as it saw the man with the blade, but Arel would not permit this. And then everything ended and the monstrous creature vanished in a matter of seconds. The man encountered locals as he emerged from the room. The criminals started asking the stranger, brandishing a sword, why he had entered their territory. When no one knew Arel's affiliation, the bandits wanted to know what group he belonged to. The bandits identified themselves as belonging to the largest group, known as the Devils of the Abyss, and Arel was unsure of how to respond. Arel concluded that there might be multiple groups on this floor after hearing the criminals' chatter. Arel made the decision to ask these men questions because they had information and might be able to help him locate his younger sister. The man swiftly apprehended the most unsolvable offenders and made the decision to track down those who would at last respond to his inquiries. The local bandit leader eventually emerged and questioned the man about his blatant behavior on his land. Arel clarified that none of the local guys wanted to respond to his questions. The man clarified that he needed information in order to find his younger sister, who he would leave this friendly city for as soon as he found her. Arel asked for information right away after noticing that the bandit leader knew something. After giving it some thought, the leader claimed to have heard from other groups. It turned out that Mila, a girl, was sent to the lowest level of this prison. There is a deep tier in addition to the upper, middle, and lower tiers in this city, according to the leader. The crimes committed by those confined there are more serious the deeper they are. Since the prison was constructed here, this division has existed. Since the most dangerous individuals, the so-called leaders and their followers, are found there, the leader clarified, they never go to the deep level. They persuaded the inmates to start the riot, and they received sentences of up to 300 years in prison. The leader clarified that although he had never met them in person, he had heard terrifying tales about them. The leader threatened to wipe the boy and his companions from the face of the planet if he rebelled against these people. Arel questioned why his younger sister was taken. Although he is unaware of the specifics, the leader claims that one of the leaders fell in love with the girl and chose to take her for himself. In response to the leader's inquiry, Arel stated that he would immediately descend to the deep tier because he was determined to rescue his sister from the dreadfully repugnant bastard. The leader emphasized that it was better to give up on this plan and join his gang because it was impossible, and the man would simply die. Naturally, Arel rejected this and carried on with his journey. I took out my blade and attempted to attack the man in an attempt to demonstrate my strength and stop him at that precise moment. However, the bandit leader was taken aback and became concerned when Arel caught the dagger with 2 fingers. Before long, Arel had reached the middle level, which was identical to the one before it. Blood and dirt were all over the place. As before, more unscrupulous bandits started questioning me. Arel asked how he could get to the lower level after swiftly disarming nearly all of the bandits, so as not to prolong the conversation. Choosing to lead the way himself, one of the bandits offered to follow him. Arel was taken aback by the stranger's willingness to assist, but he followed him nonetheless. Naturally, the vile bandit was guiding the man into a trap with a cunning ruse. However, because he was an expert in these things, the demon Mehdi saw all of these thoughts. Although the bandit initially displayed alleged goodwill, he was determined to punish Arel for starting a fight with the other members of his gang. It couldn't have been a passage to the lower level because the acceleration ended up together, looking like a typical warehouse. It was obviously a trap where Arel was met by an entire horde of irate bandits who were sure of their power and superiority. It was quick, though, and the lone man was attacked simultaneously by all the bandits. Arel was unfazed, skillfully dodging the blows and retaliating. But after a while, Arel felt as though something had seized his legs and prevented him from moving. The bandits, pleased with their success, were heard laughing instantly. As it turned out, bandits frequently used Arel as a weapon against their adversaries because it was such a powerful glue that it could hold back even enormous monsters. The bandits believed they could now easily capture Arel, but just to be safe, they launched another odd attack from a distance. It turned out to be a paralyzing gas that rendered a person helpless after inhaling it. However, nobody could have predicted that Arel would already be behind the bandits because of his extraordinary skills. The bandits were taken aback and perplexed as to how the adversary managed to escape the sticky substance. Naturally, however, Arel liberated himself by entirely different means. In the end, Arel just ripped chunks of concrete off the floor and got himself free. The bandits concluded they were up against a true monster after being astounded by the extraordinary strength. Listening to the sounds of the battle from a distance, the man who tricked Arel into falling into a trap was obviously confident that his clever scheme had succeeded. The crafty bandit chose to personally assess Arel's condition as soon as things had subsided, but he remained conscious upon witnessing Arel's unharmed state. This trap was so perfect that the bandit didn't understand how it could have happened. Arel, on the other hand, concluded that he would not be able to free his legs without magic. Since none of his cronies could be heard, the bandit was trembling with terror. Arel observed that the various levels differed from one another in a very significant way. All of this, however, was insufficient to stop him, and he was prepared to stay with his younger sister in spite of the difficulties and threats. The bandit realized he had no choice but to comply with Arel's demand that he show the way to the lower tier immediately. Because the bandit trusted the stranger's strength, he made the decision to comply with his demands and make as big of an escape as he could. Before long, the former execution site emerged, surrounded by dirt walls that were probably constructed by the inmates themselves. The execution for some crimes involved feeding the prisoner to the monster. Immediately, Arel thought of the terrible creature he had faced on a higher plane. After a while, Arel inquired as to the precise location of the passage to the lower tier, to which the bandit responded that he simply needed to search because he was unsure. The bandit clarified that he had nothing to conceal and that maybe the passage was missed by those with his level of strength. Arel was confused and didn't know why they had come here at that time. However, it turned out to be another trap, and Arel was being approached by another band of bandits. Arel had already grown weary of these repetitive assaults. However, it turned out that this time, members of various groups banded together to murder him. The next leader proclaimed that he would not be allowed to go free because doing so would damage the prison city's reputation. Arel understood that his presence in this horrible place brought all the bandits together for a common purpose, and since there were so many of them this time, it would be hard for him to fight them. Furthermore, it is pointless to fight them because none of them will demonstrate the ability to move to the lower tier. Arel chose to take a different route and expressed regret for the issues he had caused. Then, however, Arel started to push his way down to the lower tier with amazing strength. No one anticipated this, so none of the bandits knew what was going on. However, Arel claimed that his behavior was fairly clear and that he only needed to descend to a lower level. This is the quickest route to his destination, after all. Since you can't simply punch a huge hole in the ground, the bandits were certain that nothing would come of it. Arel soon discovered a very hard stone that hardly moved when he struck it. This was apparently the lower level that had to be attained. Arel yelled goodbye to the startled bandit, promising to see him again when he returned, and carried on with his amazing adventure. It was odd that anyone lived there at all because they could easily go higher, and the lower levels turned out to be much darker. Upon closely inspecting the area, Arel felt the presence of the enemy but failed to spot anyone. Although the rear attack was quite unexpected, Arel's reaction was flawless, and he managed to stop the opponent's hand. However, the opponent attempted to attack once more after landing. Arel deflected this blow as well, thanks to yellow magic, and then kicked his opponent hard in the chest, rendering him incapable of resisting at all. Because the enemy was able to launch a counterattack before he fainted, Arel was grateful for his skill. This man is too strong for the average levels. Given how frequently he had been attacked on the earlier levels, it was also clear that this would not be the last attack on this level. There was no desire to engage in combat with entire groups of bandits. The primary objective was to locate and rescue the younger sister from this awful situation. Nevertheless, information about this location had to be found. Arel captured one of the bandits by creating a mask and shackles with yellow magic. Then, with the aid of a tornado of green magic, he accelerated to the fastest possible speed for movement. He moved so quickly that none of the bandits were able to notice him. Arel chose to ask the prisoner for information after seeking cover in one of the numerous rooms. Arel told the bandit that although he would take off his mask and shackles, he would die instantly if he attempted to scream. It was best to avoid doing so because his throat would be crushed and he would not be able to make any noise anyhow. Arel told the man that he needed to descend to the lowest level of this place and that he didn't want to kill him at all, but rather wanted to ask some questions. However, the man remained eerily silent, and it was obvious that even in the face of death, the people living on the lower levels had no desire to speak. Arel chose to enslave the prisoner in order to coerce him into speaking. Arel was in a hurry and didn't care about the dire repercussions of using slave magic on people, despite Medi's reminders. Arel inquired once more about how he could descend to the lowest level. Ultimately, the man responded that he was unable to assist with this problem since he was unsure of how to proceed. When Arel inquired about who in the community could assist with this matter, it was discovered that the boss was the only one with this knowledge. Arel believed that this man was in charge of the entire floor, but the man clarified that this level was divided into two organizations. An organization that supports the black market and also acts as an assassination group. Here, the boss is the leader's assistant and a powerful figure. If this man truly assists in descending to the lowest level, Arel insisted on being taken to the boss right away. Arel soon discovered that he was in a large, reasonably clean room. The boss, who had already heard about Arel, was in this room. In order to reach him and the lowest level, where the main leader is, the man asked for assistance right away. The alleged boss acknowledged that he is aware of how to get there. However, communicating this information is a whole other issue. Arel grew weary of meaningless chit-chat and vowed to navigate the floor on his own if no one assisted him in reaching the lower level. Because Arel would have to fix the damage later, the boss asked him not to do this. Arel insisted on being brought to the leader, but boss advised him not to hurry as the leader was already present. Arel was even more taken aback by this and became even more curious. Suddenly, a very strong thread encircled Arel's entire body, making it impossible for him to escape right away. It would be impossible to escape such a hold without getting hurt, the boss said with a smile. When Arel tried to escape, an elderly woman with one eye then materialized in front of him and vowed to take away his limbs. Since he could not even sense the old woman's approach, the man was taken aback by her appearance. Arel concluded that the leader he had heard about was standing in front of him because of his powerful ability to block opponents. I really didn't expect to see the leader as a shabby old woman with such a disgusting body, Arel said. The subordinates of the leader were taken aback by the impudence of the man, who turned out to be extremely impudent. Seeing an elderly person makes sense because the leader has been here for a long time. Immediately, the elderly woman became enraged and proclaimed that she was, in fact, a young girl in her prime. The old woman screamed that Arel's life was in her hands and that he should be more careful with his words. The threads instantly started to squeeze the man's body. Arel concluded that the elderly woman was in fact the leader after sensing her pressure and hatred. Furthermore, it was clear that these threads were governed by magical energy, making it impossible to break them with just physical force. The other bandits decided they had better leave after observing the old woman's level of rage. However, Arel felt liberated after a few seconds of being released from the magic nets. The elderly woman, who did not sense the use of magic, was appalled and did not comprehend how the man was able to free himself. I was just throwing quick blows into the air without a sword, Arel clarified. The elderly woman believed it was impossible and was shocked by such abilities. The elderly woman, however, acknowledged the boy's extraordinary strength and said that Arel was, in fact, the child's older brother. Arel requested more clarity from the old woman, but she insisted on being addressed as a meme. Arel chose to comply and asked the elderly woman to tell him the current location of his younger sister, Mila. The elderly woman clarified that the girl was okay and that there was no reason to be concerned. The fact that his younger sister would not marry the local leader was the only thing that currently calmed Arel down. Although it would be expensive, the elderly woman stated that she would not mind sharing the young girl's fate. The elderly female leader then insisted on playing tag with her and clarified that the game's rules were fairly straightforward. She has to flee during this game, and Arel wins if he can catch her. In that scenario, the elderly woman assured me that she would undoubtedly provide the location of the younger sister. The elderly woman advised beginning the game and added that she shouldn't be undervalued. Arel arrived right away and attempted to seize the elderly woman, but she miraculously moved to a different area of the room and advised him to make a stronger effort to do so. Even though he felt a touch from the elderly woman, Arel recognized that he could only record a residual image and that these images lacked a physical body. The elderly woman with one eye then started projecting your pictures, and eventually there were more and more of them. The woman chuckled and claimed that her best talent was copying. According to the bandit leader, she was able to leave behind a physical body, and each of these copies had the same appearance and set of skills. The hardest part was catching the actual body, which was the main task. He became exhausted after multiple failed attempts, and Arel was unsure of how to go about this challenging task. Arel realized that there was only one genuine elderly woman, and since something drew his eye, it was worthwhile to investigate. The old woman's copy vanished instantly each time Arel grabbed her, and she started laughing in the same manner. This was the opportunity to locate the original elderly woman. If he attempted to touch the vile woman while the skill was in effect, maybe something would happen to her. It was just a matter of finding out. Unexpectedly, Arel damaged all of the old women's versions after attacking one of the copies. However, it was now evident that the harm was shared by all versions. Arel eventually understood that each copy was a component of the main body rather than an independent entity. This clarified why each copy vanished upon contact. Consequently, the general blessing may vanish if it is damaged. The fact that Arel had attacked an elderly woman instantly infuriated the elderly woman. However, the man reminded her that the woman had requested that no one refer to her as an elderly woman. Arel pulled out his blade and declared that he had limited time and that he had to complete the game quickly. The elderly woman asked the boy to stop after horrifiedly sensing the murderous aura. There was only one elderly woman left after Arel swiftly destroyed all the copies. The woman was taken aback by the man's perseverance because her blessing had vanished entirely. Arel asked the elderly woman to tell him about his younger sister after the condition was completely satisfied and he was holding her in his arms. The elderly woman abruptly stated that Mila had long since left this location because she had decided to go back home since she no longer wanted to hide. The elderly woman claimed that Mila was a very gifted student and that she personally saw her off. According to the elderly woman, Mila has been receiving excellent assassination training lately. Arel questioned how the elderly woman could have been teaching Mila for so long when it all seemed like gibberish. Mila had never stayed anywhere for long, but it had been a long time since the search started. However, the elderly woman claimed that the girl had been coming to see her for at least 6 months. Mila, like Arel, made the upper floors a veritable nightmare about 6 months ago. To practice her lethal skills, the girl came to this horrible place. The elderly woman gladly started training Mila after referring to herself as a divine assassin. Arel came to the realization that he had been pursuing the unknown all along. According to Mehdi, they had probably been headed in the wrong direction all along and someone had been purposefully leading them astray. However, since all of this requires money and connections, it is likely that relatives were involved. Arel understood that his sister and Mila had considered every possibility, and that this was more than just a way to get away from home. The man inquired about Mila's health from the elderly woman. As it happened, young Mila was given the Princess Killer class and threw herself fully into learning new skills. In any event, this is a very challenging class for a 10-year-old girl, and it is the one she was given during the blessing. The priest's fear that day stemmed from this. It seems that Mila came to a realization after learning about her awful class. She made the decision to fish for a certain person. The elderly woman only suggested that Arel get to know this girl better, even though he didn't understand why Mila wanted to kill someone. According to many, Mila has a target, someone that Arel gets along well with but she doesn't. Additionally, this individual could not be killed because he was previously protected by his parents. For this purpose, Arel is now the closest person, but he is not present when things are dangerous. It was awful when Arel finally understood that Mila had been planning to kill Reyna all along. Mila was already close to Arila's family home and prepared to kill Reyna. She just needed to take the last step. To hone her autopsy skills, Mila traveled to the dreadful prison city. She had to train hard to avoid catching her actions though, because her mother's perception is entirely different. Now Mila was certain her mother should not know she was there. However, there were still legendary creatures in this house, so she was unable to unwind and lower her guard for even a moment. Even though these monsters are extremely powerful, it's possible that they don't perceive humans as a threat. Nevertheless, Mila felt threatened by them. Still, the girl moved very slowly and cautiously toward her brother's room, where her primary objective was. Mila also recalled that she needed to exercise caution because Reyna was her mother's student. However, the girl's breathing became too heavy for one person. The killer's hand was stopped when the blanket abruptly slipped a bit, and Mila was startled to see two young children who strikingly resembled their older brother. Arel, meanwhile, was racing home at breakneck speed and made it in time for the morning. After breaking into the house, the man discovered his parents, who were obviously delighted to see their cherished son. When Fara saw Arel's nervousness, he initially started showing interest in his cherished wife. The man, however, was not in the mood for jokes and asked his mother to update him on her health. Reyna came in a few minutes later and inquired as to why Arel was making such a commotion. The man was both relieved and concerned that his wife was still alive, but Arel's focus shifted to the infant, who was soundly dozing in his mother's arms. Arel asked who the baby was in a very foolish way. Reyna referred to her husband as a fool and said that they should remember that night they spent together because it was his child. Arel was taken aback by the child's news, but Fara chose to explain that his twins were actually a boy and a girl, and they both resembled him a lot. Immediately after the birth, Reyna accused her husband of fleeing and not being there. However, the amount of time that had elapsed since Arel's search for his younger sister was unexpected. Because it was so exciting, Reyna's suggestion to her husband to bring the child somewhat embarrassed him. Since he is still the child's father, the girl asked that he be treated gently. The child started to cry aloud after a few seconds of feeling strange hands. Since it was their first time meeting, Arel concluded that he had frightened his child. However, Reyna told him to take a bath after pointing out Arel's awful stench. The man apologized for the strong odor and said he was rushing home. The boy decided to have a calm conversation with his family after taking a bath and calming down. When he got home, Reyna questioned him about his excitement and the reasons behind his haste. Arel replied that everything would be alright if Reyna remained unharmed. The boy then inquired as to Mila's return, since he had been looking for her the entire time. According to the father, his younger sister was out for a walk at the moment. Arel found out that his younger sister had come home a few days prior and had met her parents in the kitchen the following morning, as if nothing had happened. With the passage of time, Arel came to the conclusion that the unpleasant old woman from the underground prison had indeed lied to him. Arel then made the decision to learn more about his kids. This time, the man chose to speak with his young daughter after picking her up. But the little girl started crying and screaming right away, even though there was no awful stench. Since he genuinely believed that the smell was the issue, the man was taken aback by this response. However, Reyna clarified that there was nothing wrong with the child's embarrassment. Although it would take some time, Reyna assured the kids that they would undoubtedly grow accustomed to Arel. This time, the man chose to try to pick up his son, but he was unable to locate him immediately. "Where is my son?" Arel asked excitedly. He couldn't have been stolen so easily. However, it turned out that he was merely strolling down the street and would return shortly. Arela was shocked to see the young son in Mila's arms, and Mila was genuinely delighted to speak to the child. Reyna clarified that since returning from a lengthy trip, her younger sister had been providing her with a great deal of assistance with the kids. Arela was shocked by what he witnessed, but Mila did a fantastic job with his son. Arel concluded that he was still unaware of the true cause of his younger sister's runaway from home. However, since Mila was now safe and would not be leaving, the man chose to postpone the questions for the time being. Reyna asked her husband to give her some time right away because they had a crucial conversation to have. The girl clarified that they needed to work together to choose the children's names. Reyna was actually waiting for Arela to come back so they could work through this issue together. The children soon fell asleep after Mila and her young son returned, and the parents started to consider their names. Since then, a lot of time has gone by, and the kids have developed significantly. The brother and sister were making great strides in their studies of magic and swordsmanship. Arel was delighted to see his children grow, and was overjoyed when they managed to eliminate the orc. Ark and Layla always enjoyed going for walks and training with their dad. They had destroyed the first orc in their lives, so Arel made the decision to return home quickly and boast to his mother. However, this incident infuriated Reyna because it is extremely dangerous to meet a monster like an orc. Additionally, Arel was acting recklessly, and the kids had just turned 5. Arel described how the kids easily defeated the orc. However, Reyna claimed that it was too early to teach the kids how to kill monsters because it was something entirely different and they had not yet gotten their blessing. Layla acknowledged how much she loved training with her father and reassured her mother. "There's nothing wrong with them already learning various arts," Ark said, supporting his sister. Reyna considered what the kids had said, since they were somewhat correct. Layla cried out that she truly wanted to get stronger, but her mother wiped her face and reminded her of her daughter's age. Arel merely chuckled as he observed his kids. Arel proposed that the kids go wyvern hunting the following day. As always, Reyna was thrilled and cautioned them. However, the kids went outside because they had complete faith in their father. At their age, Arel frequently reminded the kids that they were far stronger than he was. In fact, Layla and Ark were highly proficient in their training and rapidly acquired a variety of skills. Arel informed the kids that he had taught them every skill he knew, so they should be able to compete on an equal footing with the most powerful classes. However, caution must always be remembered. Naturally, the kids paid close attention to what their father had to say, but Arel cautioned them against making too much of it just yet because they were still young and had not yet been blessed. Anticipating this moment, Layla made the decision that she and her brother would become invincible once they were blessed. Arel reminded the kids that even with all of their accomplishments, they were missing one thing, which he was unable to teach them. This phenomenon, known as experience, is among the most significant. After years of training with him, the kids were shocked to learn that they actually lacked experience. Arel concurred that these trainings were, in fact, highly successful. However, all of the training battles were fought against the same monsters under the same circumstances. Consequently, the same circumstances may also be detrimental to one's ability to perceive the outside world. Additionally, the kids may become confused if something goes wrong. Arel recommended that the kids take a quick excursion to acquire useful experience. The only thing about this trip that was unclear was why, if they were traveling on the road, their transport appeared to be a boat. Arel clarified that since Reyna was unable to fly, he was only utilizing a magical device that was still being developed. Arel was also taken aback by his wife's wish to accompany them on a journey. However, Reyna claimed that if she left the kids in her husband's care, she would become extremely anxious. The girl then inquired about her husband's plans for the forthcoming trip. Arel made the decision that everything else would work itself out after he simply flew first. Since the children should be under their mother's care, Reyna promised to take extra care of their safety while she was around. Ark questioned his mother, who was already quite mature, about why she was unable to fly like the others. According to Reyna, the majority of adults are actually incapable of flying, and even her grandfather, who is able to do so, avoids flying because he is terrified of heights. Over time, the kids started to realize that everyone in the world has unique characteristics, and that no two people are alike. Reyna clarified that the children's father had given them the ability to fly, adding that most skills are inherited. The girl abruptly demanded that the boat stop because they might collide with a horse-drawn carriage that was approaching. In the meantime, the driver attempted to turn around after concluding that monsters were racing toward him. Arel concluded that these people probably had some issues with monsters. However, Reyna cautioned them to exercise caution because they would undoubtedly encounter these individuals if they did nothing right away. A massive wooden boat soared up and hurried past the cart a few seconds later. They were actually flying through the air in this enormous wooden boat, which startled Reyna. Arel watched in fascination as his wife, who would never get used to the idea of flying, was taken aback. As it happened, the creatures pursuing the people below were actually much more dangerous than the wolves that appeared to be pursuing them. They were ferocious werewolves with amazing speed, and they were now rapidly catching up to the horse-drawn carriage. Arel questioned the kids about their readiness for a real fight. Ark and Layla both agreed that they were prepared. Reyna felt their wooden boat plummeting, and then she realized that they would have the chance to acquire valuable experience so rapidly. However, Arel clarified that they were actually ramming the enemy rather than falling, and a few seconds later the massive wooden structure collided with a group of werewolves. Reyna was about to charge at the enemy with a sword, but Arel stopped his wife and reminded her that the kids should use this opportunity to gain valuable experience. Ark and Layla were prepared for battle right away and started eliminating dangerous werewolves almost right away. This occurred quite successfully because of the fire magic and the sharp blade. The children were eager to start another training session and acquire important experience, but soon another group of fierce, roaring monsters arrived. After hearing a massive explosion behind him, the terrified coachman made the decision to accelerate in order to avoid being overtaken by the monsters. Everyone saw a huge wooden boat fly over their heads and then crash violently somewhere behind them, but nobody knew what had really happened. The driver was not immediately aware that the burning object that had suddenly fallen on the cart's path was actually the body of a massive monster. The man could not see what was truly going on behind him, but he concluded that the boat would have been totally destroyed if this monster had rammed it. All he could see and hear was smoke and an odd crackling. Ark and Layla kept destroying the werewolves in the meantime. It was impossible for the kids to let one of the monsters get away. Ark made the decision to cast the Ice Age spell in order to stop the escape. The remaining werewolves were on the ground when a strong block of ice struck them a few seconds later. Ark calculated that this should have eliminated all the monsters that were left. Ark saw that his sister was still having trouble eliminating monsters. Arel, on the other hand, talked about how his cherished daughter might be proactive, but she frequently made mistakes. Ark, on the other hand, was totally cool-headed but too passive. As a result, the kids were a perfect match in perilous circumstances. Reyna's predictions that the kids would be at a totally different level were confirmed in full, but the most important thing in this case is to remember that they are still young. He was just thanked for his amazing rescue by an old coachman who came up to the boat. The man turned out to know very little about what had happened, despite Arel's request that he tell him the specifics. The coachman didn't anticipate encountering werewolves, and he was positive that the only inhabitants were goblins. This time, however, the attack was totally unexpected, and a pack of werewolves could quickly destroy them. It turned out that the cart contained a large number of people, both dead and injured. As a result, this trip was very expensive. Without holy water or blessings, severely injured people could not survive for very long. The sight of injured people startled Layla, so the young girl made the decision to assist and heal the man. The injured man felt instantly better and stood up after the young girl used white magic to heal him. Layla chose not to give up and attempted to heal the next man, who was even more severely hurt. These severe wounds were sufficiently healed by the girl's magical powers to vanish as well, and the man ought to have felt relieved. However, in contrast to the last time, the man remained lying and did not get up. Layla kept waiting for the man to wake up because she could not comprehend why her magic did not work this time. After thanking Layla for her assistance, the elderly woman revealed that her husband was rarely awake. The sobbing woman claimed that since her husband had passed away, treatment would not be helpful. However, Arel saved the day this time and wanted to find a solution. It appeared that this elderly man had not been dead for very long, so it was still possible to revive him. Arel's abilities astounded everyone, and they all awaited the miracle. "Even with white magic, such a resurrection is impossible," one of the men said. Arel clarified that he was only going to return the soul that had left the body and then reunite it with the body itself, not really a resurrection. All of this, however, was more akin to black magic, which terrified people. Without wasting any time, Arel proposed merely observing his behavior. In many respects, this was undoubtedly black magic, and if the deceased soul is called forth in this manner, he will merely transform into an undead to serve his master. However, if you use black and white magic simultaneously, the result will be entirely different. After several minutes, the elderly man got up and inquired about his whereabouts from his wife. Ordinary people saw it as a true miracle, and Arel questioned if anyone else needed assistance. The coachman wanted to thank them in some way, and everyone was delighted to meet such amazing travelers. Reyna, however, retorted that her husband did not act in this way in order to receive a reward. The people rushed to flee to the city of swordsmen, as it turned out, which instantly made Arel nostalgic. The coachman claimed that the demon lord's resurrection was linked to the entire evacuation. As a result, a plague of monstrous creatures had already wiped out the western nations and cities. The number of monsters grew daily, and their cruelty increased as well. Thus, the demon lord's resuscitation might be the cause of this pack of awful werewolves' attack. For this reason, the passengers in the carriage made the hasty decision to head for the swordsman's city, which appeared to be a secure location. After all, the swordsman's city was said to be populated by a large number of refugees. Given how far away the swordsman's city was, Reina was concerned about these people. Arel made the decision to go with the refugees and assist them in reaching safety. Since it would be a true adventure with their parents, the kids were thrilled to hear this news. The voyage proceeded after a cart carrying passengers was soon fastened to the wooden boat. Everyone genuinely hoped for the assistance of the man with the wooden boat, but nobody knew who he was. Arel made a simple wooden boat with wheels and nothing unusual about it because he was shocked by the people's response. Little Ark, meanwhile, read about how a demon lord and his henchmen were brought into this world by an evil god a long time ago. As a result, entire nations and countries experienced horrible calamities and suffering. During that horrible time, which is known as the Dark Period, many people perished. 7 courageous men then showed up after God called them. After challenging and defeating the demon lord, these people brought peace and tranquility back to the populace. Although there were many interpretations of those ancient events, the essence was universal, making it possible to comprehend that people were in grave danger. Everybody knew that the awful demon lord, who had already been vanquished once, had made a second appearance and was attempting to conquer this world. Since these were only rumors at the moment, Reina asked that people not worry. Arel clarified that they would discover more when they arrived in the city of swordsmen, where individuals from all over the world congregated and exchanged crucial information. Covering the remainder of the way was all that remained. However, the travelers were appalled to see the outer city wall in ruins as soon as they arrived at the city walls. This city was typically known for being impregnable, so it was difficult to imagine who could pull this off. Arel found orcs and minotaurs inside the city by using white magic to improve his vision. The driver was taken aback when the only avenue of escape fell away like the walls of the city. Since the demon lord had taken control of the city of swordsmen, and he and his people had nowhere to flee, the coachman was terrified. Arel suggested that they wait for his return by hiding in the forest for a while. The man clarified that although he was unsure of the precise circumstances within the city, it was already abundantly evident that orcs and minotaurs were present, and that it would be best for common people to avoid this city. These creatures lacked the strength to take over such a well-defended city, and it all appeared odd. A whole group of orcs or minotaurs could be easily defeated by any swordsman from this city. But something went wrong, and people no longer feel like they're here. High-ranking demons were probably involved. These demons, in contrast to monsters, are self-aware and have the ability to command monsters. Arel made the decision to see how things were going within the city and told everyone to hold off until he got back. He even constructed a unique, covert barrier for public safety. The girl disagreed with Arel taking people with him, but Reina was expected to remain with the people. However, the man claimed that this was a fantastic chance for kids to practice fighting in a real fight. Reina also made the decision to visit the city. However, Arel quickly figured out how to get out of the situation and inquired as to who possessed the ability to move stealthily throughout the city. Naturally, Reina was unable to accompany them since everyone else possessed this ability. Without drawing the monster's attention, Arel and the kids leaped over the city wall in silence and entered the city. The city was in terrible shape, and there was a lot of damage. The sight of the destroyed city appalled the children. At the same time, nobody was around, so maybe they managed to get away. The fact that some buildings were still on fire suggested that the attack had just taken place. Arel decided he had to hurry because he could hear screams coming from the very center of the city. Additionally, Arel recognized that the kids would find it too challenging to employ the stealth skill while in flight. Consequently, it was determined to keep moving on the ground while cautiously hiding in between the demolished structures. They soon made it to the heart of the city. Arel had many memories of all of these locations, but the Dragon Fawn Guild building held particular significance. Monsters were all around the building, and it looked like they were attempting to break in. Arel soon discovered a hidden tunnel. And from this passage, a famous young girl appeared a few minutes later. Lilia appeared extremely worn out, but she was relieved that she had already considered a way out. The girl simply wanted to get away and was not going to engage in combat with the monsters. Lilia was startled when Arel abruptly asked the girl why she was here. The girl thought she was being attacked by a monster, so she relaxed. "Who is this strange adult woman?" Layla asked. Lilia, who regarded herself as a young lady, was instantly outraged. After telling his daughter that she was merely an old acquaintance, Arel made an effort to learn the specifics of what had transpired in this city. Lilia informed him that a strong demon and a small army had entered the city a few days prior. Arel was taken aback by how quickly the fortified city fell. However, as it turned out, initially everything was alright and many swordsmen were able to repel the monsters' attacks. However, after capturing one of the kids, the cunning demon would threaten to kill him and then demand his quick surrender. The monsters soon found the civilians' evacuation site and took them prisoner. The dreadful demon continued to threaten the lives of the peaceful residents of the city while ordering them to put down their weapons. Additionally, this city was home to many common people despite being a city of swordsmen. They also had to put down their weapons and cease resistance because nobody wanted to endanger their lives. Many were taken prisoner and killed at that time. Arel was perplexed as to Lilia's membership in the guild. Lilia clarified that she did not want to be taken prisoner by those who were attempting to flee the city and were not even capable of fighting. Lilia claimed that she and a few others were hiding in the guild because she didn't want to give herself up to the monsters and didn't give a damn about the hostages. However, the girl chose to take the escape route and flee to freedom as soon as it became unsafe to remain in the guild any longer. Lilia claimed that they wouldn't have necessarily begun to ridicule and torture her if a beauty like her had been captured by this monster. Arel told the kids not to focus too much on this strange woman's behavior because she was going through a difficult time. Meanwhile, the monsters were attempting to infiltrate the guild and urging the foolish individuals to cease their resistance. Arel concluded that this creature was probably a demon if it was able to communicate in human terms. The enormous gorilla-like creature persisted in its violent attacks and assured them that if they stopped fighting, they would be left alive for some time. With a few strong blows, this formidable monster was eventually able to demolish the guild wall and make room for itself. Arel concluded that this creature was probably the one that had infiltrated the city from the outside. Since it was difficult to accept that anyone could demolish city walls with their fists, such power could destroy any adversary. Such a monster was beyond the capabilities of the local swordsman. Nevertheless, one of the commanders insisted on fighting and reminded them that Lilia, an A-rank swordswoman, was present. However, the girl had already vanished in an unidentified direction. The girl had organized the swordsmen into a guild to defend and fight this place together, so their actions startled them. Everything ultimately suggested that I had actually fled, abandoning my allies to perish. Immediately, the swordsman recalled that the girl was already well over 30 and had yet to find a husband. All of this was true, and Lilia was furious. Ultimately, the girl summoned the bravery to confront the monster and declared that she had not fled, as that is the behavior of true cowards. According to Lilia, she would fight to the death and was the best swordswoman. According to the girl, this is why she asked Arel to destroy the enemies and use the escape to bring help. Because of her unbounded cunning, the guy concluded that this girl would never change. Naturally, every swordsman recalled Arel's name and how the scumbag managed to win the divine sword competition before somehow returning to save them. Arel was shocked to learn that he was still remembered in this well-known location. However, Lilia clarified that Arel made a true legend for himself because of his strength and skills. As this was going on, the enormous monster turned to face his adversary and picked up a fragment of the wall to toss. After crushing the massive rock with his clenched fist, the demon declared that no human could possibly hope to defeat a true demon. There was no denying the demon's power, and nobody thought Arel could defeat such a formidable foe. Arel assured his kids that he would take care of the other monsters and left this awful gorilla to them. Layla was shocked by what she heard, and she and Ark were glad to take on such a significant task. Arel was asked by Layla if he was insane for letting his kids battle a horrible demon. After all, getting rid of your own children can be done in a lot more humane ways. Since it meant that he was undervalued, the demon was incensed that such little people were opposing him. The angry monster vowed to leave behind nothing but recollections of the pitiful individuals who dared to challenge him. However, Layla attacked the enormous demon with total confidence in her strength. The demon just did not have time to attack Layla because the girl moved so quickly. Ultimately, the monster was dealt a serious blow by Arela's young daughter. The girl's behavior delighted Lilia. Furthermore, this self-assured demon is not as strong as he claims based on the fact that he missed a blow from a young girl. Even so, you must keep attacking him because a single, accurate blow won't be enough to kill him. Even though he acknowledged his opponent's speed, the demon insisted that such blows would not be able to pass through his hard skin. However, Layla's subsequent attack was successful in puncturing the skin, resulting in bloody drops appearing on the terrible demon's neck. The monster's pride became aware of this wound, but it was still not lethal. As soon as the awful demon attempted to crush the girl, Layla used green magic and leaped far above the repulsive gorilla. How such a strong demon, who had breached the city wall, could overlook a young girl's attack baffled Lilia. This demon lost his composure when fighting a little girl because it makes him very angry, Arel explained. Because he gave in to his rage and it cost him subtlety and technique. The fact that he was unable to manage the young girl infuriated the enormous gorilla. However, it turned out that Layla was deliberately moving so quickly to divert the monster's attention from her twin brother, who was approaching from behind. The demon actually realized that he had forgotten about another little foe just before he was fatally wounded. However, Ark struck from behind, and this error proved to be fatal. The first true victory for the children of Arel came when the demon fell to the ground, much to the delight of all. It was inconceivable to the swordsman that the demon that had destroyed half the city could be vanquished by two young children. In this instance as well, Lilia discovered a space for her own achievement, and recalled that she was the one who had brought these individuals to assist. Arel genuinely shared the children's joy as they embraced their father and celebrated their triumph. It was only now that Lilia recognized these as the children of Arel and Reyna. Because little Ark was so attractive, Lilia made the decision to learn more about him and inquired about his feelings toward older girls. Even though the swordswoman's behavior was consistent, Arel was taken aback by her impudence. However, after experiencing sudden illness, Lilia explained that she had been overcome by unanticipated animosity. Arel merely reminded the girl that her actions could have earned her a lot of enemies without going into specifics. Arel then inquired of one of the men where the hostages were now. According to the swordsman, if anyone wished to survive, the demon told them to gather in the city's central square. Naturally, I made the decision to personally investigate the events taking place in the central square. Naturally, Arel made the decision to bring his kids along, but Lilia forewarned him about a horrible demon that resembles a tiger. He is at a far higher level than the gorilla and is among the highest ranks of the demon lord's army, based on the information gathered. Arel responded that he was waiting for this meeting and that this was not an issue. However, if Lilia didn't think of another trick, she wouldn't be Lilia. The girl said that in exchange for the information he had been given, Arel would have to fix the wall after he won. The tiger demon, meanwhile, was delighted to see the prisoners in the central square and declared the start of the execution. This information shocked the prisoners because, after serving the weapon and following his commands, the demon promised them something entirely different. However, people discovered that they had been duped and that the demon would always be a demon. According to the demon, he truly made a promise to save lives, but only for those who are unable to defend themselves. Additionally, he has no interest in the soldiers because they must constantly be willing to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others. Despite the demon's assurance that civilian lives would be spared, the soldiers lost faith in him. The demon claimed that since he enjoyed eating fresh meat and would gradually kill people, this was only a passing occurrence. Such treachery appalled the soldiers. The fact that this terrible creature desired to consume the soldiers as food also astounded them. I personally would not allow the demon to do such a thing and would destroy it before the monster took a bite, declared one of the very courageous swordsmen. The boy's bravery astounded the tiger demon, who confessed that he enjoyed eating his prey while it was still alive, and his appetite had been stoked by the sight of so many people. Declaring that he could no longer control his instincts and that he desperately needed prey, a massive demon leaped from the city wall. The courageous man was immediately attacked by the demon tiger, but he managed to fend off the initial blow because he was holding a dagger. The man was willing to fight to the end despite acknowledging that he was not very skilled at lightning attacks. The tiger demon was taken aback since he gave the order to search and bind everyone. However, the swordsman managed to free himself by removing his clothing, and now the prey is even more intriguing. because the other prisoners were inspired by his actions and dubbed him the local champion, the demon concluded that this man was truly famous. The swordsman suggested trying his luck, and the awful tiger was happy to warm up before a nice dinner. Arel heard shrill cries coming from the middle square at this precise moment. There was just one more turn to make. The wall in front of Arel suddenly collapsed, and a man punched a big hole as he flew out. The passage that followed showed the very demon Lilia had described. The swordsman's body was covered in wounds and blood, and he was so badly disfigured that he was missing one arm. The demon, meanwhile, gave his opponent kudos for persevering for 3 full minutes while using only one arm. And such a courageous man might have won this battle if he had been some low-ranking demon, but that was not the case. The demon identified himself as Leold Razor and declared himself to be the commander of the beast troops serving the demon lord. Despite his death, the valiant swordsman merely chuckled and referred to the demon as a common flea-bitten cat. The man claimed that it was actually the other way around, but the demon concluded that the man was just losing his mind over his death. After all, humanity is safe if this is the extent of the upper echelon monster's abilities. A meeting with more formidable foes who would vanquish the demons and put an end to their existence was promised by the swordsman. However, the demon grew weary of hearing the victim's story and hurried off to lunch. However, the demon encountered a barrier that reflected his blow as soon as he got close to the adversary. Naturally, the injured swordsman recognized Arel. He was so tired that he fell to the ground. While the children assisted the injured swordsman in leaving this location, Arel got ready to battle the demon everywhere. Arel concluded that this opponent would be far more serious than the gorilla, and the demon was thrilled to see a new foe. The demon was taken aback when an unidentified force totally blocked his quick blows, and Arel cautioned him against believing that he could defeat someone so easily. Arel started moving swiftly and making duplicates of himself, which further startled the tiger demon. The demon, however, continued to believe that he was the strongest and was certain of his triumph. All of the people in the square were drowned out by the tiger demon's roar. Arel sensed this pressure as well and realized the enemy's strength. The demon was certain that he could eliminate the fake copies with the aid of sound waves. However, Arel immediately doubled when he performed his trick again, but the demon was certain that this was merely a pitiful man's ploy and that it had no bearing on how the fight turned out. However, Arel used a blade to repel the attack this time. It was different this time, and the copy ended up looking like a real person. According to Arel, these pictures are entirely distinct replicas that have the ability to kill the enemy and act as fully fledged individuals. However, the demon didn't want to get into specifics because, to him, people were merely food, and he wanted to eliminate the obnoxious rival as quickly as possible. The tiger's confidence, however, played a cruel trick on him because he exposed his back to the enemy, allowing him to see the stark disparity in skill. However, Arel was already sick of conversing with some repugnant member of the feline race and launched an assault from various directions, killing the adversary. The demon, who was still using all of his strength to taunt the man who killed him, was destroyed at the same time by attacks from 5 different directions. Arel's triumph over the demon pleased the captured soldiers. And because their father was always the greatest hero to them, Arel's kids were proud of him. However, the malevolent demon kept laughing with all of his strength before wheezing that it was too late because his roar had spread throughout the entire city. As a result, a great number of fierce monsters will show up here in a few minutes, and nobody will be able to hold back against them. After a few minutes, a loud noise signaled the arrival of an army of monsters, proving that the demon was telling the truth. Arel told his kids that they would have to fight multiple opponents at once in the upcoming exercise and that they should use caution. Ark was ready to continue training, and so was Layla.